Hi guys, this is Shadow. Join our Patreon and have access to tons of novels and hundreds of hours of audiobooks. Also, by selecting a tier monthly, you can request any novel you want and I can turn it to audiobook for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Enjoy.
Chapter 151, Exhibition 1, Cough. Holding my mouth, I forced myself to lie on the sofa. Fucking hurts. Every part of me hurt. Why do I even do this to myself? While it was true that I could withstand pain, it didn't mean that I was immune to it. It was uncomfortable. But still, there was something else that was taking over my mind. I stared at my hands. They were both trembling. Ha! My breathing was quick as well. The back of my hair stood, and from time to time, I'd look behind me to check if someone was there. That alone felt more annoying than the pain I was experiencing. There was a reason why I tended to not use the first leaf. The side effects of using such a skill were not something I looked forward to. Damn it. It was an annoying feeling, and yet, I knew that I couldn't do without it. I had managed to rank up my fear, thanks to the skill. Unlike the second leaf, the first leaf produced far better results. But it came at a price. Taking a deep breath, my chest trembled. Emotive magic. It was powerful. The fact that I was able to beat Leon showed just how powerful it was. Unfortunately, it wasn't there yet. I wasn't there yet. I need to improve it. For now, fear and sadness were the only spells I could use to induce the emotions through my voice. The other spells weren't quite there yet. From the fact that I needed to touch someone to use them, to the fact that they weren't still powerful enough to completely break someone down, I needed to find time to improve those. Other than that, I wanted to get fear and sadness to the next level. I was curious as to what that would bring. Perhaps affect more than one person. Currently, I could only affect one person with my voice. It was good when facing one opponent, but when dealing with multiple it was useless. But what if I could directly influence a lot of people at the same time with just my voice? That would be pretty handy. But those were all thoughts for later. Right now, I was not in the right state of mind. Laying down on my sofa, I placed my forearm over my eyes and took a deep breath. My main priority right now was to not let myself be consumed by fear. In a different room, Leon sat by his desk, placing ointment all around his wounds. There weren't many, rather, there was more on his face than anywhere else on his body. It was almost as if he had purposely only just targeted his face. His left eye twitched. He recalled a certain memory. Your face looks stupid. His face flinched as he felt a sharp pain in his rib area. Looking down, he spotted a massive bruise. He quickly dabbed some ointment over that area. Almost immediately after doing that, he felt better. It was probably going to take a few days to heal. Leon went on to do this for the next half hour. Once he was done, he sat in his room in silence. His thoughts continued to drift away to the fight. I should've done that. I was careless. How could I forget that? I just wasn't ready. If I had been ready, I didn't know he could do that. 1,000 different excuses floated in his mind. At some point, Leon closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Losing, it wasn't as though he had never lost before. Coming into the fight, he had expected the match to be difficult. Losing also seemed like a very real possibility. It was just that, I should've done better. For the majority of the fight, he was the one who had the upper hand. Though he wasn't sure why Julian hadn't used the same power he had demonstrated back in the midterms, Leon felt like he should've won that fight. All until he used his emotive magic. Even now that a while had passed, he couldn't stop thinking about it. His hands, they were still shaking from the experience. Not just his hands. His entire body and mind remembered. It was hard to forget the suffocating feeling he felt during the fight. It felt almost as though he was slowly sinking into the depths of the ocean with no way up. Such feeling. It was hard to forget. In the silence that took over the room, Leon closed his eyes. He was frustrated by himself. However, he also accepted the result. At the end of the day, Julian was the Black Star. He had only proven why he was the Black Star. And, he's also the one I serve. The days flew by. It was the day of the demonstration between Evelyn and Leon. Their fight wasn't going to be broadcast anywhere, but all the first years had been called to the arena grounds to witness their fight. The representatives of the major guilds were also going to show up. There was some excitement about that. Wham! The sun was shining and it was pretty warm outside. It was a great day. Wham! Of course, it would have been greater had I been able to sleep. Hadn't been able to do so for the past couple of days. I regret so much. Every little thing bothered me in my sleep, the little sounds, and the occasional breeze that would make my hair stand on end. It was clearly nothing, but under the influence of the first leaf, I started to get scared by the little things. Just like, fuck, shit. I flinched and moved back. Where did this gremlin-looking midget come from? Taken aback, a little child with black hair looked at me with wide eyes. Oh. It was you. I placed my hand over my chest and sighed. It was not good. Gremlin looking. Delilah blinked her eyes while looking at me. She was currently in her child form. Looking around, I sighed in relief when I noticed that nobody was around. It would have been troublesome if they saw me like that. Why are you like this? Delilah didn't answer. With her head lowered, she continued to murmur, gremlin looking. I scratched the side of my face. It wasn't exactly my fault. She had appeared out of nowhere, and with my mind not in the right state of mind, the words just slipped out of me. Still, why was she in this form? Are you planning on watching the fight like this? Delilah looked up. Yes. Why? It's too bothersome to go in my normal form. I don't like the people from the guilds. Ah, that made sense, but wouldn't you be more noticeable this way? Why? I looked at her. Couldn't it be more obvious? It's fine. Delilah interlocked her hands behind her back. Then, turning around, she made her way into the arena. Nobody will notice. No, they will. I wanted to say such words but stopped myself. In the end, with a sigh, I followed her from behind and entered the arena grounds. The grounds were somewhat familiar. I had been here before, during the midterms, but unlike in the past, I was now standing in the audience area where I could overlook everything from above. It felt completely different. This is quite tall. What was especially interesting was the fact that the seating areas were about 5 to 8 meters above the arena grounds. Holding onto the handrail and looking down, I felt slightly nauseous. Superpower or not, if I were to fall from this height, it'd turn into a pancake. Who do you think is going to win? Why are you even asking? The answer is already obvious. That's true. Overlooking the arena grounds from above, I could hear the discussions from the cadets near me. All of them were talking about the fight and who they thought was going to win. There was a general consensus among them, and that was that Leon was going to win. I couldn't argue with that. I also felt the same way. Having fought against him, I knew just how strong he was. Evelyn was also strong. However, she was a little lagging compared to him. He'd probably lose against her too. That was unless I used the first leaf. Perhaps then it'd be able to win against her. It wasn't worth it, though. What are you doing? Hearing Delilah's voice, I turned around. Sitting on one of the seats, she pointed at the seat next to hers, almost as if she was telling me to sit down. I did just that. For a moment, neither one of us said a word as we looked at the arena grounds beneath. Delilah was the one to shatter the silence. Who won? I looked down to meet her gaze. Staring into her inky black eyes, I almost lost myself in them. I was quick to snap out of it. Between you and Leon, who won the fight? I felt my heart stop for a second. However, when I thought about it, I relaxed. For her to know, I sort of expected it. There was no way she wouldn't have known, considering that she probably had every area of the academy under her grasp. I won, I replied after a while. The fight. I won it. It felt nice to say it. I knew that if the two of us were to fight again, I probably wouldn't have won. But still, a win was a win. I see. Delilah didn't seem to be surprised by the result. Or was she? I couldn't tell. It was usually hard for me to read her emotions. I was just about to turn my attention back to the arena grounds when a figure walked by. With long platinum hair and glaring red eyes, she stood out from the rest, attracting the gazes of all those that she passed. She had just walked by me when she paused. With a frown, she turned her head and our eyes met. Then, lowering her head, her gaze fell on Delilah, and then back on me. Father? I was at a loss for words. The same was true for Delilah, who looked at her with a blank look. No, she is not. Gek. I know. Eira bent down and pinched Delilah's cheek. She cute though. I opened my eyes wide and hastily looked at Delilah, who was looking at Eira with a blank look. To make matters worse, Eira started to pinch her cheeks with both hands, pulling them apart and squeezing them back in. Feels like him touching marshmallow. Holy crap. She pulled and squeezed. What a cute child. Patting her head, and ruffling her hair into a mess, Eira placed her hand in her pocket before tossing a small bar in Delilah's direction. Eat it. After that, glancing at me, she left. I sat rigidly with my back straight. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, I turned my head to look at Delilah. Expecting the worst, I thought of ways to calm her down, when, that girl, Delilah spoke, her eyes lingering over Eira's fading back. Crinkle, she's a good girl. Munch. Good girl. Chapter 152, Exhibition 2, Crinkle Munch. Munch. I sat in silence while Delilah ate her bar beside me. From time to time, a few cadets would stop by to look at her before leaving. At first, it was fine, but it started to get worse as more cadets appeared. Enough to arouse a reaction from Delilah, who stopped eating. Am getting a lot of stares. I told you so. It's fine, Delilah replied nonchalantly. Then, glancing at me, she replied, I've got you. No, me? What does that even mean? Take a look around. I did as she asked. That was when I realized it. The moment my head turned, so would the heads of all the other cadets around. This, I didn't know how to react. Was I that scary? See? I don't have to worry. Sticking her little fingers into the wrapper to grab all the crumbs, Delilah dipped her finger in her mouth. I stared at the scene, unsure of how to react. I wanted to judge her for it, but then again, I was also guilty of doing such a thing. You alone are enough to stop them from approaching me. I had no words to say. She was right. There was no denying her words. Just a single look and everyone would turn away from me. I wasn't sure how to feel. It's starting. Just as Delilah spoke, a voice echoed throughout the entire arena grounds. Cadets, please take your seats. The exhibition fight will begin shortly. I repeat. Cadets, please find a seat. The exhibition fight will begin shortly. I exchanged glances with Delilah, who scrunched up the wrapper with her small fist. She didn't say a word, but just looking at her, I could see that she was interested in the fight. I was as well. Having fought with Leon already, I more or less understood the extent of his strength. While I was sure that he had some cards he had left hidden, I didn't think to use them here. Taking a deep breath, I leaned back on my chair and crossed my arms. But who knew? Evelyn was a tough opponent. Perhaps she was going to get Leon to show his hidden cards. It was just a thought. Still, I was curious. What would have happened if he had used them? The delegates of the 15 guilds were seated in a private area that enabled them to view the entire arena ground from where they were. It was a room that only the top VIPs were allowed to use. Is the Chancellor perhaps not coming? A lanky man with short black hair and a long nose asked. He was one of the delegates of the Black Hound Guild. Currently, they were ranked 5th in the guild rankings based on what they had achieved the previous year. About that, with a difficult face, one of the academy elders, an old woman with white hair, bitterly smiled. We are trying our best to find her. She might be doing an important task. It tends to happen from time to time. It tends to happen? The delegate looked at the elder with a frown. Are you saying that your chancellor has this little sense of responsibility? Shouldn't she have already been aware of our presence? Why is shouldn't I be enough? A warm voice cut through the delegates. There was a certain magnetism to the voice that made all those in the run turn their heads. Their expressions changed. Your Highness. Your Royal Highness. All members in the room stood up and paid their greetings. The man standing before them was none other than Atlas, who returned their gestures with a warm smile. There's no need for such polite greetings. If that's okay with you, I'm only here to make up for Delilah's absence. We wouldn't dare refute. It is the greatest honor. A stereotypical reaction. Atlas took their actions with a calm smile. Brushing his hair to the side, he politely gestured with his hand. I'm glad that you all feel that way. Should we take a seat? Yes. Ha ha ha. Dogs. Atlas' smile almost faltered. Their expressions, their attitudes, and their looks, almost all of it looked dull to Atlas. If he wanted to, he could just squeeze his hand, and, Your Highness, I've been wondering about something. Breaking him out of his thoughts was the delegate of the Black Hound Guild, sitting on the seat beside him. He wore a flattering smile. Do ask. Ha ha, thank you. Thank you. He continued to put a subversive attitude. I've just been wondering about the Black Star. Why did he not accept to be in the exhibition? In the moment he asked the question, the room turned silent. Clearly, all the delegates were curious about the same thing. The Black Star? Atlas was of course well aware of the situation. He had already been informed about Julien's rejection to participate in the exhibition match. In a way, he wasn't surprised. He had only known him for a little bit of time. But Julien wasn't the type of person who would do things just because others asked him to do it. It's also why he can't be classified as fiend. He was a hard person to control, a double-edged sword. Perhaps one that strangely interested him. He had a certain charm that made it hard for Atlas to dislike him. Yes, the Black Star. Do you think he had some sort of reasoning for rejecting our request? Surely it's not for the simple reason that he doesn't want to, right? That would make no sense. He should be well aware of our influence, and he's not someone that needs to please you. Atlas cut the delegate off. Stunned, the delegate threw all decorum out the window. Pardon? What sort of? It's the opposite in fact. Atlas turned his head to meet the delegates. For a brief moment, his yellow pupils shone, and the delegate's face numbed. It was only for a split second, but it was just enough to stop the delegate from speaking. In that brief moment of silence that took over the room, Atlas looked around the room before leaning back on his chair. It's not him that needs to please you. It's you who needs to please him. The same was probably true for Leon too. The two contestants will now be entering the arena. At the announcement, the surroundings turned quiet. There was a palpable tension in the air. It was strange, especially since from the way everyone was talking, the fight's winner was already decided. I guess it's more from the fact that they want to see the underdog win. Who didn't like underdogs to win? On our left side, please welcome Evelyn Janet Verlies. The arena gates from the left side opened and Evelyn entered. Appearing on the projections above, her closed-up image appeared for all to see. She was beautiful to the point where many of the cadets around found themselves unable to tear their gazes away from her image. I also thought she was pretty, but I was practically immune to looks by now. Involuntarily, my gaze fell on the little girl beside me. In her full form, she outclassed Evelyn in almost every way. As if sensing my gaze, Delilah turned her head. What? It's nothing. I looked away from her. It was then Leon's turn to be announced. On our right side, please welcome Leon Rowan Ellett. Was there anything that I needed to say about his appearance? Just like Evelyn, the moment he entered, he attracted the gaze of the cadets. In particular, the female cadets who looked at the screen awestruck by his appearance. Thinking about it, there were quite a lot of good-looking people in the academy. It mostly had to do with the fact that we were capable of handling mana which nurtured the body for the better. Of course, that didn't mean that there weren't ugly people. It was just that they were in the minority. Contestants, please get into positions. The arena grounds turned quiet once more. Standing on opposite ends, Leon and Evelyn stood face-to-face with each other. There was visible tension between the two at the moment. With his hand over the hilt of his sword, Leon got into position. On the other hand, the mana around Evelyn grew rampant. Just when everyone was wondering whether the fight would start or not, the announcer spoke. Start. The first one to make a move was Evelyn, who brought her hand forward, channeling two magic circles at a speed that I could only envy. Cracker. Cracker, the air crackled, and bolts of lightning shot in Leon's direction. They moved at an impressive speed. By the time it took me to blink, they were already upon him. But Leon appeared unperturbed by the attack. With the same indifferent gaze of his, he stepped forward and unsheathed his sword. And then, swoosh, he swung horizontally. In that moment, the lightning that was heading his way coiled around his sword before scattering toward the ground. TZZZ. Two black marks appeared on the arena grounds and silence gripped over the surroundings. But the silence didn't last for long. Woo-oo-oo-oo-oo. The roar of the crowd followed shortly after that. They were so loud that for a brief moment, I had to cover my ears. That was awesome. I told you Leon was going to beat her. It's not over yet. That simple exchange the two had pretty much dictated whose side the momentum was going to be on. Bang! Without hesitation, he pushed himself forward and appeared before a slightly flustered Evelyn. Swoosh! His sword cleaved down from above. Getting flashbacks. The move he had currently performed was one that I had experienced firsthand. It wasn't something I liked to remember. Certainly, I was also sure Evelyn would feel the same way by the end of the fight. Swoosh, swoosh. The fight progressed. It pretty much started to pan out the way most people expected it to pan out. Cracker. Evelyn was certainly putting up a fight. She was doing a far better job than I had been. However, there was a clear gap in skills between her and Leon. From the way he could predict her movements, to the way he nullified every one of her attacks, it was simply undecided. So much so that I started to drift into my own thoughts and no longer started paying attention to the fight. It therefore came to me as an utter shock when the result was announced. Winner of the duel, Evelyn Janet Verlies. I blinked and looked around me. The entire arena grounds were quiet with everyone sporting similarly stunned expressions. How was this possible? He had clearly been dominating the entire fight. How was it possible for him to lose? Amidst my shock, Delilah's voice broke me out of my thoughts. You did it. When I looked down, her deep black eyes were already locked onto me. I can feel it. Feel it? What was she lifting her head slightly? Delilah's gaze returned to the projections. Narrowing her eyes, she quietly mumbled, "Fear, it's consuming him." Chapter 153, Exhibition 3. Leon was feeling especially good before the exhibition match. Taking deep and steady breaths, he stretched his body in the corridor that led to the main arena grounds. Swoosh, swoosh, casually swinging his sword. He could feel that he was in top-notch conditions. His mind was clear. I've more or less recovered from the injuries that I sustained from the fight with Julian. Most of them had been superficial, but he had also fractured his ribs in his fight. That took a little longer to heal. All right. Leon jumped up lightly in the corridor. By his side, he could see a small projection that showed him what was going on in the middle of the arena. Currently, Evelyn's name was called up. The gates on her side opened and she entered. Taking a look at her, Leon could see the serious look on her face. They had already talked beforehand, and thus he knew just how seriously she was taking this fight. Thinking about the conversation, Leon laughed. She had been very serious in that conversation. Something about him not going easy on her just because they knew each other and that she was going to go all out against him. Not like I didn't plan on that. Swoosh, swoosh, swinging his sword again and loosening his joints, he stretched his shoulders. Then, on our right side, please welcome Leon Rowan Ellett. His name was called up. I guess I've got to take this fight seriously too. He had already learned his lesson before. There was no way he was going to take it easy on Evelyn. He wasn't going to give her any breathing room. Woo-oo-oo. The roar of the crowd entered his ears the moment he passed by the tunnel and entered the arena grounds. Having been there for the midterms, he was already used to such an atmosphere. Rather, he thrived in it. Basking in the cheers of the crowd, he eventually stopped. Evelyn stood on the opposite end. With a grim look, the mana around her body started to visibly move. At any second, Leon felt like she could unleash a spell against him. Contestants, please get into positions. The announcer's voice echoed and Leon pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword. At the same time, he got into the optimal position. His calves tensed and silence reigned over the surroundings. At this moment, Evelyn was the only person that was standing before him. And then, start. The match began. Cracker, cracker. The first one to move was Evelyn, who summoned 2 spells in rapid succession. She was so fast that Leon didn't even have time to move. Before he knew it, the spells were already upon him. He didn't panic. Drawing his sword, the lightning bolts coiled around his sword, which he then directed towards the ground. TZZZZ2 scorch marks appeared on the floor. Although they didn't look like much, Leon knew that if he had been hit by them, he wouldn't have been able to keep himself from remaining standing. Not that it mattered since he had handled it already. Bang! Like a spring, Leon released all the tension within his calves and his body lunged forward. Within seconds, he was already upon her. Ep. Evelyn let out a yelp of surprise. Taking a look at the flustered look on his face, Leon cleaved down from above. Swoosh. Just narrowly, she was able to avoid his attack. Not that it mattered. Swoosh, swoosh. Leon didn't plan on leaving any breathing room for Evelyn. Cracker, cracker. Despite her best attempts at trying to fight back, Leon was relentless. Whenever she tried to gain some distance, always shorten it and swing his sword at her. It had to be said. Evelyn was really good and agile. Despite being so relentless in his attacks, she was still able to dodge most of his attacks. For a mage, she knew how to move her body well. For the ones that she wasn't able to avoid, she'd use her hands, which were covered in miniature bolts of lightning. Tzzzz. Each time his sword came into contact with her hand, it'd sizzle, leaving scorch marks on it. Swoosh. Leon didn't mind it and continued to fight. He didn't know how much time had passed. He had long lost count. Not that it mattered. Currently, he only had one goal. That was, defeat Evelyn. Swoosh. Uke. An opening finally revealed itself. Stumbling back, Evelyn's left side was left wide open for Leon to exploit. He had just taken a step forward when his left leg suddenly felt heavy. It completely shattered his momentum, and Evelyn was able to gain some distance. Leon stood in silence for a moment. What the hell was that? Gritting his teeth, Leon looked at Evelyn and pursued. Swoosh. His sword once again came cleaving down on her. He had thought she'd dodge the attack, but rather, she didn't. With bolts of lightning gathering around the palm of her hand, she reached out to touch his sword. A glow formed on Leon's sword the moment she did that. The two sides were just about to make contact when, bar, thump, Leon felt the beat of his heart in his head, and he pressed his foot against the ground, pushing himself back in the process and distancing himself from Evelyn, who cleaved at the air. Standing on the opposite end, Leon's mouth opened but no words came out. Ha! Ha! Suddenly, he felt his breath grow heavy. It was almost as though he was tired. And yet, he knew that was impossible. How could he get tired from this much? What's going on? Why did he move back? He could also hear the voices of confusion coming from the crowd. Unfortunately, he had no time to think about them. Something's wrong. There was something clearly wrong with him. He just didn't know what it was. Cracker, cracker. Two bolts of lightning shot in his direction. Leon's pupils dilated the moment he caught a glimpse of them, and just as he prepared to raise his sword to block them, he found himself unable to. His hands. They were both shaking. What the? Uke. The lighting hit him squarely in the chest and he skidded back several meters back. Uke. His entire body started to spasm as a result of her attack. The pain was almost unbearable. Fortunately, it didn't last for long and he was able to recover from it. Looking up, he could see Evelyn gathering up another spell at a rapid speed, and instead of lunging at her, he distanced himself from her. What are you doing? What's going on? Why are you running away? The insults of the crowd started to reach him from above. Leon didn't know how to react. He agreed with them. And yet, currently, his body wasn't listening to him. Staring at Evelyn, he suddenly felt her image overlap with another and his entire body shuddered. He stood tall in the middle of the arena, where Evelyn once had been, with two hazel eyes looking down on him. He stared at him indifferently. Just standing before him felt suffocating. Why was he here? He unknowingly took a step back. Something sinister seemed to have taken control of his mind. It made it hard for him to think clearly. Unknowingly, his eyes started to dart around the space, almost in desperation. But why? Cracker. Two bolts of lightning headed his way. Leon tried his best to avoid the attacks, but his mind wasn't there. He could hardly think properly, and he pathetically jumped to the side, losing hold of the sword. Clank, clank, bouncing against the ground, the sword eventually stooped. Leon tried to get to his feet, but he never had the chance. Evelyn had appeared before him. She had a strange look on her face. Still, reaching out with her hand, she pressed her hand against his back, and Leon screamed. His entire body trembled and he eventually fell flat on the ground. Winner of the duel, Evelyn Janet Verlies. The winner was announced, and the entire arena fell deathly silent. To the shock of everyone present, he had lost. Fear? I turned to look at Delilah. It wasn't as though I didn't understand what her words implied, it was more like I just couldn't understand how it was possible. A couple of days had passed since we had our fight. How was it possible that he was still influenced by it, and to the point where lose? Not many can see it, but I can. Delilah started to speak while staring at Leon, who was getting helped by Evelyn, who looked just as confused as everyone around. She seemed to be saying something to him. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear exactly what the two were saying. At one point, he started to breathe heavier. His face turned pale, and his pupils dilated. That's a clear indication of fear. Since Evelyn is not an emotive mage, there's only one possible explanation. Delilah looked at me. She didn't need to say anything else, but I understood this. I sat back down in my seat and stared at my hands. In all honesty, I didn't know how to feel. I didn't feel bad about Leon losing. It shouldn't really affect him too. He was clearly strong, and while he might encounter some mockery, that was all there was to it. He also didn't really need to care about the guilds, since he was my knight. What I was surprised about was the extent to which my emotive magic had affected him. Is this the true power of emotive magic? I had always been hesitant to use such power. The main reason for this was that I was clearly not good enough at it. No, it's not just that. I also didn't know how to properly utilize it. My main focus had been elsewhere and I had somewhat neglected it. The reason why Leon was in this state was because of the first leaf, which was a concentration of the emotion that I had gone through. Still, at this very moment, I finally had a better idea of the extent to which emotive magic could affect someone. While I wasn't there yet, I knew that I would be able to reach a similar level to what was currently being displayed. It's a pity, Delilah murmured from the side when I turned to look at her. She had already stood up from the seat. The same was true for the other cadets. Since the match had ended, there was nothing else to see. Passing by me, Delilah quietly said, I also want to be good at emotive magic. Chapter 154, Exhibition 4. Pew. Laying down on a bench in the changing room, Leon let out a long breath. He felt mentally drained. It wasn't so much from the loss but from the reason behind the loss. It doesn't even make sense. A couple of days had passed. How could it still be affecting him? Clank. Just then, the room's door came to an abrupt open and Evelyn came in. Leon flinched at the sight of her. What are you doing? This is the male changing room. She didn't answer. Instead, she looked at him straight, almost as if she was trying to see right through him. Eventually, she spoke. Why? It was a simple question. All Evelyn wanted at the moment was an explanation. Better than this. Did you lose to me on purpose? I thought you were going to take the match seriously. Did you feel pity for me or something? Or is it's not that? Leon cut her off while groaning. The after effects of the fear spell were still lingering within him. For some reason, whenever he looked at her, all he see was Julienne's image. He kept overlapping with hers, and it was making it hard for him to keep his breathing stable. He had to take a deep breath to calm himself down somewhat. This is all an illusion. Though he said that, he still struggled to keep himself from believing his own words. That was just how powerful Julienne's spell had been. It's not that? Then what is it? Why did you lose like that? Lowering his head slightly, Leon closed his eyes to compose himself. Then, opening them back up again, he answered, I had a fight with Julian. Evelyn's expression froze. You had a fight with Julian? Her expression looked like that of someone who had a hard time figuring out what he had said. Wait, what? And then it hit her. Her eyes widened and she took a step back. You had a fight with Julian, she repeated. This time, her tone was louder, and the shock in her expression was visible for Leon to see. Immediately, she moved closer to him. Who won? What happened? Why did you suddenly fight? Are you saying that the reason that you lost to me is because of the fight with Julian? Was it yesterday that you fought with him? Questions flowed out of her mouth one after another. The speed at which the words left her mouth was so fast that Leon had a hard time keeping up with them. Which area did you get injured in? I knew that something was up. Did you get yourself checked by the do? It happened a few days ago. Leon cut her off, trying his best to stop her before it was too late. He was already feeling a headache. This was a side of Evelyn that she rarely showed to the outside, though she projected herself as someone aloof just like a wife. Unlike her, it was merely a facade. Her real personality was that of someone who talked too much. Ugh. Secretly groaning, Leon started to explain. It was on the day that he refused to fight me. I was the one who initiated the fight, and the two of us fought outside where nobody could see. And, Leon pursed his lips before shaking his head. I lost. What else could he say? He still felt bitter about it. You lost. Evelyn chewed over his words before sitting down next to him. How did he beat you? Did he use the same skill that he displayed in the midterms or no? Not that. Leon cut her off again. He thought back at the fight from a couple of days ago and his body shuddered. Then, raising his trembling arm, he met Evelyn's gaze. He won using emotive magic. He slowly squeezed his arm. As we speak, I'm still being consumed by it. With the fight coming to an end, the cadets started to go out of the arena grounds. The same was true for me. Munch, munch. Delilah stood by my side eating her bar. It was a sight that I started to grow used to by now. No, rather, isn't that your fifth one? Do you like the bars that much? Delilah stopped to look at me. Blinking her eyes, she alternated her gaze between me and the bar before narrowing her eyes and pulling the bar behind her back. It's finished. Finished? Clearly, there was still more than half of the bar left. What sort of nonsense? It took a moment for me to understand. When I did, I lost whatever words were about to come out. In the end, I clarified myself to her. I'm not after your bar. Oh, you should have said so. Her wariness disappeared and she started eating again. Munch, munch. I pursed my lips. Why do you like them so much? I had always been curious about this. Delilah seemed to have an abnormal addiction to the candy bars. It was almost as though she couldn't go without them. She also likes sugar, but there's something about the bars. I had tried bribing her with other means, but the bars were the ones that she truly couldn't stop eating. I just liked them. Delilah replied with a flat tone. She wasn't the type to say a lot of words. That much I understood from the amount of time that I had spent with her. So you just like the bars? Yeah? Then why can't you buy them yourself? I'm sure you have a lot of money. Delilah didn't reply immediately, sporting a small frown. She looked at the bar in her hand. It was halfway eaten. I have restrictions because I eat too many. I did recall Kiro undergoing a similar restriction with her cigarettes. Could it be that they had also done the same thing with her? But that didn't really make sense. She was the one beneath the zenith. Who in the world could possibly control her to this point? As if she could read my mind, Delilah spoke. Orson Rosenberg. Orson Rosenberg? The name, I knew. Of course. I knew. He was the head of Central and one of the most powerful people within the empire. At the same time, he was also Delilah's father. If it was him, then, your father? He's not my father. Delilah flatly rather quickly. Surprised, I looked down at her. He's not your father? But I was sure he was. From all the information that I knew, he was Delilah's father. It was hard not to know this piece of information considering that it was written in all books and the glaring last name she shared with him. I'm adopted. Adopted? Yes. When I was very young. I don't remember the age. I see. Things started to become clear now. I'm sorry to hear that. For what? Your real parents. I thought they weren't here since you said that you were a do. They're fine. Working. I thought about saying something else, but I stopped myself. It was pretty embarrassing of me to assume that her parents had died. I did hear about it before, but it seems to be the case now that I see her. There was a piece of information that I learned through the books that I read. Apparently, it was normal for noble families to take in talented children and adopt them from their parents in exchange for some compensation. That was what probably happened to Delilah. Here, Delilah extended her hand in my direction. I looked at her in confusion. We're about to leave. I don't want to get lost in the chaos. Okay. I held her hand. In that moment when my hand came into contact with hers, I had a sudden thought. A very dangerous thought. So dangerous that I felt my entire body shudder and my heart beat faster. What if I use my second leaf ability on her? Would it even be possible? In terms of power and knowledge, Delilah was in a class of her own. What would happen if I were to use the second leaf on her? Would I be able to integrate her memories into my mind and learn from them? Ah, shit. The moment the thought entered, it just wouldn't leave my mind. Greed had started to overtake my mind again. This is fucking insane. While I wasn't sure about it, what if she was able to detect what I was doing? How would she react? Would she kill me? No, but there's no better time than now. When would I ever get a chance like this again? Regarding the consequences, I felt like I could deal with them. If I played my cards right, I could appease her. Bar, thump, bar, thump. I started to hear the beat of my heart in my head. It drummed loudly, making it hard for me to remain focused. It just continued to beat faster, and faster, and faster, to the point where it was all I could think of. Do it. If you learn her memories, you'll be able to get stronger. Anything for power. Voices started to enter my mind. They kept whispering in my mind, tempting me at every word. I lowered my head to look at Delilah. My body tensed. Do it. Stop wasting time. I licked my lips. My left hand moved to scratch my right hand. Before I knew it, I had already pressed the leaf covered beneath the bandages I used to cover the tattoo. And then, nothing happened. I pressed it again. Yet again, nothing happened. Nothing? I tried for one last time. Yet again, nothing. Ooh. That was when my heart started to calm down and my body stopped producing adrenaline. I unknowingly sighed in relief. I guess I was more nervous than I thought. It didn't work, huh? It most likely had to do with our strength gap. 14-12. That was most likely the reasoning behind why the skill didn't work. I guess I found the first restriction of the skill. It didn't work on those that were extremely strong. Well, at least Delilah's level. What about those beneath the monarch rank? Would it work on them? It was a curious thought. Another thing, looking at Delilah, and seeing her happily eat her bar as if nothing had happened, I had another question in my mind. Judging from her reaction, she didn't feel anything. Is it possible that they don't know? No, they probably know. The only person I had used the skill on who was alive was Professor Bucklam. He seemed to be pretty aware of the fact that I had gone through his memories. Since it failed, Delilah probably didn't know. That was my conclusion. Okay, I see. I took mental notes of the information. At the same time, I reminded myself to experiment more with this skill. Since I was set on learning emotive magic better, this skill was extremely crucial. You can let go. Delilah's voice brought me out of my thoughts. Looking down, I finally let go of her hand. It wasn't a bad match. Delilah spoke while patting her hands. Then, glancing my way, she pinched her chin. You have strong emotive intensity but you lack control. Yes. This semester you should have him as your professor. I think you'll like his classes. Yet again, I was confused. However, before I could voice out my confusion, she had already disappeared. What the hell? Staring at the area where she had previously been, I didn't know how to react. Lack of control? Emotive magic has control? And who was she referring to by professor? We going to have emotive lessons next semester? There were many questions in my mind, and yet, no answer. Still, I stared at my hand and unwrapped the bandages slightly to see the 4-leaf clover. As expected, it's not glowing. The second leaf. That meant that the skill had been used. In that case, it really didn't work. Or did it? I ruffled my hair and wrapped the bandages back. There was no use thinking about it. I was going to find out sooner than later. Rather, there was something else that was bothering me. Placing my hand in my pocket, I felt something light and took it out. I stood in silence for a moment before lowering my head. Wrappers. Not 1, but 5. This gremlin-looking midge. Chapter 155, The Order of the Silver Seraphs. 1. In Haven, a semester generally lasted for about 6 months. At the end, the midterms would start and cadets would be assessed in 3 things: theory, group work, and individual evaluations. The first 2 had already been completed, but due to some complications that stemmed from the group examination, the individual evaluations had been held back. I wasn't even sure they were going to do the individual examination, but it didn't matter. It was safe to say that with the performances of the 2 examinations, I had managed to just barely clinch the top spot again. The progressive analysis evaluation served to help out a lot too. New terms mean that you will now have new classes and new professors. Standing before us was Professor Brett. She looked a little sad, but she didn't show it too much. Today was the last day of her class, and at the same time, it was also the day when it would be announced which guild we would be going to for the exchange. Holding onto a sheet of paper, Professor Brett leaned her head back to get a better look at the writing. So, frowning, she paused. Hey, I'll be damned. Her words aroused the curiosity of the cadets around. Just as someone was about to ask what was going on, she placed the paper down and spoke. I've got a list of the guilds that you will all be a part of. However, it doesn't seem like it will matter. You've all been called up for a rescue operation. A rescue operation? I tilted my head in confusion. There has been an incident in the mirror dimension. The guilds have lost track of a joint group from the 15 guilds who were sent on a mission. They are currently thinking of sending you and a few other guild members for the rescue operation. Her words were immediately met with the uproar of the cadets around. What? In the mirror dimension? How does this make sense? Why are we the ones doing this? I felt the same way as them. Wasn't the exchange meant to get people to know the guilds better? What was the point of sending us on a mission like this? Raising her hand to quiet the cadets down, Professor Brett went on to explain. Please don't worry. You can also say that this is going to be a test for you. In cooperation with the academy, you shouldn't be in any danger. Bullshit. I could already imagine that something was going to go wrong. It had also been a while since I received a quest. I was almost sure I was going to receive one soon enough. The thought was already making my head throb. The guilds will send powerful people alongside you. This is more to get you used to the mirror dimension and guilds operations than for the rescue mission. You won't necessarily have to do much. The only reason things are like this is because the situation came abruptly, and instead of cancelling the whole exchange, they decided to have you all participate and witness how guilds operate. Professor Brett lifted the paper up and waved it. Before you leave, you can check this paper to see which guild has selected you. Once we enter the mirror dimension, you can go to the respective guild who will brief you on the situation. It was hard to see what was written on the paper from where I was. Despite that, I was able to catch a glimpse of my name since it was at the very top. The Order of the Silver Seraphs. I paused and sorted through my memories. In the end, the name finally rang a bell. So it's them, the #1 guild within the Empire. They were the ones that had chosen me. As I said, since this will be a joint operation, once you go to your respective guilds in the safe zone, you'll be briefed on the situation before going on a joint mission with the other guilds for the rescue. In the end, you will all still be together. Isn't that nice? Despite her best attempts at trying to lift the mood up with her words, none of the cadets really seemed to buy it. There was clear nervousness in the room, and it was understandable. After all, this was our first true excursion within the mirror dimension. The lesson came to an end rather fast. With all thoughts on the upcoming mission, nobody was in the mood to talk. On the other hand, I was excited, not for the mission, but for another reason. The two parties have agreed to do a joint reward for you. It was finally time for me to receive my reward. Currently, I was sitting in the middle of a room with two people, Delilah and Atlas. Delilah was representing the Academy while Atlas was representing the Megrail family. I was surrounded by powerhouses. We talked about what you wanted before, and we've relayed your request to them. And it was rejected. Not like I didn't expect it. Still, I was disappointed by the result. The mirror crack is extremely valuable for the Empire. You are still far too young to have any rights to it. Listening to Atlas' explanation, I could only nod. He was right. I was indeed too young and too weak to have any rights to it. Probably, I was just being greedy. But it's not like it's impossible for you to get the rights to one. My hopes were quickly revitalized by his words. You mean, provide more contributions to the Empire, and show more promise, and there's a chance you might get selected. Currently, the mirror crack is being cleaned up by the members of the Empire. It will take a bit of time before it can be given away. He stopped there, but the meaning was clear. You have a few years to meet the requirements. And judging from the way he was looking at me, He also appeared to be on my side. It made sense. Considering that I was a member of the inverted sky, owning a mirror crack would be good for them too. I understand. Nodding, I shifted my attention towards Delilah. Sat in her seat in her usual form, she looked at me with an absent-minded look. Then, as if realizing I was looking at her, she blinked and focused her gaze on me. Dragon bone. It was just 2 words, but it was enough to make my heart jump. But before I could get excited, she poured cold water over me. I tried to get you that, but it was rejected. She did it on purpose, didn't she? Seeing the corner of her lips curl up slightly, I was more or less sure of my assumption. It was very subtle, but it was clear for me to see. This sugar addict, too weak to handle a bone of such strength. The Empire and the Academy feel the same on that matter, Delilah explained. I nodded. I see. If you had been tier 4, then you might have had a chance at receiving it. The dragon bone is quite rare, and while we don't know what abilities it contains, they will be strong. Don't be disheartened. Atlas interjected from the side. Had you consumed the bone with your current abilities, your mind would have exploded. Yes, mind exploded. The higher the rank of a bone, the greater the will inside. If you don't have strong mental resi, Atlas suddenly stopped speaking. His brows soon creased into a frown. Hold on, he mumbled under his breath. Delilah seemed to be doing the same thing. Blinking his eyes, he turned to look at Delilah, who looked back at him. After a while, he asked, "What did he get for his mental examination?" 8.23. Delilah replied in an instant, almost as though she had the answer already memorized beforehand. Atlas' expression turned grim. That high? Yes. His yellow pupils turned to face me. If that's the case, then this is actually possible. I felt uncomfortable under his gaze. For some strange reason, his gaze turned warmer and warmer with each time that I saw him. It's not like I've never heard of such a case before. For someone to have such high mental stability compared to their real skills. Pinching his chin, he fell into deep thought. Delilah, on the other hand, kept her expression fixed on me. From the way she was looking at me, it was as though she had expected such an outcome. There's never been a precedent where someone as young and of your tier got their hands to a terror rank bone. It's usually impossible, but if your mental strength is really that high, then it might actually work. Atlas suddenly stood up from his seat and looked at me. Let's put this meeting on hold. We were originally planning on rewarding you with something else, but things are different now. He turned to look at Delilah. We're of the same opinion, right? Yes. Good. Atlas turned to look at me. You're still lagging compared to your top peers. If not for your emotive magic, you'd probably be beneath them. I originally planned on helping you get closer to them with the reward, but things are different now. He paused to look at me with deep eyes. Perhaps, we might be able to get you to catch up to them. Such were his last words before he left the room. Clank. Silence enshrouded the room following his departure. Focusing my attention on Delilah, who leaned back on her chair, she tapped her finger over the armrest of the chair. The meaning behind her gaze was clear. Are you satisfied with your reward? To such gaze, I could only nod. Yes. The next day, after Atlas left the room, I also left. I was told that need some time to discuss if the matter was possible. Quite frankly, the idea of possibly receiving the dragon bone was exciting. However, I didn't get too excited. There was no guarantee that I would receive it. Furthermore, that was the least of my worries right now. Cadets, please line up. Standing before a familiar crack, I looked toward the instructor who stood by its side. I'm sure you've all been informed about the situation. The moment you enter the safe zone, delegates from the 15 guilds will call your names up and you will follow them into their area where you will be briefed on the situation. Teleporting from the academy to another area within the empire which was surrounded by trees, I took a look around me to see that the trees around the mirror crack were noticeably hollower, with many not having any leaves. The affected area was small, but it was clear enough for everyone to see. Please be careful. All of a sudden, the instructor's voice turned extremely serious, almost fearful. Unlike the area you've previously entered at the academy, the area you will now be entering is not a joke. You must enter with firm minds, and, he turned to look at the crack, his eyes shaking slightly. Don't let the voices get to you. Voices? Everyone looked at the instructor in confusion. However, before they could voice out their questions, He nudged everyone into the portal. Go in. You'll understand what I mean when you enter. Frowning, some cadets looked at him before stepping into the crack. I stared at their fading backs before similarly stepping forward and entering the crack. And just as I stepped through it, the voices came. Kill me. Kill me please. They rang loudly in my mind. Chapter 156, The Order of the Silver Seraphs. 2. Kill me. It hurts. Help me. It came from the sky. All of me hurts. The voices made their way into my mind like quiet whispers, their sound reminiscent of the hiss of a snake. There was more than one, and they talked over each other. It burns. I felt my skin crawl at the sound. Thankfully, it didn't affect me all too much. After a few seconds, I was able to drown out the voices in my head. I looked up. The air and ground were dry, while above, a grey sky loomed, punctuated by a distant glowing white orb. We stood near a wide rocky path, encircled by numerous guards. In the distance, the silhouette of a fortress emerged faintly into view. It was probably the Supplely station. It's been a while since I've been here. The mirror dimension. My head. What snapped me out of my thoughts was the sudden shout that came from behind me. When I turned around, I was stunned by what I was seeing. What's going on? It hurts. Holding onto their heads, some of the cadets knelt on the ground while others directly stumbled forward. When I looked, I could see that even Leon, Kira, Oif, Evelyn, and all the top-ranking cadets were facing similar issues. What's going on exactly? I was somewhat confused. While the voices were indeed annoying, that was all there was to it. I closed my eyes for a moment and allowed the voices to enter my mind once more. Save me. It hurts. I'm burning. The moment I let my guard down, the voices crawled into my mind like the gentle whispers of a snap, ringing loudly within my mind. I tried to focus on what the voices were saying, but I wasn't able to make much of it. It looks like they were in pain. My brows creased, and just faintly, I felt a slight sense of discomfort. But that was all. The discomfort was just that, a discomfort. It wasn't like with the other cadets who all appeared to be in deep pain. Welcome to the mirror dimension. A rough voice suddenly echoed. I pivoted to find a burly man, sporting a mustache and black hair, stationed just a few meters ahead. Clad in lightweight armor, his furrowed brows and intense brown gaze fixed squarely upon us. This right here is nothing like the area that you've encountered. We're now in the deeper parts of the mirror dimension, the yellow region. He paused to let his words in. The cadets were still struggling. So many were struggling to understand him. But I understood his words. The yellow region, huh? The zones within the mirror dimension ranged from black, yellow, orange, and red, with red being the most dangerous area. The yellow zone was the second easiest zone. Looking around, there was not much of a difference compared to the black zone besides the voices. Would things be even more different in the higher zones? The voices you hear in your head. We call them mirror tones. In certain areas, they become louder and more prevalent. They don't harm you physically, but the burly looked around before pointing his finger to his temple. They can fuck with your mind. His lips pulled into a smirk before he started to laugh. There are two ways to mitigate the voices. 1, you get used to them. 2, rummaging through his pocket, he pulled out a small necklace. You wear this. Dangling it before him, his gaze swept around before finally focusing on me. His expression changed slightly. You seem to be doing fine. It's a little annoying, but yes. Nodding slightly. His eyes narrowed. If you can resist this much, then you must have strong mental resilience. He looked and sounded impressed. Wait, now that I'm taking a closer look, you do look familiar. Inching closer, he pinched his chin before his eyes widened in realization. I know who you are. A smirk gradually pulled on his face. He then proceeded to toss me the necklace. You might find this interesting. Black star. I grabbed the necklace and took a look at it. What was this guy on about? Looking down, the necklace didn't look like anything special. Made out of metal, it had a simple black gem in the middle with bland borders. That was all. No fancy carvings or any of that sort of stuff. There was nothing impressive about this. It also didn't weigh much. It felt rather light in my hand. This is a relic that we use to deal with the voices. The man replied as he gently touched his mustache. Oh, looking at the expression he was making, I could guess that there was more to it. It's also the best counter for emotive mages. I finished the sentence for him. His face immediately twitched as I did so. He looked constipated. He probably expected me to act all surprised and stuff. It wasn't so much that his expression gave it away, but it was more like it was easy to figure out. Since you previously said it deals with the voices, which are correlated to mental stability, it's safe to assume that it works to counter emotive magic, right? It really did look like he was constipated now. Ignoring him, I put on the necklace, and the moment I did, I felt a wave of relief wash over my body. The voices that were lingering at the back of my mind vanished just like that. Not bad. But also not good. In a way, the necklace suggested that there were devices that could be used to counter emotive magic. I needed to be careful of those. I wonder how effective they are. They were probably effective to some extent. However, considering how people still feared emotive mages, it could be said that they couldn't stop their emotions from being influenced fully. TSK. The man clicked his tongue before moving back. He seemed to have lost all interest in me. He then looked around before he started to help the other cadets by handing them the necklace. Wear this. If you wear this, you'll be able to stop the voices. Some of the stronger cadets were able to walk up to him to receive the necklace while others struggled to do so. In the end, it took over 10 minutes to get everyone to wear the necklaces. By the time it was all said and done, we were lined up before the man. Good. It looks like everyone is okay. Massaging his hands, his gaze fell on us. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mikhail Morland, Supply Station A876's Overseer. I'm here to give you a brief rundown of the situation before sending you off toward the Supply Station, where you'll find the clans in charge of taking care of you. He went on to ramble for the next hour or so. He was talking so much that halfway through his speech I had started to get bored. In general, his words could be summarized as: don't venture outside of the supply station. Terror-ranked monsters run rampant outside of the station walls. That seemed obvious. The necklaces have to be swapped every day. Interesting. So there were drawbacks. There are shops within the supply station. When there's time, we can check them out. And that's if we have permission from the guilds we are in. Fuck that. I'm poor. The rescue mission will start in 2 days. That was all, I think. There was a little more, but it wasn't anything important. Something about the bathrooms, and so on. That's enough from me, then. Mikhail nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, taking one last look at us, he turned his body and led us into the supply station. Follow me. I was just about to follow when someone tugged at my clothes. Turning around, 2 ruby-eyed eyes appeared a few inches away from my face. Behind her were a few figures I recognized, namely, Josephine, Luxon, and Anders. My previous group. I glanced at them for a moment before turning my attention back to Kira, who called for me. Oi, you. I have a name. I know. What? Why do you look so pissy about it? No, never mind. That's how you usually look. What are you talking about? Josephine interrupted all of a sudden. All eyes fell on her. This bitch. What are you talking about? Blinking her eyes, Josephine looked around. What do you mean, what am I talking about? What are you talking about? Makes sense for once. Josephine turned to look at Anders and Luxon before pointing at my face. You two, tell me something. Does this face look like that of someone who is pissed? No. The two shook their head in confusion. At that, Josephine turned to face Kira. See what? Kira frowned. Then, turning to face me, she cocked her head. It's obvious he's pissy about it. Whenever he's pissed, his left brow twitched, and his nose wrinkles. It's fucking obvious. What? You guys didn't notice? No. Why woo? Whenever he's happy, it's also obvious. First, he isn't as blunt as he usually is. Secondly, his brows are usually raised a little higher than normal. What? You seriously didn't notice that? Kira asked, looking at the others as though they were stupid. The only problem was, I do that? Even I didn't know. And here I thought I was doing a good job at keeping myself from showing any expressions. Clearly, I wasn't doing as good of a job as I thought I was doing. Anyways, Ira focused her attention back on me. Did you not hear the guy? I snapped out of it. About. After we're done with the briefing from our guilds, he said that if we want to travel the supplely station we need to do so in groups of at least 4. Since I don't, Ira's lip twitched. She looked to be struggling to finish her own sentence. So, like, I could more or less guess what she was trying to say. I don't have any friends. Ira's expression crumbled. I think we've already fine. I cut her off before she could go on rant. Perhaps taken aback by my agreement, Ira didn't know how to react. I looked at the others before feeling the ends of my lips curl. I don't mind spending some time with my sidekicks. The expressions of everyone present changed. Especially Ira, who took a deep breath and smiled at me. It was a sweet smile. Funny. So she said. But for some reason, her eyes seemed fixed on my neck. I unconsciously brought my hand up to massage it. Her gaze, it felt uncomfortable. I nodded before turning away. Thank you. For some reason, I didn't feel safe. Chapter 157. The Order of the Silver Seraphs. 3. 157. The Order of the Silver Seraphs. 3. There were slight resemblances between Elna and the supplely station. Enclosed by large walls, the city lay hidden behind it. If it could even be considered a city. Unlike Elna, there was no real freedom to go out. There was also no greenery, and the general atmosphere felt gloomy. It's hot. It also felt rather stuffy. The air was dry, making it hard to breathe properly. It was also hot. And while it wasn't scorching hot, it was the type of hot that would make one feel extremely uncomfortable. It felt rather suffocating, especially since each breath was accompanied by a slight pain at the back of the throat. I suddenly started to feel nauseous. That feeling, it reminded me of something that I despised. I was just barely able to suppress myself by taking a deep breath. At the entrance of the supplely station, there was no gate to be seen. Instead, the walls seemed to be constructed from a dense black material. Taking a closer look, I was able to discern deep claw marks and scratches etched across the surface. They covered the entire surface, with some scratches being deeper than others. Holy, are those from the monsters? The cadets were naturally curious. I was also curious. Stopping by the entrance of the supplely station, which was just a door, the burly man turned around and tapped onto the hard material of the walls. Tack. The walls over here are made out of Carmium. If you know what it is, then you must also know just how tough and dense it is. Carmium. I had an idea of what it was. It was a type of concrete used in this world that was extremely durable and was even tougher than diamond due to the fact that it could absorb mana and use it to reinforce itself. From what I had learned, it wasn't an easy material to create. It was also very expensive. So telling me they were using such precious materials for the walls of a supplely station? And yet, it also looked like it could just barely keep up with the monsters lurking around. It made me wonder just what type of materials were used for the bigger supply stations. Clank. Unlocking the door that led to the supplely station, 2 guards greeted us. They wore light armor and did a small check on every cadet that passed before we were led to a dark and narrow corridor which took us several minutes to cross. The fact that the corridor took several minutes showed just how thick the walls were. It also made me realize just how much money had been poured out just to build one supply station. The burly man eventually came to a stop in front of another door. We're here. He turned to face us, with his eyes scanning every cadet present. He made sure to give us one final rundown of the situation. There are 3 zones within the supplely station. The Sorrowvale sector. That's the area that you need to go to and where the guild stations are located. The Dickercore sector. That's where the leisure area is located. You'll find restaurants and shops there. And lastly, the Ruin Reach zone. That's where the armory and supplies are located. Pressing his hand against the door, he looked at us once again before finally opening the door, granting light to enter our eyes again. Coming. My eyes squinted slightly. The sudden surge of light felt somewhat uncomfortable. To the point where I started to feel lightheaded. The sides of my cheeks started to tingle, and so did my ankles. The sensation didn't last for long. It was very brief. This environment, passing through the door, The sight that greeted me was one that I wasn't quite sure how to describe. It's definitely different compared to the Supplely station located near the academy. Unlike the Supplely station at Haven, the Supplely station here looked like a proper town. However, what I was most surprised about was the infrastructure. It looked Gothic, like a Victorian-era Britain. Worn cobblestone streets lined up the paths, with gas lamps casting flickering shadows on cobblestone paths. Wooden benches lined up alongside the path, while the infrastructure stood tall with their spirals pointing towards the grey sky. The streets were far from empty, with people wearing worn-out armours walking around and stopping to take a look at us. It looks similar to the Victorian era, but not quite. There were subtle differences, but they were a lot less subtle compared to the similarities. This is where our paths will diverge. McKeel, the burly man, spoke, staring at us before shifting his attention towards his pocket watch. He went on to say, "You should already know what to do from this point forward. The Sorrowvale sector is located at the heart of the Supplely station. Follow the path, and you'll be able to find where you need to go. You won't be able to miss the guild posts even if you want to." That was the last thing he said before finally parting ways with us. The moment he left, the area around me became rowdy as the cadets started to talk with one another. I stood on the spot for a few seconds before turning my head and meeting Ira's gaze. I could more or less tell what she wanted and I nodded my head. "You find me after you're done." "Why do I have to find you? Weren't you the one who wanted to roam?" "I can also rest. Tsk. Fine." She clicked back before leaving. The same was true for the other cadets who all eventually left. By the end, I was the only one left. No, not quite. There was still someone else. "What are you waiting for?" "You." There was still Leon. He was looking at me with a complicated look. "You know why I lost, right?" "I do." It was Delilah who had made it clear to me. Leon didn't speak at first. But then, he pulled out the necklace from beneath his shirt. "This is supposed to help with emotive mages. That's what we've been told." "Yeah, so." Leon clenched the gem in his hand as his hand started to tremble. "It's not working." He looked at me with a bitter look. I'm still struggling to think straight. Every second I see shadows in the corner of my eyes, and I haven't had a proper sleep since my fight with Evelyn. I thought things would get better, but they haven't. "What have you done to me?" I didn't really know how to respond to that. It wasn't like I could tell him that what he was experiencing was merely a fraction of the fear I had experienced in the illusion where he had killed me over and over again. Just like him, I was also still affected by it. However, I was able to handle it a lot better than him because of my mental resistance, which didn't just come from me, but the many entities within me. All their experiences, traumas. I had relieved many of them. For that reason, my mental strength was a lot stronger than it was before. "It'll eventually get better." Those were the only words that I could tell him. I didn't know how to remove the effects, and so he could only live with the fear. At least, for now. Take it as a form of training. I was sure things were going to get better in the future. Leon stared at me before shaking his head. "What guild selected you?" Leon asked, trying to shift the topic. He probably was trying to distract his mind from the fear. "The Order of the Silver Seraphs." Leon frowned at the answer. Surprised by his reaction, I was just about to ask him what was going on when he beat me to it and spoke before me. "They're not a bad guild. They've ranked first last year." "Yes, I'm aware. They're a guild that values skill over anything else. I've also heard that they don't tolerate any mistakes." "You might be a cadet, but there's a chance they might kick you out of the squad if you do something that ticks them off. Your best bet is to follow their orders appropriately." That sounded like a really strict guild. But I was curious about something. "How do you know?" "Well," Leon scratched the back of his head and made a difficult face. "I thought I was going to be selected by them, so I did a lot of research." I was starting to feel a little sorry. But as if he could read his mind, Leon waved his hand in front of me. "Don't feel sorry for me." "Why?" "I'm not on good terms with one of their senior members." This was the first time that I heard of this. "I had a small conflict with one of their sons." "No, I started to get a bad feeling about this, especially when I noticed a subtle smile creeping up on Leon's face. I ended up breaking a couple of their bones. It's been a few months since it happened. He placed his hand over my shoulder and looked me straight in the eyes. I looked at him too, but for some reason, I felt that my face was about to crumble, especially since it looked like he was enjoying this. "I'm sorry," he whispered slowly. "Since I'm your knight and all, you might get implicated." He didn't look sorry at all. "I'm truly sorry for that." "I see." I covered my mouth as my eyes wandered to his neck. All of a sudden, I finally realized it. The reason for Kira's gaze. So this is why she was looking at my neck. Indeed, it looked very stranglable. My mood was at rock bottom. How could I be in a good mood after I heard Leon's words? This fucker, he had purposely not told me until the end. It was out of spite. It had to be. "Stop." A loud voice stopped me in my tracks. Looking up, a young man with golden hair stood a few meters away from me. Behind him was a large towering silver building with intricate design which was unfitting of the gothic vibe surrounding the Supple station. "Are you one of the cadets that is supposed to join the operation?" "Yes." "Do you have any identification?" "I do." I handed him a small piece of paper that I had received beforehand. Taking it, the guard checked it before stepping to the side and granting me entrance. I glanced at him for a few seconds before finally stepping into the building. Coming into the building, I stopped for a second. It was neat, extremely neat. In a predominantly white setting, my eyes were met by a red carpet stretching toward a marble desk. Flanking the area were planters, while the pillars in the hall displayed engravings of a large shield with two swords clashing. Looking around, my gaze eventually fell on a few familiar figures. In particular, Luke's and Evelyn. As expected, she's here. It made sense considering that she had beaten Leon. They were currently talking to a young man wearing a similar silver armor to the guard station outside. As if noticing my presence, everyone turned to look at me. "Ah, you must be the final participant." The man greeted me with a warm smile. Short black hair, deep green eyes, and a well-tanned body. He looked amiable at a glance, and I thought so too. However, just as I was about to greet him, the world around me froze. So did my voice and my body. Before I could understand what was going on, everything turned dark. And that was when I finally understood. I was experiencing a vision. Chapter 158, Tree of Ebon Dawn, 1. The silence was absolute. I heard nothing, not even a whisper of wind. The world was dark. I couldn't see a thing. The world was silent and dark. No, I did hear something. Bar, thump, bar, thump. It was the very sound of my heartbeat. It echoed in my ears, louder than ever. So did the sound of my breath. Ha, ha. Each breath felt amplified, almost intrusive. The stillness wrapped around me like a heavy blanket. I felt disconnected from everything. What's going on? My senses strained, seeking any hint of sound. The silence pressed down, making me hyper-aware of my own existence. From the beat of my heart to my very own thoughts. It felt incredibly eerie. Ha. My breath continued to echo in the darkness. I couldn't move my body at all. I was simply stuck in the darkness. But the darkness didn't last for long. Gradually, I realized it was dark because my eyelids were closed. Light immediately entered my eyes the moment my eyelids came to an open. It had all been done without my consent. Currently, I was in no control of my body. I was merely a spectator. Ha. I still felt everything that my body felt. Like the burning pain that came from the opening of the eyes, it took a moment for it to adjust. When it did, I felt my expression freeze. Ha. My breath grew heavier and faster. So did the beat of my heart. My body thrashed around, but it refused to move. It was stuck. Paralyzed. Eek. And so was my voice. It just refused to leave. All that came out were suffocating sounds. But it wasn't like it mattered. Staring at the scene that was ahead of me, I didn't know how to react. It was as if the very air had been sucked out of me. I could see the town. It was beneath me. Glancing around, blood-red leaves appeared to surround the entire town. That was when I came to a realization. I was in a tree. A massive tree that seemed to cover the entire town. When did it I was glued to it in a T-shape. I wasn't the only one stuck to it. Looking around, I could see thousands of different people attached to the bark of the tree. However, unlike me, they seemed to have fused with it. Their bodies had long turned into the same ebony shade of the tree, with their hands outstretched in desperation. Their legs were no longer visible, swallowed entirely by the sturdy trunk, while their torso emerged from the wood, contorted and twisted. I could see the look of terror and desperation on their mummified faces. 1, 2, 3. There were too many to count. And, eek. The reasoning behind my situation became clear. Eek. I too was undergoing the same situation as them. Eek. My body violently thrashed, but it refused to move. Eek. It screamed, but no voice came out. Ha. Eek. The desperation was clear for me to feel. My body continued to fight in desperation. This went on for the next few minutes until it eventually ran out of energy. Yuck. My head dropped, and a weird squelching sound echoed in my ears. Squench. A weird tickling sensation ran past every corner of my body, creeping up all the way to my cheeks. I felt my skin crawl at the sensation. It was as if a spider was walking over my face. I let out a low cry, but it was no use. The sound continued, and my body started to grow stiff to the point where it was impossible to move anymore. I was helpless. Desperation crept up from the deepest parts of me. The tickling sensation reached my ears, tingling the insides of them. From the corner of my eyes, I was able to catch a glimpse of several wooden tentacles that were making their way up my cheeks. It tickled, and my body grew tense. Wrapping around my face, they clung to my mouth and eyes, pulling them back. It started to hurt. Eek. To the point where I found my voice again. At that point, I lost all control of my body. With widened eyes, the last thing that I caught a glimpse of was the town beneath and the thousands of people stuck in the massive tree. The world turned dark shortly after that. Cadet. When I came to, I was greeted by the sight of multiple gazes directed at me. I shuddered at the sight of them. Ha. Unknowingly, my breath had grown heavy and my back was drenched. I could hardly feel my legs. It was as if they were made out of jelly. Looking around, the world didn't seem real. The noise was toned down, and everything appeared to be blurred. Cadet. It was a loud voice that broke me out of it. Is there something up with you? Blinking, I saw the man from before standing before me. He was probably the man in charge of our group. I'm fine. I tried to play it cool, but I could hardly focus at all. I was still shuddering from the experience, and a fear I had only felt from the time I had met the faceless man seemed to take hold of my body. Fine? You don't look fine. It's okay. The man looked at me with his green eyes, and I looked up to match his gaze. We stood like that for several seconds before he eventually relented. All right. He was the first one to give in. Turning around, he faced the other cadets who were all looking at me, especially Evelyn. Her gaze seemed a little intense. I met her gaze for a moment before something flashed before my eyes. A familiar window that I hadn't seen in a while. Main quest activated. Tree of Ebon Dawn. Character progression plus 401%, game progression plus 13%, failure Calamity 1 plus 23%, Calamity 2 plus 17%, Calamity 3 plus 19%. The quest had finally come. Staring at the numbers, I swallowed. Character progression 401%. I was currently level 26. If I were to complete this quest, I'd be able to finally reach tier 3. The idea felt exciting, but at the same time, recalling the vision, that excitement vanished. All I felt was a deep sense of helplessness. How am I even supposed to stop that? The only thing I knew about the situation was that a tree was going to sprout in the middle of the town, entrapping everyone within its bark. From the vision, it also looked like it was going to be my fate. Letting out a breath to calm myself down, my chest trembled. The lingering remnants of the emotions I felt in my vision started to disappear and clarity started to return to my body. But even as that happened, the sense of despair never left me. Closing my eyes for a moment, I looked at the quest window again. Tree of Ebon Dawn, that's right. There was my clue. I needed to figure out what the tree was. But before that, Please follow me. I will give you a rundown of the guild. I needed to complete this first. Your role within the rescue mission is just to carry the supplies. You are yet strong enough to actually be of help to any of us. The reason why we've chosen to bring you with us is so that you can get a first-hand look at how guilds operate. Leon quietly stood while listening to the guild delegate speak. Mystic Veil Order ranked top 8 in the guilds. Leon was chosen by them because of his poor performance. His stock had fallen all the way down to the rank 8 guild. It didn't make much of a difference to him. He had never been planning on joining a guild in the first place. After all, he was already a knight who was serving under the Avenue's household. There was no need for him to join a guild. In fact, if he were to join a guild, then it'd be a guild that Julian joined. For the next couple of days or so, I will be in charge of training you for the rescue mission. There are a lot of things that cadets need to learn before coming out of the supplely zone. The mirror dimension is a far crueler world than you think. Walking around, the delegate eventually led them towards a large room. Within the room were over 100 skin-tight suits with a small opening in the middle. You are safe now because we're in the supplely station and all the radiation has been taken care of in the nearby area. However, the delegate looked around with a serious expression. The same can't be said for the other areas within the mirror dimension where the radiation is incredibly high. These suits right here are to help you protect against radiation. Before we go out on the rescue mission, you will all have to wear these. Squinting slightly, Leon looked at the suits. Extending his hand, he touched one of the suits. It was smooth to the touch, and the fabric looked extremely thin. It doesn't look comfortable. Rather, it looked extremely tight. He was just about to let go when his entire body tingled. It was a sensation that he had grown all too familiar with. His instincts, they were acting up. The hair at the back of his neck stood. His expression crumbled as he lowered his head to look at his hand. Yet again, it was trembling. This again. How long was it going to take for the fear to finally disappear? It had been almost a week since the fight with Julian, and yet, he was still suffering from the side effects of his emotive skills. It left him helpless. Gripping onto the necklace he was wearing, he sighed. Looks like I need to get a better version of this. If only he knew where to get it. The back of his mind tingled again. Frowning, Leon noticed that his hands wouldn't stop shaking. What in there? For a moment, it looked as though the side effects of Julian's skill had started to worsen. But it was also at this moment that Leon noticed something. The fear. It wasn't coming from Julian's emotive skill. There was something else triggering it. But what exactly? What exactly could be triggering his instincts like this? Leon's head flicked around the room, ignoring the delegate who was still talking. His gaze settled over a certain area of the room. The tingling at the back of his head intensified. There, it's coming from here. Making sure to be subtle about it, Leon walked toward the area where he felt the sensation. At a glance, it was just a wardrobe filled with suits. However, walking closer to it, Leon came to a stop. In silence, he lowered his head before pushing the suits to the side. It was then that he saw it, a black root sprouting up from beneath the ground. Chapter 159, Tree of Ebb and Dawn, 2. For the next hour or so, the delegate guided us around the guild station. The insides of the building were rather impressive. With well-polished floors and neatly arranged furniture, it looked somewhat modern. It was mainly due to the minimalistic design that dominated the surroundings. Stopping inside a large white room, filled with countless wardrobes that were filled with the same-looking suits, the delegate turned to face us while pointing at them. The suits right here are what you will be using for when you go out of the supplely station. The radiation. He went on to explain about them, from their usage, and the necessary steps that needed to be taken to wear them. Unfortunately, I was not able to focus on anything that he was saying, nor my surroundings. Tree of Ebb and Dawn. 3 words continuously rang in my mind, over and over again. For some strange reason, I couldn't stop thinking about them. I believe I've said everything. If there are any questions that you have, you can ask me now. I have a question. To the point where I found myself raising my hand at the end of the tour. Oh, you've been rather quiet since the start. If you have anything to ask me, Please feel free to do so. I swallowed before nodding. Is there a library by any chance? A library? The delegate looked at me confused. I went on to explain. I would like to do some research about the surrounding monsters, and my surroundings. It's so that I can be more prepared for the rescue mission. Realization finally dawned on the delegate, who nodded his head. Yes, there's a library. Just as I was about to get my hopes up, he poured cold water over me. But it's only accessible to guild members. While you are technically with us, not considered a guild member. There's a lot of sensitive information that we can't share or have leaked. Though subtle about it, the meaning behind his words was clear. We don't want to leak some of the information to the other guilds. I see. It wasn't as though I was disappointed. I somewhat expected it, especially from the little things that I had managed to catch a glimpse of regarding the guild. They were extremely uptight. There's no need to worry, though. All the information that you are seeking will be taught to you in the coming days. From monsters to the surrounding areas, we will teach you everything. The man looked at me. But if you're looking for independent search, then there's a library not far from here. You won't find the most optimal information, but it's still a very big library with a lot of information. I understand. Thank you. I could only thank him and leave things there. Since there was no way for me to enter the library of the guild, I could only opt to go to the public library. Well, then, clapping. The man smiled. It was a very nice tour. I hope that you all have learned a lot. It appeared as though it was time for the orientation to end. Good. It served well for me. The raid trip is scheduled to be in a few days, so in the meantime we will train you to be prepared for what is to come. The schedule will be handed to you later. And oh, right. Rummaging through his pocket, he took out several keys. These are your residence keys. The rooms are already equipped with the necessary tools for an enjoyable stay. He smiled. Enjoy your time off. This will be the last day of freedom before training begins. For some reason, his speech slurred by the end, but considering the environment we were in, I attributed it to it. There were a couple of times when I found it hard to focus in the past hour. It was as if my mind blanked all of a sudden. It was only for quick and short bursts, but it was there. This damn environment. All right, have fun. I'll be seeing you tomorrow morning. Make sure to be there on time. Highly value discipline in our guild. With those words, he left. Standing in the suit room, the cadets all exchanged looks. I too looked around, meeting eyes with Evelyn, who opened her mouth but closed it shortly after. From her mannerisms, it looked like she wanted to strike up a conversation with me. She really did seem to be trying. However, see you. That was all she could muster up before leaving. Staring at her departing back, or more precisely, her waving purple hair, I didn't know how to feel. I had been given a brief rundown of the situation from Leon. It wasn't much, but it was enough. And in the end, I knew that she had lingering feelings about the previous Julian. She seemed pained every time she looked at me. Her gaze, it was somewhat burdensome. Sighing slightly, I walked up to Luxon, who appeared to be waiting for me at the entrance of the room. He greeted me with a nod before speaking. Our orientation took quite a while. The others should already be at the reception. Yeah, we had made an appointment beforehand. From what we had been told by the professors, we needed to navigate in groups of 4 around the Supple station. As expected, coming down to the reception room, they were all seated on the waiting room sofas. Of the 3 people who sat on the sofa, Kira naturally stood out. With her long flowing silver hair and red eyes, it was hard to miss her. Sat with her arms crossed, she finally took note of our appearance and clicked her tongue. Took you guys long enough. Sorry, we've been held up by our delegate. He was very thorough with his explanations. So Luxon said. Unfortunately, I hadn't paid much attention to know. Well, fine. Kira and the others stood up from their seats. Let's go. We don't have much time. Stretching her body, she looked back at me and Luxon before leaving for the entrance. Hey, wait up. Going too fast. Josephine followed her from behind, and so did Anders. Luxon followed shortly after, leaving me standing in the reception for a little while. My mind felt blank. What was it again? I blinked before shaking my head. Right. I looked up towards the entrance. The others were there. Massaging my forehead, I picked up my pace and strode out of the building. While the Supple station wasn't big, it didn't necessarily feel small. Walking around the cobblestone streets, people stepped out of our way. There was a jovial mood surrounding the city streets. It burst with life as music played in the background, only disrupted by the loud laughter of drunken old men who shared a few drinks in the open bars. Looking around, everything looked good. And yet, every time my gaze would cross over the surroundings, my stomach would churn. I'd be constantly reminded of the vision. It felt vivid in my mind, so vivid. Squench, squench, to the point where I could hear the familiar sound. It tickled my ears, sending shivers down my spine. Julian. Every hair on my body stood on end. It felt as if something was crawling over my face, and I suddenly struggled to breathe. Julian. I only snapped out of it when I heard Kira's voice. Looking up, I saw that her face was merely a few inches away from mine. Before I could do anything, she pressed her hand against my head. It's burning. Burning? Taking her hand away, she took a small handkerchief to wipe her hand. Looking around to meet the others' gazes, she was about to say something when I stopped her. I'm fine. What? Ha, ha. Pinching my forehead, I tried to calm my uneven breath. The sensations started to disappear from my mind and clarity returned to my mind. I'm fine, I repeated again, wiping away at my forehead which had grown sweaty for some reason. You don't look fine. I didn't sleep much. I trained until morning. That excuse seemed to work. The moment I looked up, the expressions of everyone present changed. The way they looked at me, it was one of disgust. Josephine was the first one to speak. You know, I'd normally not believe someone if they said that. But coming from you, I can see it. The others nodded alongside her. Goosebumps. Holding onto her arms, she rubbed them up and down. I still feel goosebumps thinking about the time before the midterms. I frowned. It wasn't that bad. Oh, yeah? This explains it. As if my words seemed to have convinced her, Josephine continued to nod. Yup, he's definitely just overworked. No sane person would think what he made us go through as not bad. She glared at me. No one. I didn't know how to answer that. Looking around, my gaze eventually fell on Kira, who appeared abnormally quiet. Staring into her crimsoned eyes, my face twitched again. A red leaf floated in my vision. It blanketed the land beneath. I lost my breath for a moment. This time, however, I was quick to regain it. You should rest, Kira said after a while. Looking back, she ruffled her hair and yawned. I guess I'm also tired. We might as well cancel the trip. Wah. Kira covered Josephine's mouth just as she was about to speak. Shut up. Quiet. Fuck. Are you licking me? Kira. So salty. Shit. I'll kill you. In the end, the situation ended like it usually did with the two of them. The plans were cancelled, and we all decided to take a rest. Or at least, that was how it was supposed to be, but even as the others left, I could only recall and think of the vision. For some strange reason, it continued to haunt me. Taking a look around me and seeing the jovial mood in the air, I felt a strange sense of despair crawling from the deepest parts of the station. It was there, but I couldn't see it. Level 2. Fear. EXP plus 0.07%. But why? I have to go. While the rules explicitly said that cadets had to travel in groups of 4, it didn't mean that going alone was impossible. It wasn't allowed, but not impossible. Looking around, I decided to walk into the crowd, carefully blending in with them. Squinting my eyes, I navigated the cobblestone streets. I walked for about 5 minutes before coming to a stop in front of a tall building. The windows allowed one to see the numerous books displayed within, and that was when I knew I had reached my destination. Taking a deep breath, I reached out for the door when another hand reached out for it. I stopped and so did the hand. Turning around, 2 grey eyes stared back at me. The two of us stood staring at each other for a few seconds before Leon finally spoke, his voice unusually high. By any chance? He clung to the necklace on his neck. Did you use your spell on me again? Chapter 160, Tree of Ebondawn, 3, What is this? The moment Leon found the root, he felt a weird sensation. He wasn't sure how to explain it, but his body started to tremble for a brief moment. What? Holding onto his trembling arm, he took a step back. Cadet. His actions may have startled those around him as the delegate from the guild called for him. Is there something wrong? Leon flinched, and he looked back. The delegate was staring at him with a confused expression. Is everything okay? And why are you here? It's just as Leon turned his head to point at the root. His heart dropped. That was because, where is it? The root.com. It was gone. His body started to tingle all over. The back of his hair stood on end, and his breathing stopped. His instincts screamed, Cadet. Coming out of it, the delegate was now standing in front of him. He looked annoyed. Are you perhaps getting bored of my explanations? No, You sure do look bored. Leon held his words back. I'm sorry. In the end, the situation calmed down after he got a warning from the guild delegate. From that point on, the delegate kept an eye on him, but Leon didn't act rashly from that point and listened to all the explanations carefully. From time to time, however, he would fall back into his own thoughts, thinking about the root.com. Was I just imagining things? There was something unsettling about it that he couldn't quite explain. It made his heart quicken slightly, but at the same time, it also appeared to have been a hallucination. Clinging to the necklace on his neck, Leon clenched his teeth. Am I still being consumed by fear? Every time he felt like he was able to rid himself of its influence, it would come back stronger than before. Now being the perfect example. Taking a deep breath, Leon forced himself to calm down. I need to calm down. There was something clearly wrong with him. Unlike before, it felt sinister. The only clue he had was the root. While he wasn't sure whether it had been a hallucination or not, it was the only clue he could go on with. It was black, with tiny red threads within the bark. The image was imprinted in his mind, and the moment the delegate finished his orientation, Leon slipped out and headed for the library. While going alone wasn't allowed, Leon couldn't care for such rules. With each step he took, he felt his breath grow heavier and heavier. When he did reach the library, the back of his shirt was soaked in sweat. Reaching out for the door, another hand met his and he stopped to look at the hand's owner. A pair of hazel eyes met his gaze then, and Leon swallowed. Staring at him, who looked as indifferent as he always did, Leon licked his parched lips before speaking. By any chance, please, did you use your spell on me again? Tell me yes. Listening to Leon's question, I frowned. Use my spell on him again? Why would he? I stopped and took a closer look at him. Pale face, sweat from the side of his face, dilated pupils, and though he tried to hide it, his breath appeared heavy. My brows raised at the sight. No, I didn't. I see. He looked disappointed by my answer and reached to enter the door. But I stopped him. What? By any chance? I squinted my eyes. Did you notice anything abnormal? What do you mean? You look like you've seen a ghost. Be honest with me. Yes. Leon nodded after a few seconds of contemplation. I stared into his eyes before opening the doors and entering the library. Let's go inside for now, okay? The library was silent. It was how they typically were, but coupled with the flickering of the lights that dimly lit the surroundings, it cast a rather gloomy aura around it. There was also hardly anyone in the library. Besides Leon and I, there were only a few other people. Finding my seat on one of the tables, I looked at the candle station on our table. It was on its last leg with most of the wax already consumed. Looking around, the same was true for the candles on the other tables. I shrugged and focused my attention back on Leon. You start first. What did you notice? A root. Leon talked, forcing himself to calm his breath. It was dark, with fine miniature red threads embedded within it. I'm not sure, but the moment I saw it, I felt a strange sensation all over my body. I only managed to catch a glimpse of it for a short moment before it disappeared. It was almost as if it had never been there in the first place. That's why I was wondering if you had cast your spell on me again. But since you said that you didn't do anything, I guess I'm just going crazy. Listening to Leon's words, I eventually closed my eyes. He looked shaken. That was the first time I had ever seen him like this. Not that I could blame him. Not crazy. Opening my eyes, I looked straight into his eyes. I also saw something similar. Tree of Ebon. I muttered the only clue that I had. Do you know anything about it? Tree of Ebon. Leon frowned, feeling into thought before shaking his head. No, I don't. I believe that's the source of the root. The quest at least hinted at it. Is this why you are also in the library? Yes. I nodded and looked around. Since it looks like we're looking for the same thing, why don't we look for clues together? Okay. Leon similarly looked around. The library was vast. There were over 1,000 different books. It was going to take a long time for us to get the information that we wanted. But at least we had a clue. And we weren't working alone. 2 brains were better than 1. Tree of Ebon. Leon muttered to himself before standing up. It should be in the botanical section. Most likely. Should we look there? You do that. What about you? Me? I turned my head to look in a different direction. Monster classification. I'll check that area out. Monster classification? Yes. Why? It might also be a monster. You never know. That's true. Okay, let's do that. As such, we came to an agreement. I searched the monster classification area while he searched the botanical area. Just as he left, I was also about to stand when I realized I couldn't. I felt a weird sensation creeping up on my legs. It kept me rooted on the spot. What th? The words stopped at my throat the moment that I looked down. Tangling my ankles from beneath the ground were 2 black roots. Just as Leon had described them, red lines appeared beneath the bark, almost as if they were pulsing, and my body suddenly grew weak. Opening my mouth, no words escaped from it. My entire body felt paralyzed, and the utter sense of helplessness that I had felt in the vision enshrouded my body. You are, I screamed. Before I knew it, I was standing, looking around. Everyone was staring at me. Seeing their gazes, I felt the hair at the back of my neck stand. For some reason, they felt a little off, but in the next moment, that feeling disappeared. Looking down, the roots were gone, and a tall lady with circular glasses appeared before me. Sir. Her stern voice rained down on me. This is a library. Please do not scream. Realizing what had happened, I lowered my head. I apologize. This is your last warning. Tack, tack. Her heels clicked against the wooden floor as she left the area. Silence yet again returned, and I weakly sat down on the chair. Yet again, my breath was heavy. Holding onto my head, I leaned forward. Am losing it. Ever since the vision, I felt like I was starting to lose it. My sanity. Just what in the world was going on? Hey! Hearing the familiar voice, I looked up. It was Leon. He was looking at me with a frown. Are you alright? I'm not. I answered truthfully. The roots. Leon's eyes widened. I just saw them. The next day. It was early in the morning. Coming down to the training area of the guild, I yawned. It had been quite late since I returned back to my apartment. Leon and I spent countless hours looking through the books at the library in order to look for any clues, but regardless of how hard we tried, we couldn't find a thing. In the end, we could only go back to our designated rooms. We had decided to do the same thing today after training was over. Today, welcome, cadets. Waiting for us at the training area, an expansive indoor white room with hardly any decorations, was a man with long blonde hair and blue eyes. His features were striking, with a well-chiseled jawline, and a smile that could turn the heads of anyone that looked at it. Holding onto a white and golden shield, alongside a sword, he stared at us with a kind smile. My name is Ryan, and I will prepare you for the upcoming expedition. Even his voice was pleasing to the ears. Yesterday you were given a brief rundown of the guild's infrastructure and how we operate. Today, things will be different. He looked at all of us. Today, we will be getting you ready to withstand the environment of the mirror dimension. Placing down his shield, he went on to move toward a corner of the room. You may have not noticed it yet since you haven't been to the deeper areas of the mirror dimension, but the environment can be quite harsh. From the intense radiation found in some areas, the scorching heat of the sun, the poisonous miasmas located in other areas, to the freezing temperatures of some other areas. Extending his hand and placing it against the side of the wall, he smiled. What better way to get used to the environments than experiencing them for yourself? The area around his palm lit up as intricate purple circuits spread throughout the room. All of a sudden, the scenery around us started to change, alongside the white room. By the time it took for me to blink, I was no longer in the white room. No, I was standing in the middle of a scorched plain, with jagged mountain areas around. Most glaring, however, was the white ball that hung in the colorless sky. I suddenly felt my body grow sluggish. Your first test. In the background, the instructor's voice echoed. Survive the heat. Chapter 161, Crimson Shade. 1. The white orb in the sky glared at us from above. I stared at it for a few seconds before lowering my head to see that my surroundings had turned a subtle shade of red. When did this? Each breath started to hurt. Accompanying it was a tingling pain at the back of my throat. Looking around me, the other cadets were facing similar struggles, with eyes widened in panic, and their hands clawed at their throats. The yellow region is a dangerous region not only due to the terror-ranked beasts that are present throughout, but also because of the dangerous environment. This right here is just a taste of the scorching heat of the Crimson Shade. In the background, the instructor's voice rang. There's no specific location or time to the Crimson Shade. It'll just happen randomly, scorching everything its veil falls upon. The heat intensified and the pain at the back of my throat intensified. An uncomfortable heat started to rise within my nostrils with each breath I took, enough to make me think I was inhaling smoke. Your mind starts to blur due to the heat. Indeed, looking around, the world started to tilt. I tried to take a step forward, but my body refused to move. Drip. Drip. Sweat started to drip down from every corner of my body. Your body starts to lose water. Thirst will eventually build up. I swallowed my saliva, only to find that my mouth had grown completely dry. Water. It had only been a minute or so since the environment had changed, and yet, it felt as though I had been here for hours. To make matters worse, it only took that much time for me to be completely thirsty. Each second that passes feels more and more agonizing. Water, water, water. That's all you'll start thinking about. The instructor's words seemed to directly match the symptoms that I was undergoing. The thirst was starting to dig at my mind. Water. It made me only think of one thing. Water. I need water. You seek water, but you have no water. How long has passed? Each second that I spent here felt agonizing. The little water within me continued to dwindle by the second, and my mouth was fully dry by this point. Water. There's a reason this is called the Crimson Shade. Casting a crimson glow over the surroundings, everything beneath it turns dry. I could almost hear the amusement in the instructor's voice coming from the background. Looking around, I spotted a familiar set of hair in the distance. It was Evelyn. She was sitting on the ground with her legs crossed. I looked at her expression, and as if she felt my gaze, she opened her eyes to look at me. Our eyes met for a brief moment before she closed her eyes again. I thought she'd leave things there. But shortly after, her voice echoed, "Channel your mana." That was all she said. I was confused at first, but I listened to her words and channeled the mana inside of my body. A cool sensation washed over me. The heat that had been stinging at my skin disappeared. In that moment, I felt a massive wave of relief wash over me. TZZZ steam started to rise from out of my body, and the sweat that had accumulated over me disappeared. Though I was still thirsty, things weren't as bad anymore. Looks like some of you have found the trick to counter the Crimson Shade. The instructor's voice continued to echo in the background. The amusement was still ever so present. By channeling your mana you can start cooling your body, preventing the shade from drying up your body. It was as he said. The moment I channeled my mana, my body started to cool and I no longer struggled under the shade. Or so I thought. But for how long can you maintain your mana for? Can you keep up with it to last several days? Or can you sustain it until you manage to find a way out of the shade? Hearing his words, my thoughts paused. I closed my eyes to determine the amount of mana that I had in my body and that was being consumed, and my expression turned grim shortly after. Not good. At this rate, I wasn't going to last more than an hour. Would that be enough? Well, that's enough. The surrounding scenery changed, and we were now back in the white room. I stopped using my mana and I was able to take a deep breath. Water. Still, I was thirsty. Thankfully, the instructor was prepared and handed us several metal flasks. Take these and hydrate yourself. Grabbing mine, I uncapped mine and started drinking from it. While it was odd that they were using flasks to store water, I didn't care. The only thought in my mind was the water. Looking around, I wasn't the only one that was drinking the water heavily. The same was true for the others with the exception of Evelyn, who started to sniff the flask. The moment she did, I started to have a bad feeling. And I was right. The water that comes from Lake Cosmos, located not far from where we are, and where the rescue mission is at. It's not exactly poisonous, but you'll end up feeling sick soon enough. The only way to get rid of the effects is by circulating your mana. Just as his words fell, the world started to spin. Holding onto the flask, I felt like throwing it at the instructor, who kept smiling the entire way. Gulp. In the end, taking the last sips of it, I sat down on the ground and channeled my mana. You may resent me for doing this to you, but it's necessary. While the water within the lake is not good for you, by drinking it, you'll gain a certain immunity to it. Later on, when we enter the waters, if you accidentally swallow the water, you won't have to go through the pains like you are now. His words certainly made sense. Not that I had enough time to focus on them. My stomach started to churn, and I started to feel incredibly nauseous. I could feel something rise up from my stomach, and I tried my best to keep it down. It was hard, but it wasn't impossible. This process went on for the next half an hour, until finally, the side effects started to vanish. Good. It looks like most of you are done. Leaning against the wall, the instructor looked at us. It wasn't so difficult, right? For some reason, the more time I spent with him, the more unlikable he felt. The cadet that Leon warned me about, it's not him, right? Wasn't that difficult, my ass? Forget about the headaches and the nausea. For the past half an hour or so, I had to hold back my stomach cramps, while also stopping myself from puking. He was just messing with us at this point. Don't give me those looks. While you may hate me now, you won't hate me later when we carry on with the rescue mission. With that being said, he paused, his eyes scanning all of us. There were a total of 10 cadets in the room. The only ones that I was familiar with were Evelyn and Luke's. On the other hand, the other cadets belonged to different classes. Eventually, the instructor showed a satisfied smile. You all were good. As expected of Haven cadets. All right, let's start with the next phase of the trials. Pressing his hand against the wall, purple circuits once again enshrouded the white space. Shortly after, the environment started to change, and I shuddered. It was suddenly freezing cold. The training continued for the better part of the day. The temperatures continued to shift, changing from extreme heat to extreme cold. There were also illusions of other environments that put the cadets under extreme pressure. By the time it was all over, everyone was down on the ground soaking in sweat. The heavy sound of their breaths echoed within the white room. Laying down on the ground, Evelyn blankly stared at the ceiling. She could hardly think at the moment, and just breathing was painful for her. Each breath seemed to horn at her lungs. I'm saddened to say that this was the last of the simulations. You've experienced all that you needed to experience before coming out of the supple station. For a moment, Evelyn could hear the strings of curses coming from the other cadets. They were all directed towards the instructor, who played it as if he hadn't heard anything. Weakly turning her head, her eyes paused on a certain figure. He was similarly lying on the ground with his head facing the ceiling, just like the other cadets. He also appeared to be muttering something. Squinting her eyes, she tried to read his lips. Motherfuck, oh my. Evelyn blinked several times. Surely, she had heard wrongly. Squinting her eyes again, she tried to read his lips again. Fatherless bar, oh, number. Evelyn didn't know how to react. It threw her off. In the midst of her daze, his head turned and their gazes met. Evelyn felt her entire body turn rigid the moment their gazes met. She wanted to turn her head immediately, but thinking about it, that would've been awkward. Swallowing her saliva, she looked at him for a few seconds before turning her head away from him. The entire time, she played it in a manner that made her seem aloof. That was smooth, right? At least, she thought so. However, a shadow soon cast over the area she was in and her heart squeezed. Looking up, The same two eyes that she had met moments prior were looking at her from above. Yes. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at her for a brief moment before finally opening his mouth. About before. Evelyn's heart squeezed further. What's he going to say? Is he going to talk about that time? What do I do? How do I answer? Leon said that he's a different person, but there's no way I can see him differently just like that. What if he is going to tell me to never talk about it? Well, thanks. Evelyn's mind blanked. She didn't know for how long, but before she knew it, he had already left. Turning her head, she stared at his departing back. Her thoughts started to run wild. Did he just thank me? Him? Why? And then, Evelyn recalled her interaction with him at the start of the training when she had told him to channel his mana. That had just been a pure off-the-moment answer from her. Having met his gaze, she felt too awkward to say nothing and said such words. Who would have thought he'd thank her for that? It was so different from the Julian she knew. Pursing her lips, Evelyn stared at him again. A thought crossed her mind. Did he really change? Chapter 162, Crimson Shade. 2. I was tired. Rubbing my eyes, I looked around. I was standing in front of the library again. Every part of my body ached. The side effects from the water had yet to be completely alleviated. Furthermore, the sudden shifts in temperatures put heavy stress on my body. This is even worse than regular training. I'd usually be tired after training, which was extremely intense. But this was something else. Here early. Coming from the other side was Leon, with glaring black circles beneath his eyes. He walked over with a hunched back. Looks like he didn't have it good. In fact, he looked to have had it worse than me, which was surprising. How are you feeling? Not good, Leon replied while leaning his hand against the wall of the library building. I stepped back. He looked like he was about to puke. Raising his finger at me, Leon's face scrunched up. He was struggling to keep himself from puking. Staring at him, for a moment, a dangerous thought crossed my mind. My hands started to tingle and my face twitched. Just one wouldn't hurt, right? It's only to see if he can puke. I bit my lips and shook my head. No. This opening my eyes, I noticed that Leon was staring at me. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression looked grim. It was almost as though he could read my thoughts. He shook his head. Spare me. I licked my lips. My body started to tremble again. Leon's eyes turned more bloodshot. What do you bleeg? He puked. The words that were about to leave my mouth stopped and I looked at him in confusion. Leon continued to puke for the next couple of seconds before he went on to wipe the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he glared at me. I didn't say anything. You were about to. But I didn't, because I beat you to it. TSK. I clicked my tongue. What a pity. Either way, looking around, I saw that we had created a bit of a commotion. Without hesitation, the two of us entered the building. There weren't many people inside, just like last time. The surroundings were dimly lit, and the librarian stood behind a wooden desk with a book in her hand. Taking note of our appearance, her brows creased a little. It looked like she remembered us. In the end, she didn't say anything else and I sighed in relief. Thankfully, what I did last time wasn't enough for her to completely ban us. Taking a seat, I looked at Leon. Let's continue where we left off. Yes. Still glaring at me, Leon turned his back and headed for the botanical area. On the other hand, dropping my stuff on the table, I headed for the monster classification area. There were over 1,000 different books in front of me. Thankfully, a major part of them had illustrations which made it a lot easier for me to skim through. It's too bad the librarian doesn't know much. I had asked her yesterday if she knew anything about the Tree of Ebondawn, but she shook her head. It was for that reason that we had no choice but to look for the information for ourselves. The guilds didn't grant us access to their library, and I doubt anyone would bother helping us with the information given how busy they were. In the end, this was the only way. Casually flipping through pages, I looked for any clues. What surprised me the most as I looked through the pages was the amount of monsters that were logged into them. The numbers were ridiculous. Wham! Leaning my back against one of the shelves, I continued to flip the pages over. The more I flipped, the sleeper I became. There were so many books, and yet, not a single one had the thing that I needed. Not this one as well. I had just placed another book on the shelf when I paused. Looking at the other side, two yellow eyes met my gaze. Standing on the opposite side was a wife who looked at me with a strange look. The two of us stood face to face for a brief moment before I broke the silence. What? You like the library a lot, don't you? Do I? Thinking about it, I did spend a lot of time in the library back in the academy. I guess I do. Wife nodded and the conversation ended there, or so I thought. Just as I had turned to look at another book, her voice echoed once again. Are you looking for anything specific? I am. Oh. Once again she nodded, and silence returned over the surroundings. It was awkward, but it was mainly because we both sucked at making conversation. I once again shifted my attention to the book when I stopped and looked up. Wife was still staring at me. What in the world? Do you need help? Why? Just... Wife scratched the back of her head. You looked very serious. I thought you might need help. I squinted my eyes. What's the real reason? What? Wife's voice slightly rose. It was subtle, but it was enough for me to pick up. Closing the book in my hand, I sighed and placed the book back. I then looked at wife straight in the eyes. She met my gaze back, but eventually, her eyes lowered and she similarly sighed. All right. Fine. She pinched the middle of her brows. Looking back slightly, her gaze fell on a certain person in the distance. With shoulder-length black hair and a long nose, he sat by one of the seats while reading a book. There seemed to be no irregularities with him at first glance. Glancing at wife in confusion, she subtly whispered, "He's the relative of one of the missing people." Oh, my interest had finally peaked and I turned to take a better look at him. We hadn't been completely briefed about the situation since it was still training time for us, but from what I knew, the team that had gone missing comprised more than 30 people. They were a mix of all 15 guilds. Are you stalking him? Wife's head flicked back to me. Stalking? What are you talking about? I'd never do that. Why are you accusing me of doing that? I cocked my head at her. She spoke unusually fast. It was almost as if she was trying hard to justify herself. Because that's what you're currently doing. No. This is just me getting ahead of the situation. All I did was follow him from his residence to here. Yeah, number. It's stalking. Wife glared at me. Subtly looking back, she brought her face closer and whispered, "It's not stalking." And let's say it is. What's wrong with that? As if realizing what she had said, Wife covered her mouth. Taking a deep breath, she moved her hands away. I feel like there's something wrong with the situation. No. Rather than the situation, it's more like the supposition. I've had a weird feeling since coming here. I thought that by checking with the victim's relatives, you'd be able to find something. How is that going for you? I've yet to find something. Shaking her head, she picked one of the books. That's why I'm here. Opening it, she started to read through it. I stared at her for a good couple of seconds before taking a book of my own and opening it. It looks like she also felt that something was wrong. Not just Leon, but wife too. However, unlike Leon, I wasn't sure if wife's feelings had anything to do with the tree. Looking up, I briefly glanced at the man that wife was targeting. He looked normal at a glance, with no noticeable signs of anything being out of order. She said something about being one of the relatives of the missing victims. Was there something wrong with the victims? I thought about her words for a close minute before eventually shaking my head. For now, I needed to focus on finding more clues about the tree. That was my main priority right now. Leaning against the bookshelf while flipping the pages of the book in my hand, I spoke. Tree of Ebdawn. Wife glanced at me. I kept my gaze on the book. You asked me if I needed help. I need information on that. Taking note of wife's silence, I looked back to meet her eyes. With a subtle frown over her features, she looked to be in deep thought. Then, as if sensing my gaze, she focused her attention back on me. Why are you looking into that? Are you going to help me or not? No, it's... I've closed the book in her hand. If you need the information desperately, I know of a way. Oh, I closed my book. How? Did you forget who I am? I can just go to the guilds and have them tell me anything that they know about it. If you give me an hour, I'll be able to get all the information. That quickly? Yes. Wow. I didn't know how to feel. Staring at wife, I suddenly realized something. Princesses are really useful. Are you thinking about something rude? No. I kept my face from changing. However, Inside, I was shocked. How in the world did she know? I was just about to say something else when all of a sudden, the color around me started to change, turning a shade of red. It all happened in the blink of an eye. In one moment, the world was normal, and in the next second, everything had turned red. All heads flicked towards the windows. There I could see the people outside looking up at the sky with pale faces. Some even pointed at the sky while others started to run back. I stared at the scene for a few seconds before Leon appeared a few meters ahead. He looked to be on high alert, looking at us. His gaze fell on Oi for a brief moment before he looked back at me. With just a glance, we all knew what was going on. How could we not when we had gone under training for it just today? That was when Leon slowly muttered, "Crimson Shade." Woman ominous pulse swept the station. A scorching heat suddenly enveloped the surroundings. It came so fast and so suddenly that hardly anyone had any time to react. Thankfully, we were quick to react due to our training. Without hesitation, I channeled my mana and the heat dissipated. A cool sensation wrapped over my body. Still, my expression was grim. I knew that I wouldn't last more than an hour like this. Help. The screams of the people outside rang. While a major part of the people here were superhumans who were stronger than me, there were some weak civilians who were natural citizens of the place. They were unable to protect themselves from the sudden heat wave. With a rough breath, I looked at the crimson world around me. I had just turned to look at Leon when I suddenly realized that I couldn't move. Lowering my head, I stared at my feet and my entire body shuddered. Covering my ankles, and reaching for my knees were a familiar set of roots. Unlike before when they only covered my ankles, they had now reached for my knees. Tangling my legs, they kept me from moving. I tried to move, but my body remained fixed on the spot. My heartbeat started to quicken, and notifications flashed before my very eyes. Level 2, Fear. EXP plus 0.05%. Level 2, Fear, EXP plus 0.02%. Before I knew it, fear had started to root deep within my mind. One that grew worse with the red that covered the world. The crimson shade had fallen. Chapter 163, Crimson Shade. 3. The Crimson Shade. A phenomenon that spread across the mirror dimension, leaving no clear information about its origin, only that it scorched everything it laid its touch upon. Looking around me, the world had turned completely red. TZZZ steam started to rise out of my body as I channeled my mana. But that wasn't my main concern. Looking down, and staring at the roots that were entangling my feet, I felt suffocated. Level 2, Fear, EXP plus 0.03%. Level 2, Fear, EXP plus 0.01%. Notifications continued to flash across my vision. I felt the sound of my own heartbeat drum in my mind. A certain dread took hold of me, and a weird tingling sensation traced over my face. Just what is? By the time it took me to blink, the roots, alongside the sensation, were gone. So was the fear. With heavy breaths, I leaned against the bookshelf and recomposed myself. Yet again, I saw the roots. This time, they were longer than before, reaching all the way up to my knees. An idea crossed my mind. Is this perhaps a time limit? Would the tree sprout once the roots completely took over my mind? My chest trembled. I really need to stop dragging my feet. If possible, I wanted to have the guilds directly investigate the situation. I didn't want to drag things to where they were now. But how was I supposed to convince them to help me? It wasn't as if I could tell them I envisioned the entire city getting enshrouded by a tree. I had no evidence to back up my statement. Right? If only I had evidence. No, it's fine. I now had someone who could help. Right? With her inf. A shrill scream that sent shivers down my spine shook me out of my thoughts. Hastily turning my head to face the windows of the library, I saw a middle-aged woman on the other end holding onto her head. Staring at the sky, she screamed her heart out. The scream seemed to come from deep within the depths of her soul. She became the center of my attention, and before I knew it, I had moved towards the window. I felt strangely tense coming out of the building, to the point where I flinched at the sound of Leon's footsteps behind me. I looked at the sky. It had turned completely red, the crimson shade hanging oppressively overhead, turning all that was beneath a blood-red color. The buildings and infrastructures, though varied in shades, all carried a similar tone. The once jovial mood had long vanished, replaced by a sense of panic. The cobblestone streets were now largely deserted, with only a few remaining, mostly the weaker citizens who were unable to flee. The only things left behind were the open stalls, half-filled jugs of alcohol, and shredded paper, littered across the empty streets. It was an eerie scene. Deathly screams continued to echo throughout, each more distant than the other. "Where is everyone?" Oif was the first one to speak as she looked around grimly. Similarly looking, my gaze eventually fell on Leon, who was checking over the woman. She had stopped screaming already. "Is something wrong?" Because his body was covering her, I couldn't see her properly. Only when I stepped to the side to get a better look was I able to understand why she had stopped screaming. My expression turned grim. "She's dead." It was hard to describe what remained of her. As if all the water had been sucked out of her, she looked like a mummified version of herself. She wasn't the only one. Looking around, the citizens from before were now in a similar state to hers. In the blink of an eye, they had all turned into mummies. My heart grew tense. Leon stood up in silence and looked back at me. I felt Oif's gaze on me as well. "What do we do?" I blinked. "Why are you asking me?" How in the world was I supposed to know? "Right." Leon frowned while mumbling to himself. "I don't even know why I asked you. I just did." "The hell?" "How about figuring out where everyone else went?" At Oif's suggestion, I looked around. I could more or less tell where everyone went. They probably ran to the guild stations or some sort of safe place. While most of the people present were superhumans just like us, the Crimson Shade spared no one. Unless one had enough mana reserve, they'd eventually fall under its influence. In fact, we didn't have much time either. We should get out of here. With each second that passed, our mana was dwindling. We needed to hurry to the guilds in order to find a solution to this problem. Perhaps they have rooms that stop the shade from affecting us. I wasn't sure, but it was our only hope. Red continued to cover every inch of the city. Empty buildings could be seen, as well as mummified remains resting by the sides. A stifling silence enveloped the surroundings. What had once been a crowded site was now desolate. The Decor sector had fallen. Tack, tack, tack. The only sound that echoed was the sound of our rushed footsteps as we headed for the guild offices. Entering a narrow alley, the heat around us intensified and my mana dwindled further. It was dark, and I could hardly see. Faster. I picked up the pace. Coming out of the alley, the light returned, or the red returned. We had crossed to the Sorrowvale sector. Unlike the Decor sector, the buildings were slightly different. In terms of style, they were a lot more extravagant. It made sense since they belonged to the guilds. However, they were all currently empty. All that was left behind was the red from the shade. Let's go deeper. We ran further into the Sorrowvale sector. There were two districts within the sector, the inner district, and the outer district, which was located at the very center of the station. That was our goal. This way should be faster. I've suddenly suggested, pointing in a certain direction. I nodded and rushed in that direction. Each second mattered and we couldn't afford to waste it. Holding on to my stamina, I ran and ran and ran. I didn't know for how long I had run, but soon enough I was able to hear voices in the distance. Leon and Oif too as they picked up the pace. I followed behind them, turning over one of the buildings before finally coming to a stop in what appeared to be a large plaza. Immediately, we were able to see a huge crowd ahead of us. They all seemed to be crowding a certain area. "Let me in." Move. "You're in the way." "Where are you pushing?" Panic could be seen on their faces as a faint white glow covered their bodies. As expected, they've all run towards here. Unlike us, most people had been trained to rush here. I was a little worried for the other cadets, but the situation wasn't bad to the point where they would have trouble finding this place. In fact, most were probably okay. It had to be said that Oif, Leon, and I had sneaked out. Crap. Realizing this, my face twitched. I didn't have a good feeling about what was to come. "Everyone, please calm down. Please calm down. We will allow you all in the bunker shortly. Please calm down." "There's no need to rush," a voice bellowed from within the crowd. I couldn't see who it belonged to, but the moment it spoke, the crowd calmed down, raising my toes to get a better look. The only thing that I managed to get a glimpse of was a large dome-like structure. "We are in the process of opening the bunker. There's no need to panic. Once you get in, please find a spot and rest until the crimson shade has passed." The panic that had settled over the crowd started to finally calm down. Breathing in relief, I looked to my sides where Leon and Oif were. Both their faces were red, but in general, they looked okay. "The Academy should seriously reconsider sending us anywhere." Oif was the first to speak. Looking at her, she looked back at me with a tired look. "It's not just me, right? For some reason, every time we go somewhere, something happens. I'm done. I just want to stay at the Academy." I laughed slightly. It was subtle, but it was enough to make both Leon and Oif flick their heads my way. Oif spoke. "What? No, I brushed my sweat. "It's just that it doesn't matter if we're at the Academy or not. Something will happen regardless." Oif pinched her chin while lowering her head. Scratching the side of her head, she soon tilted it to the side before looking back at me. "I guess right. What's the reason?" "I'm not sure." I looked at Leon, who looked back at me with a weird expression. He almost seemed to be wincing in disgust. It was as if he was saying, "It's because of you." What's this guy on about? Well, sure, I did participate in a lot, if not all of those annoying scenarios. However, in my defense, I was just doing events that were supposed to belong to him. If anything, he was the culprit. As if noticing my thoughts, Leon's face changed again. This time, it seemed to say, "Delusional. This guy. What are you guys doing?" Alternating her gaze between the two of us, Oif looked at us strangely. "Did you guys lose it because of the heat?" "No." I looked at Oif strangely. So did Leon, who looked at her briefly before looking at me with an expression that seemed to say, "She's being weird, isn't she?" I nodded slightly. "Yeah? Not only a stalker but a weirdo too." Oif blinked several times as she looked at us speechlessly. "What are you?" Rumble, rumble. Her words were cut short by a distant rumbling and my body tensed. Looking ahead, the bunker had started to tremble. Though I couldn't see, I could more or less deduce that the gates were opening. The rumbling continued for the next few minutes before finally stopping. Immediately, the crowd started to get restless. "We want order." Once again, the voice echoed. Entering the bunker, "We would like for everyone to remain calm and not make any trouble. If we see that causing trouble, we will have no problem throwing you out." Following his words, the crowd yet again calmed down. "Good. Let's begin." And from that point on, everyone calmly proceeded to enter the bunker. I followed the crowd in silence. On occasion, I'd use the sleeve of my shirt to wipe the sweat that accumulated. While the mana inside of my body was cooling me, it was far from enough for me to not feel the heat. Even breathing was a little difficult. Thankfully, it didn't take long for us to enter the bunker. By the time 10 minutes had passed, it was our turn to cross the small metallic door that led towards the insides. A small corridor greeted us the moment we entered, one that led towards a small white room. 2 people in white stood by the sides. "Please step into the chamber." It took about 20 people to completely fill the room, and once it was filled, one of the people in white closed the metallic door. Clarka. Turning the wheel at the center of the door, the person in white made sure to properly secure it before raising their thumb in signal. "Commence temperature assimilation." Swoosh, the room temperature dropped rapidly, only stopping at what seemed to be normal temperature. There was no thermometer, so I didn't know how much. "You can stop channeling your mana." Doing as instructed, I stopped channeling my mana and was able to finally take a deep breath. So did the others, who leaned against the sides of the wall, their heads dripping with sweat. Clarka. By the time it took for us to adjust back to normal, the doors opened yet again. However, unlike last time, what appeared on the other side of the doors was a massive hall filled with hundreds of people. "Please make yourselves comfortable." The one in white spoke. "Welcome to the last hold." Chapter 164, The Scream. 1. The insides of the bunker were large. Despite there being hundreds of people, it didn't seem like that at all. Clearly, it was designed to fit at least a few thousand people. Looking around, I was able to spot the other cadets alongside the guild delegates. They were currently doing a head count. At the very end of the bunker, windows lined up on the walls. From there, I could see the outside world and the faint outlines of the buildings which were still covered in a crimson shade. I stopped in my tracks and looked at Oif. Feeling my gaze, she turned back and I spoke. Can you find it? Find? Are you talking about the information that you requested me? Yeah, I would have been able to before, but... She looked around. I don't think it's that simple anymore. There might be a library here, but I doubt it'll be any better than the guild library. Frowning, I pondered for a moment. We couldn't afford to waste any time. Every second felt like my last, and despite the momentary sense of peace that had enshrouded us, I still didn't feel safe. In fact, it only added to the tension. It felt as though a dangerous veil was cast upon me, slowly driving me to the corner in the process. No, it's fine. I can figure this out. Clenching my teeth slightly, I took a deep breath and asked, can you ask someone? As in, some of the higher members of the guilds? Is there a way you can have them talk? I've stood still for a moment, carefully observing my face. Eventually, seeing how serious I was, she nodded her head slightly. I can do that. The information was vital. I'll also try, Leon added from the side. I looked at him before nodding my head. It doesn't matter if what you find is worthless, just try to look for anything related to it. It's very important. Understood. Good. Taking a deep breath, I looked towards the Order of the Silver Seraphs area, which was easily distinguished due to the flag that was hanging by the center of the area. Seeing my group in the distance, I closed my eyes for a moment before making up my decision. Let's split up for now. I could already envision myself getting a good scolding from them, but I knew the situation would get troublesome if they were to think that I was still missing. The same was true for the other two, especially Oif, who had a rather important status. If you find anything, just tell me. I looked around. It's not like we have anything to do here. Either way, we split off from there. Staring at their backs for a short moment, I finally picked up my pace and headed for the guild area. There's several missing members. Are there any results? Number. We are also missing a few cadets. What? How is that possible? They should have just come off training. Did they sneak out? Overhearing the conversations that were going up ahead, I tried my best to keep my face composed before heading in. Immediately, the eyes of many of the members fell on me. And I was stopped by one of them. He wasn't tall. In fact, he was rather short. With soft brown hair and green eyes, he looked at me with a frown. Who are you? State your identification. I am one of those cadets that have gone missing. Stunned. The man blinked several times before he could say anything else. A hand pressed against his shoulder, and a familiar face appeared before me, with a soft smile on his face. His blue eyes paused on me. I've been looking for you all over. Where have you been? The library. I answered truthfully. I didn't see the need to lie. In fact, it would only make me look more suspicious. The library? Yes, I wanted to learn more about the monsters. Since I didn't have access to the guild library, I had no choice but to sneak out to read for myself. Couldn't you have gone with a group? A group? I looked at him. Would there be any group that wants to go to the library? I guess right. With a small laugh, the instructor patted the short man on the shoulder. Andrea, you can let him pass. He's with me. Okay. If you say so. Thank you. Nudging me with his finger, the instructor led me towards where the other cadets were, following him from behind. He started to talk. It's a good thing that I would have been in trouble had you not shown up in the next hour or so. I apologize. This was indeed my fault. But there were important reasons for my actions. In fact, can I ask a question? The instructor looked back while he continued to walk ahead. Sure. Do you know anything about the Tree of Ebondawn? Tree of Ebondawn? The instructor paused before falling into thought. Following a slight twitch of his head, he shook his head. No. It doesn't ring a bell. Is there someone that you think might know? Is it some sort of monster? I believe it is. Then, you might want to ask the post leader. There's a chance he might know. The post leader? Right, as if I can meet him. From what I knew, they were the strongest representative from the guild stationed in the Supply station. Their strength ranged from tier 6 to tier 7. I wasn't fully sure. However, I was certain that they were very strong. Though I was the Black Star, I knew that I couldn't meet him just because of that status. Especially not in circumstances such as these. I could only scrap that thought for now. I'll still try. If I find him it wouldn't hurt. Or if anything, I could also get a Oi to do that. Take a seat wherever you want. Before I knew it, we had arrived at the area where the other cadets were and all eyes fell on me. Sat in a circle, they all wore grim expressions. I could tell that they were nervous. Looking around, I found a spot and sat down. Where did you go? I thought he'd be left alone from that point. But much to my surprise, a quiet voice reached my ears from the side. When I turned to look, I saw Evelyn staring at me. I was stunned for a second. Is it supposed to be a secret? The library. But I was quick to recompose myself. I was there for some research. Research? Just in general. Have you heard of the Tree of Ebon? Tree of what? That told me everything that I needed to know. Still, I was most surprised by the fact that Evelyn had struck up a conversation with me. Usually, she'd totally avoid me, and yet, here she was trying her best to speak to me. I was a bit taken aback. Is it important? Important, very. Sporting a frown, Evelyn seemed to fall into her own thoughts. Eventually, however, she let out a long sigh before looking back into my eyes. Do you want me to help? I did it. I asked him. It's whatever. You can't say I am not actively trying. Since he's changed, I should change too, right? Or maybe I don't? Who knows? Maybe I'm curious. Whatever. Numerous thoughts swam across Evelyn's mind as she kept her gaze fixed on Julian, who was staring back at her. His deep hazel eyes felt intense, and Evelyn found herself swallowing nervously. He's going to reject me, isn't he? She was a bit of an overthinker. It hadn't been the first time that she questioned herself numerous times in the past. But still, she really did want to help. This relationship of theirs, while she knew that it couldn't go back to how it once was, realizing that he had changed, perhaps, it was time for her to also start taking Leon's words more seriously. It was for that reason that she wanted to help. In a way, it was also for her willing to help. Eventually, Julian's voice fell and Evelyn pursed her lips. If you let me. Though Evelyn wasn't sure why he wanted such information, she could see how serious his expression had been when he had asked her. And it wasn't as though she had anything else to do. Okay. In the end, Julian nodded his head. The way he looked at her also changed a little. Though subtle, his face grew a little softer. It was a very subtle change that Evelyn picked up and she bit her lips. Thank you. He really... Phew. Leaning back against the hard ground of the bunker, Kira blew the bangs away from her face. Phew. She went on like this for the next few minutes. Her boredom had reached peak levels. To make matters worse, she didn't even have any cigarettes with her. It wasn't as though she had smoked much over the last few weeks, but it certainly would have helped her alleviate her boredom. I'm bored. Even saying she was bored was boring. Everything was boring. Ha! Turning to the side, she continued to blow on her hair. Phew. As she did, she started to think of a certain someone and the corner of her lips curled slightly. Get annoyed if I did this, wouldn't he? Thinking about the face make, Kira cracked up a little. Kakaka. Her strange laugh aroused the eyes of those around her. She didn't let that bother her and continued to blow on her hair. Bored she was now singing. It was out of tune, and the people near her looked at her with even stranger gazes. Not that it bothered Kira much. In fact, it only ignited her will to sing further. The world is red to her. It sounded good, but to those around her, each and every one of her notes sounded like broken glass being cleaned up. Many of those around her distanced themselves, some even glaring at her in the process. That only made her want to sing more. All is red. Her song was also original. Good. She felt less bored after seeing their faces. Smoke tree, Hiawak. Her song was abruptly cut by a sudden scream coming from near her. Immediately, Kira's eyes flung up and she sat up straight. What? Stop exaggerating. My singing isn't that bar. Kira stopped speaking halfway through her sentence. Her gaze fell on Joanna, a cadet she only knew the name of due to the fact that they had been in the same guild orientation group. With short black hair and a small stature, it was hard to not remember her. Currently, she was holding onto her hair while looking up at the ceiling. Hiawak, Her scream reverberated throughout the bunker, swallowing all the noise alongside it. It was a scream that seemed to come from the depths of her soul, and Kira felt her hand tingle. The screams continued. It pierced through the bunker. It was as if she had lungs made out of steel. But that wasn't the part that gathered Kira's attention. As of this moment, Kira's gaze was fixed on Joanna's eyes. They were completely white. Her pupils had disappeared. Kira moved back. At that moment, her entire body shuddered. Chills ran down her spine as Joanna's scream continued to reverberate throughout. It lasted for a few more seconds before eventually, thump, she fell face flat on the ground. A dreadful silence enveloped the surroundings, one that felt entirely suffocating. Chapter 165, The Scream. 2. It was a scream that raised the hair on my hand. Immediately, my head flicked in the direction of where the sound came from, and I was able to spot a figure holding onto their heads while screaming their hearts out. Judging from the clothes she was wearing, she seemed to be a cadet. Not far from her, I could also see Kira standing still with a petrified expression. It was a rare expression from her. The scream seemed heart-wrenching, and in that instant, all eyes turned in the direction of where it came from. By the time someone has reacted, thump, the one responsible had already fallen face first on the ground. Quick, someone. We need help immediately. What's going on? Chaos immediately erupted within the confines of the bunker. Thankfully, a major part of the people within the bunker were people who had been trained, and thus the chaos didn't last for very long before order returned. Several figures with intimidating auras walked toward where the cadet was. What's going on? Everyone, move out of the way. Behind them were several other figures carrying a stretcher and first aid kits, crowding the cadet in question. They cast spells over her body before feeding her some things. She seemed to calm down from there, but because they had crowded the area around her, I wasn't able to see what was going on. However, I didn't need to. She's alive. I can still feel her pulse. Her eyes are white. They are out of focus. She's out of danger. But I don't sense any cognitive response from her. Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? The situation didn't look promising. While it was true that she was alive, judging from the way the doctors were speaking, she was unresponsive. Most likely, she was in a coma. Just what happened? It all happened so suddenly and abruptly that I had a hard time figuring out what had happened. Taking a look outside, where the windows were, I felt the situation become extremely eerie. Quick! My thoughts were broken by a shout. Apply new medication. Someone hold her down for me. She's convulsing. The doctor's voice allowed me to understand everything that was going on, and my expression turned grim. This is messed up. From the very moment that I stepped into this place, all I felt was dread. Was this the true reality of the mirror dimension? Joanna Pearlson. Ife's voice reached my ears. Unknowingly, Leon was standing beside me. So were Evelyn and Ife. Staring towards where the doctors were, Ife went on to speak. Rank 192. She's a mage with their elemental attribute of water. I've talked to her a few times before. Hearing her words, I turned to look at her surprised. She knows quite a lot. I wasn't the only one that was looking at her like that. Leon and Evelyn were also looking at her with similar expressions. For a brief moment, my gaze met with Leon's. She's a stalker, right? Stop. Pinching the middle of her brows, Ife glared at the two of us. I don't know what you two are saying, but for some reason, I'm getting annoyed. Crazy. Totally lost it. It was weird. But Leon and I were oddly in sync today. What is this? Alternating her gaze between the two of us, Evelyn's head cocked. It was almost as if I could see question marks on top of her head. Then, turning her head, she looked at Ife. I don't get it. You don't need to get it. Ife massaged her head again. The two are being weird. It doesn't even make sense, but it looks like they can talk with each other by just looking. What? Evelyn's eyes widened and she looked at Leon, who gave her the sidey eye. No, that no seemed more like a yes to Evelyn, who glanced at me. I ignored her look and proceeded to look back toward Oif. How do you know so much about her? I've made an effort to memorize the rankings and general talent level of every single cadet after Elna. Oif answered in a matter-of-fact tone. We only have 3 years at the academy. It's good to memorize the names of everyone that's in the same year as you. I see. Her words certainly had some merits to them. In fact, I probably needed to do the same thing as her. While it was going to be extra effort, it was certainly going to be useful in the future. Who knows, if in the future I gain the rights to create my own guild, then it wouldn't hurt to hire some people from the academy. But that was all a distant idea of mine. Still, it was one that I had to do. Simply put, it became awfully clear to me that I couldn't deal with the faceless man by myself. He was coming for me. That much I understood. Thinking about the numerous organizations that were under his name, he didn't need to show up to destroy me. He could just have the organizations do that for him. It was for that reason that, besides making a guild, I also had to infiltrate the inverted sky and make it mine. Only that way would I be able to have a fighting chance. Stop. In the background, the voices of the doctors continued to echo. That's enough. Her vitals are stable. She's safe for now. However, we won't know if the situation will get worse. It's best if we put under watch. Carry her out of this place. Understood. In the blink of an eye, Joanna was carried away in a stretcher. Carefully following her were the medics and the high-ranking members of the guilds who were closely examining her body. A few of the cadets were questioned shortly after that, but there wasn't much to ask. Everyone had been there when it had happened. It was an abrupt episode that nobody could have expected. Everyone, please calm down. We are still unsure of what happened, but we suspect that it's due to the Crimson Shade. A slightly overweight man with receding hair addressed the people in the bunker. Looking at him, he appeared to be a secretary for one of the post leaders. I wanted to go at this very moment to speak to them with regard to the tree, but I wasn't the only one. Many others had the same thoughts. The victim in question is a cadet that comes from Haven, and therefore, their strength may not necessarily be strong enough to counteract the effects of the shade fully. Please do not worry. Such was the explanation offered by the members of the guilds. It made sense in a way. However, it wasn't as though she was the weakest person within the bunker. There were several civilians present. Perhaps a more fitting explanation was, she didn't have enough training regarding the Crimson Shade like the others. It would make sense if that was the case. In any case, my eyes focused on a certain person in the distance. Blankly staring at the spot where Joanna had been taken away, Kira appeared to be frowning. Unknowingly, I made my way towards her. There was something about the situation that felt unsettling. I wanted to get a clearer picture of what had happened. Just as I neared her alongside the others, I was able to overhear her mutterings. I was singing. And shit, my singing is not that bad. Not to the point where one would act like that. Yeah, it wasn't me. Unconsciously, I found myself looking towards Oif. What? She looked offended. Why are you looking at me like that? No, nothing. I scratched my ear. Right, I guess it was hard to be a good singer in this world. Not only Kira, but Oif too. Kira. I called out for the platinum-haired girl. Hearing my voice, she turned her head and our gazes met. Kira blinked her eyes for a moment before clarity returned to her gaze. Then, just as she was about to speak, her gaze paused on Oif and her expression crumbled slightly. What are you doing here? Feeling the evident displeasure in Kira's gaze, Oif frowned. Suddenly, tensions rose, but before they could further escalate, I cut in. Do you have any idea of what happened? The tension did decrease when I spoke. Though Kira was still giving Oif the stink eye, things only stopped there. Staring at me, her displeasure alleviated somewhat. It's nothing. Kira scratched the side of her neck. I was just minding my own business and singing to myself when that happened. That's all I know. I did see her eyes go white though. Holding onto her arms, Kira muttered, "Fucking chills." Is that really it? Oif asked. Yeah? Kira's response was much colder when she addressed her. It didn't seem like Oif minded as she looked around. Could it really be because of the Crimson Shade? It's true that we only learned of it today, but it's not like someone like Joanna would have trouble understanding the simple concept of using her own mana to shield herself from the shade. It doesn't add up. It's highly likely they're doing this because they want panic to spread. Evelyn interjected from the side. To that, I agreed. This was clearly the real reason why such an excuse was used to justify the sudden situation. It could also be that she's sick. Oi, I've said, casting a glance around. Though I doubt that's the case too. I also doubted it. Swoosh. Just as I was about to say something else, I felt the hair at the back of my neck stand on end as my head flicked back. As if noticing my behaviors, the others also looked back. What's in the distance? A face I couldn't recognize appeared. He was standing alone, with white eyes. He stared in my direction. I felt my entire body shudder under his gaze as I felt goosebumps. For the next few seconds, he proceeded to stare at me. His behavior was so out of order that several others noticed him. Before long, everyone was looking at him. And then, he too screamed. Just like last time, the noise pierced through the insides of the bunker. It was loud and scraped at my ears. Level 2, Fear, EXP plus 0.02%. Level 2, Fear, EXP plus 0.07%. Notifications flashed across my vision, and my stomach churned. I felt the very air get squeezed out of my lungs. Especially when his white eyes were so focused on me. I just stood still to stare at him. Veins started to protrude from the side of his neck as he screamed. Gradually, his face turned red, and then, thump. By the time he did, the entire bunker was quiet. Not a single noise was heard. That was because, at that moment, all eyes were on me. Not a single one was looking at the cadet who had fallen. No, they were all looking at me. My throat squeezed shut at the sight. This. Chapter 166. The Scream, 3. I don't know. That's all I can tell you. Following the scream, I was brought to a separate room within the bunker. They told me I wasn't being detained, but seeing how I was inside of a small room with 3 pairs of eyes locked on me, it was more or less the same. I was being detained. If you ask me why he was staring at me, I don't know. The fact that the one who had screamed had been looking at me looked suspicious to everyone present. It wasn't like I didn't get it. But it was also true that I was just as clueless as to why and that I was innocent. In fact, he probably only looked at me by chance. Or at least, that was what I told myself. However, recalling the scene from before, I had an inkling that he had indeed been staring at me. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I get it. You can stop. A deep voice halted my words. It belonged to a burly man with long brown hair and hazel eyes. Just his presence alone was suffocating. And yet, there were 2 other such people in the room. A woman who looked in her 20s, with long flowing black hair and blue eyes, sat with her arms crossed, while next to her was a lanky man with a long nose, short black hair, and hazel eyes. I didn't know who was who exactly, but I could tell from the pressure that their bodies were emitting that they were post leaders. Strangely, I didn't feel nervous. Perhaps it was because I had grown used to talking with big shots, but their presence didn't feel all that intimidating to me. Atlas and Delilah were far scarier than they were. There is a likelihood that you are indeed an unlucky fellow who happened to be in view of the victim. There's no doubt about that. Then, however, it is also true that they were indeed looking at you. Given the sensitive nature of the situation, we can't just let you walk free. It's also a matter of safety for you. What bullshit. Clearly, they just wanted to keep me locked up in this room. In any case, we still have to keep you in here. At least, until something else happens and we're sure that you're innocent. I didn't answer to that. What else could I say? I could just tell from the expressions that they were making that they had made up their minds. Just as I was about to sigh at my circumstances, I had a sudden idea. Frowning, the 3 post leaders looked at me. Are you perhaps unsatisfied with the arrangement? The burly man asked with a frown. Looking up at him, I glanced towards the other 2 before shaking my head. No. I'm fine with the arrangements. It's just that, I'm still thinking about the person who screamed at me. Oh? Do you know something? The woman asked. Her voice was crisp and sounded pleasing to the ear. If you know something, you can share it with us. We might be able to protect you in case the case is really related to you. No, That's not it. I shook my head. I just thought that the symptoms sounded similar to something I have read in the past. The room turned quiet after that. Their gazes felt a lot more pressuring. Still pretending to be in deep thought, I pinched my forehead. What was it again? I tried my best to look like I was having a hard time remembering. Acting wasn't hard for me. In fact, I was an award winner. And then, just when they were about to grow impatient, I smacked my palm with my fist. Smack. Right, I know now. All attention was on me. Tree of Ebondawn. That's what it is. Tree of Ebondawn. Repeating my words. The three frowned. Swallowing, I looked at them with slight anticipation. Do they know something? Surely, they'd know something considering their strength and positions. But, that doesn't ring a bell. Does it ring a bell to you, Penelope? No. It also doesn't ring a bell to me. I've also never heard of it before. It was much to my disappointment and shock to find that neither three of them knew a thing. How was this possible? I had almost been certain that they'd know something about the tree, but they didn't. Was the tree something extremely rare? How certain are you that the symptoms you've mentioned belong to this tree that you've mentioned? The woman, whom I learned was called Penelope, asked. Looking at her, I nodded seriously. I'm almost certain. She squinted her eyes, and my body suddenly grew stiff. I found myself unable to move, and breathing also started to become rough. Thankfully, the sensation didn't last for very long. It left as fast as it came and Penelope soon stood up. All right, I will go and look into this. She then proceeded to look at the other two. What about you guys? I will look into it as well. Same. The two similarly stood up. Glancing at me, the burly man placed his hand on the table. For now, you will be staying here. Meals and water will be provided to you on a regular basis. You must understand why we're doing this. Yes, the fact that I looked more suspicious in their eyes after I revealed to them about the tree was something that I took account of. However, it was a worthy trade-off considering that they were probably not going to let me out regardless. At the very least, things were going to proceed at a faster rate now. There was only one problem that I could think of. If any one of them is responsible for planting the tree, then I put myself in a dangerous position. It was highly likely that the tree was something that had been artificially placed. The same was true for the incidents that were currently happening. If that was the case, then I was putting myself in danger. However, it wasn't as though I wasn't prepared for such a scenario. Rather, I looked forward to it. We will update you if we find anything. The three proceeded to leave the room from that point on. Staring at their departing backs, the room soon fell silent. For the next few minutes, I remained seated in my seat before letting out a long breath. Looking behind me, I stared at the window of the small room. Though the room was meant to confine me, there was still a window that granted me a view of what was happening outside. The world was red, and in the distance, I could see the walls of the city. They were tall, and they stretched all around the city. I hoped that worked. If there was anyone that could get the information on the tree, it was the three of them. If they couldn't, then there was no hope left. I could only hope they'd find something. It didn't matter if I looked suspicious to them. I was ready to deal with the consequences. The only thing in my mind was the tree. The damn tree. Looking down, I stared at my legs. They were completely entangled by the black roots, reaching all the way up to my pelvis. I didn't have much time left. At the same time, in the bunker, what in the world is happening? Where did they bring Julian? They brought him to questioning. The hell? Though Ira and Oif didn't see eye to eye, at this moment, they were having a normal conversation. At the very least, the two didn't seem to want to tear each other's throats. Why would they do that? Isn't it obvious why? Joanna wasn't looking at him when it happened to her. Why would they think he had any involvement in this? I don't know. They were just trying to be safe. Safe my ass. Leon stood by the side listening to the conversation with a blank look. Evelyn was sitting down next to him. Hey. Hearing her voice, Leon turned his head to look at her. Do you think he had any involvement in this matter? Though she said that, Leon could tell that she herself didn't believe this. So he just shook his head. No. He also knew that Julian had nothing to do with the situation. Tree of Ebondawn? Could this be the doing of the tree Julian had mentioned? Leon thought for a moment before shaking his head. That was unlikely. There was still no tree. The most likely scenario was that someone was trying to plant the tree, and was purposely creating chaos. For what reason? Leon wasn't sure. However, if he had to guess, then it was to create a distraction. That seemed to be the most plausible answer. He knew that they didn't have much time left. Clank! All of a sudden, the doors of the inner room of the bunker opened and 3 figures walked out. Leon straightened his back then, and so did the others. They were back. However, upon seeing that Julian wasn't behind then, they all were able to guess what had happened. He's being detained. Yes. Leon's eyes squinted. Not good. With Julian out, the situation was a little bit harder for him. Turning his head, Leon looked at Oife. As if she could read his intentions, she nodded his head. Yes. Il tried to ask them about the tree. She had just taken a single step when all of a sudden she stopped. Her head flicked to the left, and so did everyone else's. Pierre, a scream pierced through. Leon's body froze on the spot. His gaze fell on another person. With white eyes, they screamed at the top of their lungs. But if that wasn't bad enough, Pierre, another scream echoed from another area of the bunker. One that was followed by another Pierre, and then another Pierre. Before long, several screams reverberated within the confines of the bunker. Witnessing the scene, Leon felt his heart chill. But if that wasn't enough, with their white eyes, they all seemed to be looking in the same direction. Leon swallowed his saliva. Oh, no. The inner area of the bunker, right where Julian had been brought. Thump. The screams didn't last for long. Having learned the lessons from before, the guild delegates didn't allow them to scream for long, knocking them out rather quickly. However, the damage had been done. At this very moment, all gazes were directed towards the inner area. Leon similarly stared in that direction. Drip. Drip. But his thoughts were broken by a strange dripping sound. Lowering his head, Leon looked at the ground and then wiped his nose. That was when he noticed his finger was stained in blood. Blood? All of a sudden, the world started to blur. Turning his head slowly, he felt everyone's gazes on him. Evelyn in particular looked concerned. She appeared to be saying something, but he couldn't quite hear what she was saying. What are you saying? I can't hear? Leon was confused. Why was he suddenly like this? Blinking his eyes, his mind started to grow blank. He was starting to lose sight of himself. And then, he too screamed. Pierre, Chapter 167, Trauma Bonding. 1. It all happened so fast that the girls were unable to react on time. Drip, drip. Just when their attention was focused on the ones who were screaming, a subtle dripping sound echoed from beside them. Surprised, the girls turned to stare in the direction of where the noise came from, and their gazes fell on Leon, who looked out of sorts. Leon. Evelyn was the first one to approach him. The nearer she got, the more apparent it became to her and the others that something was wrong. Leon. She called his name several times, but he didn't respond. He looked conscious. At least, he appeared to be aware of the fact that they were trying to talk to him, and yet, he didn't seem to know how to react. It was as if his cognitive abilities had shut down. Drip. The blood continued to drip down from his mouth as he blankly looked at them. Cocking his head, he blankly stared at them. There was something particularly eerie about the state Leon was in, to the point where Kira felt the need to step back slightly. I felt the same way. Something about his current state made her chest constrict. Evelyn was the only one that approached him. Leon, can you hear me? Leon. Because of the screams around, their commotion went unnoticed. At least, until Leon's eyes eventually turned white and his body started to sway. The girls flinched at the sight. Evelyn looked especially worried. Leon. But it was too late. He too started to scream. His scream, just like the others, pierced through the surroundings. The worst part of it all was that he was also looking into the inner area of the bunker. Just like the other people were. Leon's abrupt change caught the girls off guard, and none of them knew how to react. It took one of the members of the guild to knock Leon down for them to snap out of it. Leon. Evelyn rushed to see Leon, but she was abruptly pushed back by the guild members. Stay back. The situation is sensitive. He's going into epileptic shock. We need to calm him down first. Indeed, just as the words left the guild member's mouth, Leon's body started to convulse on the ground. Foam appeared by his mouth as his body twitched in all areas. Having learned from the previous experiences, The guild members knew what to do and were able to quickly calm him down. The same was true for the other people within the bunker. Quick, get him out of here. Hurry up. He was then put on a stretch before getting carried out of the area. The entire time, Evelyn and the others could do nothing but watch. What the fuck? Ira was the first one to break the silence, her voice trembling slightly. She was clearly shaken by the ordeal. I get the others. But Leon of all people? How does this make sense? Isn't he like the best after Julian? The two girls didn't respond to her words. However, it was clear that they felt the same way as her. This doesn't make sense. I finally spoke, pinching her chin, a habit she developed over the years. She looked towards the inner bunker area and bit her lips. Why is everyone staring in that direction? Could there really be something wrong with Julian? Evelyn unconsciously let out a sound at that. Immediately, the two other girls looked at her, but she waved her hand. No, it's nothing. It was just that she had been reminded of a past she wanted to forget. No, he's changed. He's changed. Though she had her doubts, she trusted Leon's judgment. And yet, he was the closest person to him. Evelyn bit her lips. From the way everyone was looking in his direction, to how Leon had also been affected, all evidence pointed out at Julian. The fact that she had also seen how Julian truly was in the past further added to her suspicion. However, she didn't jump to conclusions. Julian is not stupid. Julian may have changed, but be it past or present, he wasn't stupid. There'd be no way to do something that would give away his identity like that. He was most likely being framed. Julian is being framed. I've seemed to think so as well. Framed? Ira looked confused. About what? Glancing at her, I didn't bother arguing with her and elaborated. Did you notice how the moment a person screams, they all turn to look in Julian's direction? Oh. Yeah, him saying that he's being framed. If he was really responsible, he wouldn't do something that would jeopardize his identity like that. He's either being framed, or targeted. Oh, right. Sure, I guess. Ira scratched her nose. But why would they target him? How should I know? I rolled her eyes and Ira frowned, pinching her fingers together in her pocket. Ira leaned her head closer to What? It's nothing. It's clearly something. What's with that face? It's just how I normally look. Bullshit. You were clearly thinking some shit. Why are you so crude with your words? And how about you suck my balls? Sophie was at first confused. But when Ira's words sank in, she made a disgusted look. That's disgusting. Stop. Evelyn suddenly interjected. Alternating her gaze between the two, she frowned. What the hell is wrong with you two? Both and Ira turned to look at her. Just before they were about to speak, Evelyn raised her hand to stop them. No, I don't want to hear it. This isn't the time for that. There was clearly something sinister within the bunker. It was hard to explain, but Evelyn clearly felt it. That their time was running short. Whatever was happening, it was slowly creeping its way into them. In fact, since Leon had also fallen prey to whatever sinister situation was going on, there was no guarantee that they were safe. Looking around, and seeing the evident panic on the people's faces, she forced herself to calm down. At this rate, we're going to be in trouble. What was it again? Tree of Thorns? Ebdawn? I've corrected, and Ira frowned. Tree of what? I just said it. Yeah, I heard it. But what the fuck is that? Hearing Ira curse, Ife's face squinted slightly, but she was able to keep herself from lashing out and started to explain. It's something Leon and Julian were looking into before all of this happened. Really? Yes. Ife took a deep breath and was prepared to continue when Ira suddenly interrupted. If that's the case, do you think that the reason they are in this situation is because of that? You said they were framed, right? What if the ones behind them realized that those two were snooping? At the start, Ife was prepared to dismiss Ira's claims. However, when she thought about it, she found that she was unable to do so at all. In fact, her words made sense. Raising her head, she looked at Evelyn, who appeared to have a similar look of realization on her face. A curse slipped to Ife's mouth. By the time she realized, it was too late. Covering her mouth, she glanced at Ira, who was looking at her with a frown. Biting her lips, Ife prepared herself for the inevitable hypocrite call. but unexpectedly, Kira didn't do that. Rather, that's not how you say it. She seemed more bothered by the fact that she didn't say it properly. It's shit, not shit. The hell is wrong with you? Taking a deep breath. The roots that had been tangling my body vanished just like usual. I didn't feel relieved by that fact. Rather, I felt an even greater sense of urgency. I was running out of time. What do I do? Looking around the room, there was nothing that I could do. Given my current abilities, I couldn't force my way out of the room. Not only that, but even if I were to get out, what would happen then? There were so many people who were stronger than me. I felt a sense of helplessness. Clank. Breaking me out of my thoughts, the door to the room opened and several figures walked in. Confused, I looked at them. Wearing black uniforms, they stared at with serious expressions. I didn't like where this was going. There's been an incident in the outer sector. A tall man with combed black hair, squared framed glasses, and sharp eyes spoke. As he spoke, he slowly put on a pair of black leather gloves. Do you know anything about that? An incident in the outer sector? Did something happen again? Before I even had the chance to ask what it was, several of the men dressed in black lined up behind me. I looked around in confusion. What? UK? I felt my hair pull from the back as the leading man stared at me straight in the eyes. A similar incident from before occurred. Guess where they were looking at? It was at this moment that I finally understood what was going on. Things just don't seem to be going my way. I'll ask you kindly now, what do you know about the situation? Speak now while I'm being kind. I understand that you're an important figure, but we can't afford to treat you like the person that you are given the current circumstances. I'm sure Haven will understand the reasoning behind our actions. I remained quiet. Regardless of whether I was going to answer or not, the situation was going to be the same. If I said I didn't know, they'd say bullshit. In that case, I just remained silent and kept my gaze firmly locked on him. Not speaking. Bang! I felt my head smash against the metal table in front of me. Immediately, the world blurred and my mind became dizzy. Despite that, I didn't let out a sound. Speaking now? I continued to remain quiet. Bang! And the process repeated. My head yet again came smashing against the table. I don't want to do this. If you speak now, I won't have to do this. Bang! Going to speak now? Bang! Still not speaking? Bang! I had lost count of the amounts of times my head had been bashed against the table. The pain was there, but I could manage it. The problem came from the fact that I was slowly starting to lose consciousness. My eyesight was blurry, and I felt a wet sensation trailing down my nose. Thankfully, the interrogation didn't last for very long. Sir, the cadet is unresponsive. I can see that. Finally letting go of my head, I felt myself slump back on the chair. Though I was conscious, I could hardly move. My body refused to listen to me. Within my blurred sight, I could make out the outline of the man from before. Well, take a break now. I'll be coming to visit you again. When you feel like talking, all of this will stop. He then proceeded to leave alongside the others, leaving me in the room alone. Clank. A stifling silence covered the room as I blankly stared at the ceiling. One that I broke myself. He didn't notice. Turning my head slightly, I managed to catch a glimpse of my right arm. Words flowed out of my mouth as I squeezed my hand shut. J.V. McDaniels, a single father of two, wife died in an accident last year. Closing my eyes, several other memories flashed within my mind. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes again. I need a bit more time. Chapter 168, Trauma Bonding. 2. Did you manage to find anything? A stern man with greasy hair and a round belly greeted JV by the end of the main hall of the inner area of the bunker. He was the main secretary of one of the post leaders stationed at the bunker. To be precise, he was the secretary of the Black Hound Guild. No. Nothing yet, JV answered while taking off his gloves. Turning back to stare at the door that led to the room where the cadet was currently detained, he pursed his lips. I tried using a little bit of force, but he didn't budge once. Then clearly, you haven't used enough force. I don't know about that. Recalling what he had done, JV pursed his lips. To him, he had certainly used a lot of force. Despite that, the cadet didn't react. Perhaps the method he had used was the wrong one. Do we have any information on the cadet? Something that I can use perhaps? Information? The secretary thought for a moment before answering. We do, but they are not in the bunker, as far as I know. He comes from the Avenues barony, a rather small up-and-coming barony, and that he's the current Black Star. Anything about his family? No. Again, that information isn't with us. If we were outside, it'd be able to get you what you want. I understand. JV. The secretary grasped both sides of his shoulders, bringing his face closer to him. You need to understand how important the information is. People are currently suffering. We need to get to the bottom of the situation. You don't know who will be the next one to fall. It could be me, you, or your children. At the moment his children were mentioned, Javier's expression turned sharp. Right. I know I am. Finally letting go of his shoulders, the secretary looked around. Don't worry about the methods that you use. Just try your best to get information out of him. Time is of the essence. I need you to hurry up the process. Understood. Just as Javier was about to leave, he recalled something and turned back. You said that I don't have to worry about my methods, right? Yes, don't worry. From what I know, he's a rather important person from Haven. Do you think they'll let it slide if we do something to him? Ah, the secretary smiled. Don't worry. We'll handle the consequences. They're merely an academy. Their power amounts to nothing when compared to the guilds. Understood. The interaction ended there. Turning around, JV looked to his assistants and put his gloves back on. Bring me my tools. Yes. Following that, he went back into the room. Clank. It's me again. Sat behind the desk, the cadet slowly raised his head to meet his gaze. He looked somewhat lethargic, but his expression looked just as calm as it had been before. Staring at his expression, Javier's face scrunched up. Let's see if you'll be able to remain like that after I'm done with you. Clank. The door behind him opened and several tools were brought in, from sharp knives to hammers. JV made sure to display each tool on the table. He wanted to see if the cadet would falter, but instead, throwing a glance at the tools, the corner of the cadet's lips lifted up. Though he didn't say a word, it became clear to JV that he wasn't scared. JV further clenched his teeth before turning around to address his assistants. Tie him up. Understood. Coming down behind the cadet, who showed no resistance, his assistants quickly tied him down to the chair. The process took no longer than a few minutes. We're done. Leave the room, now. JV dismissed them with a wave of his hand. He needed to be alone for this next part. Pardon? I said leave. Irritated, JV shouted, startling the assistants. Understood. Though confused, the assistants quickly dispersed, leaving the room alone. Clank. Before long, it was just the two of them. Grabbing one of the knives, Javier traced his finger over its body. I really don't want to do this to you. If possible, I'd like to keep this exchange a painless one. Tell me what you know about the situation, and I'll let you go. How does that sound? You'll let me go? Finally, the cadet spoke. Staring into his hazel eyes, Javier nodded. Yes. I will try my best to get you out. Really? I promise you. Javier tried his best to put on the most heartfelt expression he could make. In reality, it wasn't up to him, but he wasn't lying when he said he would try his best. The cadet remained silent for a moment before he shook his head. Lying. His expression changed as well, raising his head to glare at JV. I can tell when someone is lying from just a glance. You're definitely going to try your best to help me, but ultimately that decision won't be up to you, will it? Javier's expression frosted over and his grip over the knife tightened. He was just about to start his session when the cadet's expression turned fierce. You think you can do shit to me with that little thing? Hey. Laughing, he brought his face forward. I've lost my mother when I was young. Spit flew out of his mouth as he spoke. My father, who is the leader of a large barony, hardly ever had time to take care of me. I've only had to rely on myself to take care of myself, and my brother. This little pain is nothing compared to what you're about to subject me to. Javier's hand, which was about to move, suddenly stopped after hearing his words. His expression stiffened, and he felt a certain pain in his chest. It dug into his heart, making it hard for him to remain calm. Those circumstances, they sounded an awful lot like that of his children. Oh. His chest trembled at the thought. No, this isn't the same. However, he still needed to do a job. Putting the knife down, he made sure the glove fit him perfectly before bringing his fist down to the cadet's face. Bang! As he punched, he heard a scrunching sound. It came from the cadet's nose, and blood flowed down from it. Not minding it, he brought his fist back and punched again. Bang! The entire time, he made sure to keep his face straight. However, that proved to be difficult. Ha 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 ha. Laughing with each punch, the cadet showed no signs of being affected by his punches at all. In fact, he seemed to be thriving in them. Do it. Punch me harder. But that wasn't the worst part. For some reason, bang! This is nothing compared to the pain I suffered when my mother died. Each and every word. Bang! This is nothing compared to the neglect I've suffered under my father. Hurt more than the punches he threw at the cadet. Bang! He is the one who killed my mother. That bastard. JV flinched, and his fist paused. With bloodshot eyes, the cadet screamed. If only he did his damn fucking job as a husband and father. Coward. He's a coward. Cow. Bang! The last punch didn't strike the cadet. No, it was directed towards the metal desk. Silence took over the room shortly after that. JV took heavy breaths. Raising his head, he looked at the cadet. With his head lowered, he looked unresponsive. Breathing heavily, JV removed the glove and stepped back. It wasn't. Massaging his head, he ruffled his hair into a mess before clenching his teeth. Taking a look at the cadet, he took a deep breath and proceeded to go out of the room. He needed to take a breath there. Clank! The room plunged into silence the moment he left. That was when the cadet's body finally moved as he slowly raised his head. The madness from before was long gone. Drip, drip. With blood dripping down from his nose, he coldly stared at the door. Squench, squench. Gradually, roots sprouted from the ground, covering his legs and finally stopping at his torso. Soon, Julian murmured, soon. At the same time, outer area of the bunker. I need to find out more about the tree. I've headed towards where the post leaders were. Because of her status, the guards station didn't stop her along the way and allowed her to enter the inner area of the bunker. Princess. The moment she entered, all gazes fell on her. I could feel tremendous pressure coming from each and every one of the individuals present, but she didn't let that affect her. Compared to what she had experienced before, they were simply small fries. No, they were small fries. How is the situation? Looking around, she found a seat at the edge of the room. There weren't many decorations, with only one table in the middle and a lamp. In the middle of the table were several files. This, we still aren't sure yet. A young woman I've recognized answered. Post leader of the Thorn Rose Guild, Penelope Injuk. From what we understand, this isn't a disease. However, we also don't know what it is. It doesn't seem to be poison or a curse. We've run a lot of tests, and we've yet to find anything to explain the situation. Is that so? I frowned. The situation was turning out to be a lot more complicated than she thought. But it's not like we don't have any leads, she went on to say, catching I've's attention. The others looked at her, but none stopped her. Tree of Ebondawn. I've had a hard time keeping her expression from changing. Tree of Ebondawn? What is that? We don't know. It's strange. None of us know, Penelope answered with a frown. Looking around, her gaze stopped on a tall man with long brown hair, well-shaped brows, and red eyes. Karl Jashmeyer, post leader of the Black Hound Guild. I knew him too. She didn't have good feelings about him. The Black Hound Guild wasn't a guild with a good reputation. They were known for their ruthlessness, and if not for the fact that they provided results, the royal family would have already done something about them. Opening his mouth, he spoke. This is usually my area of expertise, but I've also never heard of such a creature before. I suspect this is a lie from the cadet, trying to make us waste time on some nonsensical information. His words were met with a wave of agreement. We're wasting time looking for something that is not there. I also think this is a lie to make us waste time. It's fine. Carl raised his hand to quiet down the room. I've already got a few people to properly investigate the cadet. We'll know soon enough if he's lying or not. Properly investigate? I've asked with a frown. For some reason, She started to have a bad feeling, and as expected, she wasn't wrong. "Don't worry, princess, he should spill everything soon." I also made sure to tell them to not break him in the process. "You can trust us." Chapter 169, Trauma Bonding. 3. "Do you still have nothing?" the secretary asked outside of the detention room. From the tone of his voice, he appeared rather flustered and rushed. JV shook his head. "Nothing yet. I've tried multiple methods, but he doesn't budge." "This is problematic." Pacing around, the secretary mumbled to himself. "Post leader will be disappointed if we don't have anything soon. The information is also vital, and the cadet is our only source of information. It's obvious that he has something to do with the situation. We need to find something." His head flicked to face JV. Licking his lips, he said, "Try again." "But I don't care what methods you use by try again. We need him to speak. If we don't get results soon, then the situation will be bad for both of us. Think about your children. Get this done." "Are you sure?" "Yes. Yes. I said it before, he'll handle the consequences. You do your thing." "Understood." Watching the secretary leave, JV stood still for several minutes. His mind ran with complex thoughts, but as he recalled his children, he clenched his teeth and turned around to face the room. Facing the door, JV stood with his hand on the handle. For some reason, his hand just refused to turn the knob. It was as if his mind refused to let Hai open the door. Thinking about the words the cadet said, and the fact that he was now the same age as his children, JV started to feel hesitant. It was strange. However, his circumstances coincided a lot with that of his children. He kept getting reminded of them because of that. "No, I have to do it." But clenching his teeth, JV forced himself to throw those thoughts away. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. Clank. It was silent upon entering the room. Drip, drip. Besides the dripping sound of the blood that flowed down the cadet's face, there was no other sound present. At least, that was until JV picked something up. It was faint, but he could hear it. The sound. It was coming from the cadet's mouth. He appeared to be saying something. Show. Frowning, JV leaned in closer to hear better. Before he knew it, his ear was next to the cadet. Show. Kill, But that was still not enough. He couldn't quite hear what he was saying. "What are you saying? Speak louder." The cadet didn't respond. Show. Kill, Instead, he continued to mumble to himself. Frowning, JV stepped back. Grabbing the cadet's hair, he pulled his head back to see his face. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and it was then that the cadet's eyes shot wide open as he screamed. "Bastard, you should've killed me like you killed my mother. I wouldn't have had to suffer so much if not for you." Instinctively, JV let go of his hair. Clank, clank. Trashing on the chair, the cadet glared at him with bloodshot eyes as blood spilled out of his mouth. It's all your fault. She died because you couldn't do the one job you were supposed to do." His scream pierced the room. Why did you let it happen?" The cadet's eyes were hollow. It was clear that he wasn't fully conscious, that he wasn't addressing him. "And yet, you ruined my life. For some strange reason, you should've died with her." Every word that came out of the cadet's mouth seemed to pierce directly at his heart. "The reason I don't have a mother." Unknowingly, JV felt his breathing starting to become rough. Stop. He tried to stop the cadet, but he felt sapped of energy. It tied him down to the spot. Died. "I hate you." The screams continued. They gripped the room entirely. "All because of you." Alongside the screams, the pain in JV's chest intensified. "No, that's not." He started to grab onto his head. "It wasn't my fault. It was a distant past of his. A total accident." Yes, a total accident. His wife and his 2 children were merely on a walk when a monster appeared. In order to save them, he stayed behind to help them, or at least tried. In the end, his wife ended up dying due to his negligence. Years had passed since the incident. It was an incident that haunted him to this day. It wasn't my fault." Excuses started to flow out of his mouth. "I tried. I really tried." "Did you really?" Yes. Of course, the monster you were facing wasn't a strong one. It was a monster that someone of your strength should have easily been able to defeat. You wanted to showboat, didn't you? No, that's not it. Is it not? It was up. Javier's head flicked up. His heart chilled the moment he looked up. Seated in his seat with an indifferent expression was the cadet. He was looking at him expressionlessly. The hair on Javier's body stood on end the moment he met his gaze. Wait. He then reeled the conversation they were having. Bar. Thump. He felt the beat of his own heart. How did he know? The way the cadet spoke made it seem as though he had been there. But that was impossible. Impossible. Despite knowing that, under that gaze, his muscles turned stiff. How did you know? It's you wanted to let your children and wife see just how strong you were, right? What? The monster was weaker than you, and you were on vacation. You were clearly not tired like you told the others. Javier's eyes started to line with anxiety. Memories of the past resurfaced in his mind. They were in the woods outside of his estate. The day was clear, and the monster was standing right before him. It was a tough-fanged bear, a rather weak creature that was known for being nimble and ferocious. Ha ha, watch how I kill it. I'll show you just how strong I am. Go dad, go, kill it. Ha ha honey, please be careful, don't worry. I'll tack. It was just a momentary lapse of attention. That was all it took for everything to go wrong. He could still vividly recall the screams of terror coming from his wife and children. She died because of your carelessness. Ha, ha, am I wrong? JV wanted to refute, but he found the words unable to escape his lips. His chest felt heavy, and the hidden pain he kept hidden started to surface from within him. But that wasn't the worst part. No, it was those eyes. His eyes. Let me ask again, am I wrong? No. JV shouted. That's exactly what happened. Anger started to build from deep within him. It was an anger that was built upon the guilt he kept hidden. She died because of me. Are you happy? His scream reverberated throughout the room. By the time he was done, the room plunged into silence again. But the only focus of Javier's attention were those two cold and indifferent hazel eyes. Javier seemed to be able to see his reflection within them. So why are you still here? The cadet repeated, his voice layering slightly. Javier felt his breath caught at his throat. How can you live knowing that you're such a weak man? All that strength and power. And for what? The cadet's voice layered again. Javier felt his chest squeeze. Something is wrong. He clearly understood that there was something wrong with the situation. From how the cadet knew all the information, to the subtle layering in his voice. He knew, and yet, he could do nothing about it. It was too late for him. As if two hands had grasped his mind, he found himself unable to move at all. He was stuck in his spot, continuously thinking about the past. If you can't even protect your own wife, what makes you think you can protect your own children? If you can't even protect your own children, what right do you have to still be here? His breathing grew faster and faster. He had started to hyperventilate. Stop, 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 stop. Javier continuously begged for all of this to stop, clenching onto his chest. He begged and begged and begged, and yet, your children know of your sin. They just act like they don't. The voice never stopped. It grew louder and louder in his mind, completely overtaking it. The hands squeezed at his mind. Stop, street S. And then, the room fell into silence. In the silence, the only sound that was heard was the rapid breaths coming from Javier, which slowly started to calm down as his head drooped. That was until Julien's voice broke the silence. Look at me. Javier looked up. His eyes were hollow, devoid of any light. Staring into those eyes, Julien brought his cuffed hands forward. Release me. Javier stared at the cuffs with a hollow gaze. You know I'm innocent. Julien's voice reached his ears again. Don't let your sins pile up. What would your children think of you? You let your wife die, and then, you torture an innocent cadet. His voice, though quiet, seemed to resonate loudly within Javier's mind as he finally began to move, taking out a small key from his pocket. Unlock it. Javier moved forward, bringing the key towards the keyhole of the cuffs. Clink, clank, with the turn of the keys, the cuffs opened. Removing his hands from the cuffs, Julian massaged his wrists before looking at JV. He looked like a complete husk of the person that had tortured him. "You've done well," Julian spoke, moving the cuffs away. Tack. Taking a step forward, he looked at Javier in the eyes. "It wasn't your fault?" Julian's words seemed to have brought some clarity back into Javier's eyes. But such clarity only lasted for a few seconds before he added, "This is the first time I've tried this. I'm not quite adept at it just yet. You were clearly aware that I was manipulating you, and yet, your guilt seemed to have overridden that fact." Extending his hand forward, Julian placed the tip of his finger against Javier's forehead. "There's still so much I have to work on." Javier's world turned blank shortly after. Thump. His body fell back, and blood slowly started to pool from behind his head where a small, almost imperceptible, hole appeared. Staring at his body, Julian closed his eyes. Then, opening them up again, he started to get undressed. This was merely the start. Chapter 170. Escape. 1. I killed him. Staring at the officer's body, I massaged my wrists. They were hurting slightly. In all honesty, I didn't have to kill him. Simply knocking him out would have done the trick. But I didn't want to risk it. In the chance that he woke up earlier than I anticipated, ruin my plans. Well, at least, if he wasn't still broken then. But I doubted he was. While I had indeed managed to manipulate him using his past, and emotive magic, it wasn't to the point where I completely ruined him. I was still not there yet. But I was following the right path. Of that, I was sure. I was confident in being able to break someone with just words in the future. I just needed to grow more familiar with these strange powers of mine. Looking around, I took a deep breath and removed my clothes, replacing mine with his. I was quick with it, and in a few minutes, I was wearing the same clothes he had been. Taking his hat, I placed it over my head and lowered it. Not really a good way to hide my face, but it'll do. The current situation was eerie. For some reason, it felt as though I was being targeted. No, I probably was. But who? Who was targeting me? That was the problem. Besides Leon and the others, I couldn't really trust anyone else. Especially not the post leaders. What if they were in cahoots? The fact that I was tortured right after mentioning the Tree of Ebondawn was suspicious in itself. I need to get out of here. That was the only option I had left. The bunker was not safe. Escaping would have been problematic before. But I now had Javier's memories. I more or less understood the inner structure of the bunker. There were two exits to the bunker. One was at the very entrance where I had come from, and the other was in the inner area. It became fully clear to me that I could no longer stay here. I needed to get out of the bunker. Turning around, I stared at the reddened world outside of the window. This is going to be difficult. The crimson shade was still gripping the outside world. The moment I exited the building, I'd have at best a few hours before running out of mana. However, I needed to go out. I need to reach the library of the guilds. I knew that the information that I needed was going to be there. It was vital information that I needed. Since whoever was responsible for this was trying to stop me from finding anything about the tree, I figured I'd be able to solve the situation if I understood the reasoning why I was being stopped from finding out about the tree. The only problem was figuring out who to give the information to. I took a deep breath. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to think about that for now. Perhaps later when I found the information. Right now, I needed to deal with something else. Someone knocked on the door. JV, did you find anything? It was a greasy tone. Whoever it was, they didn't strike me as pleasant. In fact, I already had an idea of the identity of the one behind the voice. I had seen it in the memories. JV, seeing him call for the captain again, I cleared my throat before murmuring, "Come." It was just one word. However, it was all that I could afford to say in the given moment. My voice and Javier's voice were too different. It'd be easy for anyone to recognize it if they paid close attention. I stood there in silence, my heart gripping at my chest. Did he figure it out? Is he going to call backup? The silence felt eternal, and my body tensed. Clank, the door soon opened, and his voice echoed quietly from behind. Judging from the silence, it looks like it done. A round man with receding hair entered the room. Having already moved Javier's body, he didn't notice anything amiss as I stood by the end of the door. That's good. Post leader will certainly be happy. I pressed my finger against the back of his head, and he froze on the spot. He tried to scream, but I placed my hand over his mouth. MHM, clank. I then kicked the door shut. MHM. The man's face was white as he looked at me. He was clearly stricken with panic. It was a completely different sight from the ones in my memories. It was good that he was also not very strong. About the same tier as me. Clenching my hand, threads emerged from everywhere, grasping onto his arms and legs. Hanging suspended midair, I looked at him wordlessly. He was still screaming and shouting, but he could hardly make any noise with his mouth covered. Calmly walking, I reached out for his pockets and took whatever he had in them, from keys to money, and anything in general. Then, placing my hand over his head, I activated the second clover ability. Absorbing his memories, I leaned my head back. From him, I got an even better idea of how the inner system of the bunker worked. But not only that, Blackhound Guild. So they were the ones that were responsible for this. Finally, I had gotten a lead and a destination. I had previously been planning on going to the library of the Order of the Silver Seraphs. However, things were now different. I shouldn't waste any more time. Looking around, I met the eyes of the secretary. He looked to be pleading with me from the way he was moving, and the tears streaming down the corner of his eyes. He looked scared. Staring at him, I eventually nodded, sure, and clenched my hand. PFTT. He died in an instant. It was unfortunate, but I couldn't afford to keep him alive. Especially not him. Taking a deep breath, I lowered the hat to hide my face properly and opened the door. Clank. What greeted me upon exiting was a long and narrow corridor that separated from left to right side. The corridors were dimly lit with a few doors on the sides, and in the distance, I could hear the faint sound of footsteps. Knowing where I needed to go, I headed for the left side. Clank. Of course, I made sure to close the door behind me. 10 minutes. I quietly murmured to myself while walking along the corridor. That was how much time I had at my disposal before they would find the corpses. The corridors were further divided into many separate ones the deeper I went. If I had not read the memories of the secretary and JV, I would have thought of this place as a maze. It was good that I did read them. How long do we have to stay here? I'm not sure. Until the crimson shade lasts. Last I heard, it usually lasts a few days to a week. We'll be here for a week. Ugh, that's long. What can you do about it? In the distance, I could hear the faint sound of a conversation. My heart clenched, and my steps paused. It was coming from another corridor, and they were headed my way. I looked around me. There were several doors in front of me. Hastily reaching out for my pocket, I took out a set of keys that contained over 30 keys and hastily made a move for one of the doors. Oh, yeah? What are we having for dinner? From what I know, it's nothing special. Meatloaf, and some potatoes. That's not bad. The voices grew nearer and nearer. In the meantime, I slotted each one of the keys into the sockets. No, not this one. Not this one too. This one isn't it either. A tingling dread crept through my body as I slotted one key after another. I couldn't afford to be caught. The moment I was caught, my plans would fall entirely and the post leaders would move. I couldn't afford to let that happen. No, not this one. I continued to try each key. Still, I'd rather cook for myself. My wife makes some amazing dishes. Once we get out of here, I'll make sure to invite you. For someone who brags a lot about his wife, I'm starting to grow really curious about her cooking. The voices drew nearer. It was only a matter of time before they spotted me. I felt my breath caught in my throat as my chest tingled, and my hand felt light. I slotted each key into the hole, sometimes slipping due to the rush of the situation. Fuck. My hands trembled slightly. It made it even harder for me to slot the keys, but I had no choice. I didn't know how strong the guards were, but they were certainly stronger than the secretary. There was a chance I might be able to fight them, but how long was that going to take? By the time I defeated them, I'd be caught again. And if before I seemed suspicious, it now looked like the culprit. Ha. Unknowingly, my breath grew heavy. Anxiety started to gnaw at me. Not this one either. This one. No. Again. He'd look back from time to time. A deep sense of urgency rested in my chest as sweat accumulated on the side of my face. Oh, right. Did you hear about what happened with Jacob last night? No. What happened? The voices were now extremely close. My pulse raced, and my insides tightened. I took a hot and impatient breath. I continued to insert one key after another. The keys rattled with each attempt, and the voices drew near. My toes started to tingle, and I was no longer breathing. I felt suffocated. You don't know? Everyone was talking about it. Is that so? I could now hear the sound of their footsteps. Oh, no. Just when I thought I was going to fail, one of the keys finally entered and I turned the key. Click. My eyes lit up at the sight. Yes, hastily opening the door, I was about to get in when I suddenly stopped. Squench. No. Hearing the familiar sound, fear prickled the base of my spine. Looking down, roots covered the entirety of my body, stopping all the way up to my chest, squeezing me tightly. No. Why now? No. My face shook. And then, who's there? Who is that? The guards spotted me. Turning my head, I was suddenly overcome with despair. Chapter 171, Escape. 2. Squench. The sound was one that I was now starting to get used to. I took a sharp breath in, trying my best to calm the increasing anxiety. Alongside the sound were the roots that would sprout from beneath the ground, slowly crawling up from the ground and tangling my feet and body. At the start, they had only covered my ankles. That was at the start. They now covered my body all the way up to the chest. I felt my chest squeeze at the sight of the roots. Just when were they going to stop haunting me? But if that wasn't bad enough, who are you? What are you doing? I was now stuck in the middle of the hall with my back turned. With my head turned to face their direction, I made sure to keep my hat lowered to keep my face hidden. What ridiculous question is this? I hoarsely said, trying my best to keep my tone calm. The two guards appeared to both be around tier 3. They were stronger than me. In a fair fight, the likelihood of me losing to just one of them was high. 2? That was nearly impossible. Of course, that was if I excluded emotive magic. With it, it'd be able to deal with one fast. However, by then, it'd be unable to deal with the other. Pardon? We were just asking. It's protocol. Though I couldn't see, just from the tone of their voices, I could tell that they were confused. It made sense considering how I had blatantly dodged the question. I should have taken this into consideration. My situation was not good at all. I understood that. However, it wasn't hopeless. They had yet to see my face. Closing my eyes, I immersed myself in my mind and the world turned black. There were several dozen entities residing within my mind. There used to be more. But with time, I slowly started to forget them. There were only a few that actually remained. They were the ones that I chose to keep. At this very moment, I was looking for one specific entity. There. A familiar face appeared in my mind. Walking forward, I reached out for it and memories coursed through my mind. They were the same memories I had relieved before. However, unlike last time, I made sure to properly analyze the tones, emotions, and habits. I started to relieve his memories. The process seemed to last forever. However, I knew all too well that only a few moments had passed. Opening my eyes, my tone lowered. I've got a job to do. Don't start annoying me. It wasn't just my tone that changed. From the way I was breathing, to the way I carried myself. An outline appeared in my mind, and I just followed it. At this very moment, I was mimicking JV, a stern man who was hell-bent on following rules and orders. This, sir, if you two should already be aware of who I am. Turning to look at the door, I opened the door and took a step in. Just before entering, I placed my hand into my pocket and took out a pair of black gloves which I proceeded to put on. That seemed to do it. In the exact moment that I took out the gloves, the two guards appeared to have recognized me. Sir JV. Sir JV. Just as one greeted, so did the other. We apologize. Because of your hat, I wasn't able to recognize you. I apologize. I didn't say anything and took another step into the room. Despite my outward composure, my heart was beating out of my chest. Maintaining the facade wasn't hard. but just a slight slip-up and I knew I was done for. If I may ask, what brings you here, sir? This is merely a storage room. From what I understand, you should be undergoing a task. I stopped in my tracks. I was just about to answer with a mind your own business when I stopped myself. The real JV would never do such a thing. He was someone who disliked dragging things and always stated his business. The cadet isn't budging. As such, I could only try to make up some bullshit. I'm looking for other means to make him talk. Ah, that makes sense. But why the storage room? I've asked my assistants to look elsewhere. I'm thinking of using something from here to get the cadet to talk. I see. Judging from the tone, he appeared confused. I thought that everything was flowing smoothly, and for a brief moment, my heart calmed down. That was until the guard spoke again. If you don't mind, is it okay if I accompany you? I swallowed my saliva and felt the sound of footsteps drawing near me. They were coming closer and closer before stopping right behind me. I slowly clenched my hands. Sir, I'm sure he'll be able to help you if you allow me. Would that be okay with you? Yet again, I didn't answer. I focused my attention on my hand. Shit. Then, taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes. How long? Pardon? For how long did you know? I'm sorry, I'm not following. Opening my eyes, I looked behind me and faced the guard directly. For how long did you know that I wasn't JV? Ah, to that? The guard smiled. Since the start. While you act like him, you aren't the same height as him. Your hair is also not the same. Right? I had thought about this and tried my best to hide the flaws. From the hair, to the way I carried myself. I thought I had done a pretty good job at that, but it was clear I hadn't. Did you seriously think I wouldn't notice? As he spoke, he was already making his move. I stood in silence for a short moment before speaking again. My voice layered. If you knew I wasn't JV, why aren't you scared? Eh? The guard stopped in his tracks, his face turning pale. I raised my hand and pointed my finger at his forehead. Our eyes met for a short moment before I pulled my finger away. Thump. With a low thump, the body fell to the ground, a small hole appearing on his forehead as blood pooled out from behind his head. I started to breathe heavily in the process. While emotive magic didn't use much mana, the mental toll it took, alongside my immersion, was quite high. The mental toll was especially intense when dealing with someone who was stronger than me. Shit. Still, this wasn't the end of my problems. There had been 2 guards moments prior. Although I had been able to dispatch one, the problem was the fact that the second guard had been missing. He must have used the chance to leave and relay to the higher-ups about the situation. I clenched my teeth. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Soon, the entire bunker was going to come after me. It became abundantly clear to me that I was on the verge of getting caught. My body tensed all over. However, strangely enough, I wasn't scared. In fact, my mind started to calm down as I immersed myself in Javier's memories and recalled the map of the inner area of the bunker. Soon, I had a direction. Glancing at the body on the ground beside me, I rushed forward. Time was ticking, and if I lost my chance, I knew it'd be the end of me. Thinking about the vision, I clenched my teeth over my dead body. I didn't want to face such a scenario. At the same time, let me get this straight. Did you just say, you'll make sure that you won't break him? A certain regal air surrounded Oif as she sat down on her chair while staring at the post leader of the Black Hound Guild. There was a clear difference in strength between her and the rest, and yet, for some strange reason, the aura around Oif's body appeared to suppress that of those in the room. As expected of the Megrail bloodline, many of the post leaders thought to themselves while starting at Oif. It was a pity that they could not covet her, given that in the future, she was most likely not going to join a guild. Ah, yes, that's what I said. Offering a smile, the post leader of the Black Hound Guild rubbed his hands. Currently, he's the most suspicious person present. I took it upon myself to make sure that we extract all possible information from him. You might never know who might fall next. I hope you won't mind my methods. Won't mind? I frowned. Of course, she minded. He was directly talking about torturing a cadet to get information out of them. This was clearly something that she didn't look favorably towards. Perhaps noticing Oif's displeasure, the post leader spoke. Are you perhaps acquainted with the cadet? Please don't worry. Like I said, I made sure to tell the people in charge to not go too hard. He might suffer a bit, but his mind will PFTT. His words were abruptly stopped by a wife who laughed. Confused, everyone looked at her. This was especially so for the post leader of the Black Hound Guild. Princess, is there something funny? I apologize. Covering her mouth with her hand, it took a few moments for a wife to recover. When she did, she looked at the post leader before shaking her head. I'm disappointed in you. Pardon? A wife turned her head to look at all the post leaders present. It looks like none of you here did your research. Research? About? Staring at them, a wife shook her head again. Given that they were extremely busy with the raids and situations, it made sense that they didn't know. However, it was still disappointing. Looking at them, or more specifically Carl, the post leader of the Black Hound Guild, a wife leaned back on her chair. That guy that's torturing. He's a maniac who reached a score of 8.23 in the mental examination. Her words brought silence to the room. It gripped it in its entirety. I saw it with my own two eyes. During the mental examinations, a wife had been there. She had seen him seated in that chair, completely unmoved as the numbers counted. Recalling the moment that his score was revealed, a wife remembered her mind blank. It was a score she refused to believe was possible. And yet, he had done it. For that reason, she found the entire situation funny. Break his mind? She found that to be laughable. A wife looked straight into the Black Hound post leader's eyes. At the same time she did, she found herself unable to hide her smirk. Make sure to not break him. It'll be a miracle if you can even get him to say a single word. What a waste of time. It truly was. And following her words, the room once again fell into a complete state of silence. None of the pus leaders said a word. This was especially true for the pus leader of the Black Hound Guild, whose face was red. He looked like someone who had eaten shit. Just as someone was about to say something, the door of the room burst open. Clank. Emergency report. A man rushed into the room. With heavy breaths and a red face, he looked around in panic. Before anyone could say anything, he shouted, "There's an emergency. We've got an intruder. I believe it to be the cadet who has been put under interrogation, dressed as Sir JV. We caught him in one of the corridors as he tried to escape." What did you say? Immediately, several people stood up. However, before they could move, a wife's cold voice echoed, "Sit down." Instantly, all eyes turned on her. A tremendous pressure bore down on a wife. "I can only do so much." Bearing the pressure, a wife closed her eyes before opening them up again. "Until I say so, nobody is to go out of this room." That's an order. Chapter 172, Escape. 3. Princess. Everyone's attention was focused on a wife who tried her best to keep her composure. Feeling the pressure that was bearing down on her from the post leaders, she withstood it all and tried to act as calmly as possible. "Don't move. Everyone stay here." That's an order. "Excuse me?" Frowning, one of the post leaders looked at her. A wife recognized him. Andrew Colnell of the Raging Bulls Guild. With his tall stature and burly body, he was quite intimidating to look at. "The potential culprit has escaped, and you're telling us to stay still? What sort of situation is this? Could it be that the two of you are colored?" A wife squinted her eyes and he stopped speaking. "The McGrail family gains nothing by doing this to you." Her gaze quietly swept the room. "If we wanted to get rid of the 15 guilds, we would be able to do so in a heartbeat. Those of Central would be more than willing to help. After all, without the 15 guilds, that would mean that 15 Miracracks will be available for the noble houses to take." One of the main reasons why the McGrail family allowed the guilds to be in power and granted them access to the Miracracks was specifically to tie down the noble houses. There had been several coup d'etat attempts in the past. It was for that reason that the McGrail family was so hell-bent on keeping its power and pressuring those beneath them. While it did affect the overall growth of the empire, it also made their ruling far more stable than that of the other empires. It was such action that allowed them to become the strongest empire of the four. A strong nation with the dysfunctional head was just an empty shell in a wife's eyes. If you really think I'm colluding with him, you can go ahead and file a report to the McGrail family once this is over. Of course, that will be after you deal with the aftermath of Haven's wrath. Do I even need to remind you who the two current heads of the academy are? Oif's words continued to reverberate across the room. The eyes of the posse leaders changed. Clearly, there were many that wanted to refute her words, and not take her seriously. However, the Megrail name continued to hang over their heads, preventing them from making any rash movements. Such was the power Oif was bestowed since birth. Sit down. Oif's cold voice echoed across the room. Despite clearly being the weakest in the room, it didn't seem like that at all from the way she carried herself. Eventually, several of the posse leaders went ahead and followed her orders and sat down. Oif looked at them and acknowledged them with a small nod. She was satisfied. Of course, not all sat down, and her gaze soon paused on them. At the helm was none other than the post leader of the Black Hound Guild. Are you perhaps not satisfied with my order? Carl didn't answer immediately. His expression was blank, and his red eyes flickered slightly. With a twitch of his expression, he soon put up a smile. Satisfied? I wouldn't say I'm satisfied. You must understand that I'm doing this to figure out what is going on. Currently, several cadets and members of the Supply Station have fallen into a coma. The only lead we have is the cadet that we have detained. I understand that. It's good that you understand it, Princess. If you understand, then you must also understand that his sudden escape is even more suspicious. He wouldn't have run away if he had nothing to hide and was innocent. That's not true. Oif shook her head while drumming her fingers over the armrest of the chair. Didn't you specifically say that you were trying to not break him? From what I can tell, you were trying to torture him. My best guess is that he's running away because of that. If anything, this is all your fault. Carl let out a nervous laugh. Princess, didn't you say that his mental score was 8.23? The little torture that I subjected him to is nothing. If anything, it probably tickled. So, Oif's eyes narrowed. Just because he could withstand it, that doesn't mean he liked it. Clenching onto the armrest of the chair, her expression darkened. Sit down. I won't allow any one of you to interfere with the matter. If he's truly the culprit, then we'll find out soon enough. But I'm sure confident in the bunker's safety system, correct? If that's the case, then what is there to be worried about? He'll get caught even without your interference. To that, nobody could say a thing. Everyone present understood how the inner structure of the bunker worked. Escaping was almost impossible. It was like a maze. Unless someone knew how the inner structure of the bunker worked, then there was no way they'd be able to escape. At such thoughts, several of the posse leaders sighed in relief and relaxed back. All right, then. This was especially so for the Black Hound posse leader. Looking at Oif, he nodded his head with a smile. He'll follow the princess arrangement. At the same time, he glanced at the guard that had entered the room. Though he didn't say anything, his message was clear. Find him. The guard nodded, before excusing himself from the room. Oif stared at the interaction without saying a word. She couldn't have said anything because he hadn't said a thing. Not that she would've. This was as far as her powers allowed her to help. Though she carried the Megrail name, she was merely a princess without any contention for the throne. Her words could only hold so much weight. I hope this is enough. She was a little worried. After all, it was almost impossible to escape without knowing how the inner structure of the bunker worked. If possible, she would have preferred to help out more. There was something clearly wrong with the situation, and the posse leaders seemed extremely untrustworthy. Someone here is definitely behind this. Her eyes paused on the posse leader of the Black Hound Guild. To her, he was the most suspicious. However, she had no evidence to back up her statement. In the end, she could only sit back and close her eyes. This really was the best she could do for now. My breathing was rough. I wasn't sure for how long I had run. Looking ahead, all that met my sight was a long and narrow corridor that split in 4 directions. This place was like a maze. If it weren't for the fact that I knew which direction to go to, then escaping would have been impossible. Run. We've received reports that there's someone on the run. Find him at all costs. In the distance, I could hear the voices of the guards. Taking a deep breath, I didn't rush forward and took a deep breath. At the same time, I brought my hand forward and threads flowed out from my forearm. The threads extended from out of my arm, flowing to the ground and separating into several directions. My chest squeezed at the mana expenditure. However, this was a necessary step. Done. Taking another deep breath, I headed to my left where another corridor was. I ran for a few minutes before stopping and jumping up. With the aid of the threads, I helped myself onto the ceiling of the corridor. In the process, I maintained my breathing and calmed my breathing heart. The ensuing silence was one laden with tension. That silence was inevitably broken by the sound of the passing guards who rushed ahead. This way. Look, there are threads on the ground. Follow the threads. Following the threads on the ground, they rushed past the spot I was in. I stared at their departing backs with bathed breath. Thud. I only fell back down when I could no longer see them. It worked. With everyone's attention on the threads, nobody noticed my presence right on top of them. Such had been one of my goals in laying the threads out. Of course, their other goal was to allow me to know how many guards were ahead and from which direction they were coming. Yuck. I felt lightheaded. It was hard to keep the threads out for so long. They took a heavy toll on my mana. Almost. With that being said, I had no other choice but to continue. Even as my head felt light and I could hardly think properly, I rushed ahead. There was a certain direction that I needed to go. And that place wasn't the exit. No, going to the exit was not a smart move. There were probably several powerful guards waiting for me there. Since they knew that my goal was escaping, I was sure they'd be there to wait for me. It was for that reason that I headed in a different direction. With heavy breaths, I continued to my rush. Whenever guards appeared, I'd repeat the same steps as before. This way. Go. Thud. Falling down, my knees buckled. I was exhausted. It had been a few minutes since my mana had pretty much depleted. The number of threads that were on the ground was low, and the speed at which I was running was also extremely slow. Thankfully, I was near my destination. Holding onto the side of the corridor, I laid my eyes on the distant room. Given the current circumstances, there was only one guard stationed outside. He was on the weaker side and didn't seem at all like a threat. Taking a deep breath, I lowered my hat and straightened my back. Then, trying my best to keep my face firm, I walked forward calmly. Tack, tack. The sound of my footsteps echoed within the quiet hall. Who are you? Upon noticing my presence, the guard grew wary. Licking my lips, I spoke. Stay put. His body stopped. So did I. Looking up, his entire face was pale as he looked at me with widened eyes. Extending my hand forward, a purple hand materialized right beneath his neck. UK, it grasped his neck directly. Following that, his body grew limp and his eyes rolled back. Thud. His body fell shortly after. Holding onto my knees, I desperately gasped for air. My lungs were burning, and sweat dripped down from the side of my face. Still, it wasn't over yet. Clenching my teeth, I moved forward and reached out for the door. At the same time that I did that, I used the threads to help keep the guard's body in the same position as it was before. My body tingled at the effort, but I suppressed the pain and entered. Clank. UK, who are you? Immediately after entering the room, I was greeted with a white room where over a dozen beds appeared, each with a person lying in it. In the middle of the room was a man dressed in white who was staring at me with a scared expression. SHHH. He was most likely the doctor. Bringing my finger to my lips, I looked around. My thoughts stopped the moment my eyes paused in a certain direction. What? I stood frozen in disbelief, blinking to make sure I was seeing correctly. My heart dropped. My chest trembled as I neared the body. How? It was a familiar face. A face that I was now used to seeing each day. With wide open eyes, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Bar. Thump. Bar. Thump. I felt the beat of my own heart drum within my mind. Just what in? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A change occurred before I could get my words out. I stood frozen on the spot as everyone within the room sat up straight. Their white eyes locked onto me. Leon too. Something inside me wrenched and soured under their gazes. Bar. Thump. Bar. Thump. In the silence that took over, the drumming within my mind completely overtook my senses. Rigidly turning my head, the hair at the back of my neck stood on end as my eyes locked onto the doctor's. He too had white eyes, staring at me like the others. His mouth parted open, and he screamed. Chapter 173. Escape. 4. Eek, an icy current went up and down my spine the moment I heard the scream. Feeling several gazes on me, I felt all hair on my body rise and my heart ceased to beat for a split second. But it was only momentary. Before I even had a chance to react, the others opened their mouths and screamed. Eek, 1, 2, 3. The entire room was plunged into a sea of screaming. Squench, squench. Roots sprouted from the ground, taking hold of my entire body, only stopping at my face where I felt a familiar tickling sensation. Ha, ha. Level 1. Surprise. EXP plus 0.3% Level 1. Surprise. EXP plus 0.6% Level 2. Fear. EXP plus 0.04% Level 2. Fear. EXP plus 0.08% Level 2. Fear. EXP plus 0.12%. Notifications flashed in my vision. I felt sweat cling to the back of my neck, dampening my hair. Once again, fear started to creep into the depths of my mind. Why? Staring at the notifications, I had a hard time understanding my situation. The situation didn't make sense. Should be able to withstand this much. I thought I had grown used to fear given how much I had started to understand it. And yet, all I felt was fear. It continued to seep into my mind, making it hard for me to think properly. There was something clearly wrong with the situation. The same was true for the roots. Why did they keep on appearing? Each time, they'd appear to cover more and more of my body, reminding me of the little time that I had left. Never before did it happen with the visions. Eek. The screams continued to echo in the background, taking hold of the entire room. I covered my ears while feeling the gazes of all those present in the room. Their white eyes were currently fixed on me as veins protruded from their necks, and saliva started to flow out of their mouths. I shivered under the scene. I struggled to breathe. Blinking, the roots disappeared and I could move again. I didn't hesitate to take that chance to move away from where I stood. Failed, yet again. My plan had failed. As if I was being read at every moment, nothing was going my way. But I didn't let that affect me. I couldn't let it affect me. Taking one last glance in Leon's direction, I clenched my teeth and pushed my way out of the room. The room should be soundproof enough to not have anyone notice anything. Just as I reached the door, I waited for a few seconds. Thump, thump, thump. One after another, the bodies fell behind me. Alongside that, the screams also stopped. Only then did I reach for the door and pull it open. Clank, as expected. There was no one. I breathed in relief. Without hesitation, I retrieved the threads that I used to keep the guard standing and closed the door behind me. Thump. The guard at the door fell to the ground. Swallowing my saliva, I turned to look back. Then, staring at the guard, a certain thought fell and I took a deep breath. Yeah, that might work. Outer bunker area. Where did that bitch go? Ira looked around for any sign of Oif. In one moment she had been with them, and in the next moment, she was gone. She did say something along the lines of I have to do something, but that was about it before she went ahead and disappeared. She's probably with the post leaders trying to figure something out. Ira dismissively waved her hand. Whatever. This situation is way too creepy for me to even be mad at her. Had the situation not been like this, Ira didn't think she'd be able to work with Oif. Perhaps, she also felt the same way. That bitch. The thought pissed Ira off. Fuck, I'm getting goosebumps. Massaging her arms, Ira looked around. The outer area of the bunker was extremely quiet. Hardly anyone spoke. A strange atmosphere filled the place. While no one spoke, Ira could see the unrest in many of the people's faces. Right now, there was a fine line between the silence and total chaos. With just a slight push, chaos was bound to appear. Ira understood everyone's feelings all too well. She too was creeped out by the situation. This was especially so after Leon had also fallen for whatever was happening. It made it especially clear to her that no one was currently safe. No one. Ira was just about to sit down when she noticed a sudden change coming from the guards patrolling the area, and the guild stations. They all seemed to be rushing towards the inner area. Before she could voice anything out, Someone from the crowd beat her to it. What's going on? Despite the guards and guild members trying their best to be subtle about their actions, it didn't go unnoticed by the crowd, who started to grow rowdy. Is there something going on? Why is everyone rushing towards the inner area of the bunker? Are you perhaps leaving without us? Are they abandoning us? The fine line that separated the calmness shattered, and chaos started to take hold of the outer area. Everyone, please calm down. There's nothing serious. There are no problems. We are just getting the guild members to move on the orders of the post leaders, who are thinking of a way to resolve this situation. Bullshit. You're leaving us. Despite the guild members' best attempt at trying to calm the situation down, it only served to add fuel to the fire as more and more people started to stand up. The cadets also started to protest. What exactly is going on? Do you have any answers? Are you leaving? Do you know who my father is? Some even started throwing their family names around. Ira cringed slightly at the sight. Who the hell was going to care about their family in this situation? Still, it did do something. Evelyn seemed to be of the same opinion as her as she shook her head. Flaunting their family status like that, it's a bad look, I guess. Ira placed her pinky in her ear. Evelyn tilted her head upon noticing Ira's calmness. She didn't seem all that bothered about the situation. You look rather calm. Do you have a plan? A plan? Ira licked her lips. Turning around, her gaze fell on the crowd of people who started to protest against the guards stationed at the door that led to the inner area. Scratching her neck, she looked at Evelyn. You know, I kind of agree with them. Well, think about it. There's something clearly wrong with the situation. In fact, it seems like Leon and Julian had been purposely targeted because they found out about the whatever tree. Oif is also gone. And, I don't know about you, but I feel like we're purposely being detained. Ah? Evelyn looked confused, turning her head to stare at the windows outside. The world was still red, a clear indicator that the crimson shade was still in effect. It was for that reason that she struggled to understand Ira's words. Why do you think we're being detained? It's not like we're capable of artificially creating a crimson shade. I guess you're right. I still don't like this situation. What are you proposing? Simply actually. Ira cleared her throat. Then, facing the same direction as the crowd, she rushed forward while shouting, do you have any idea who my father is? Fuck. My father aside, do you have any idea as to who I am? Let me in. Yeah? Let us in. Before Evelyn knew it, Ira had suddenly started to take charge of the entire crowd, leading the protest. Speechless, Evelyn didn't know what to say. However, it was clear that with Ira's interference, the situation was getting more and more out of control. And it wasn't like she disagreed with what she said. Thus, with a long and tired sigh, she weakly raised her hand before saying, do you know who my father is? Do we still have nothing? Nothing. Let's go to this area. 2 guards ran around the corridors of the inner bunker. Because manpower was limited, and the inner area of the bunker was like a maze, the guards were separated into groups of 2 and 3. Fiddling with his weapon, one of the guards looked ahead. We'll be heading for the infirmary if we head forward. Do you want to check it out? I doubt there will be anyone there. My best guess is that the target is currently headed for the main exit. Good luck with that. Sir Rogers is guarding that area. There's no chance he'll be able to escape. True that. While talking, the guards rushed ahead. The tunnels were long, but at their speed, it took no longer than a few minutes to come closer to their destination. Wait. Coming closer, they stopped. Their expression changed the moment they looked ahead. Someone has been here. Right at the entrance of the infirmary, a guard lay on the floor with their back against the wall. Immediately, the 2 guards rushed ahead. You check up on him. He'll enter the infirmary. Yes. Taking out his weapon, one of the guards kicked the door of the infirmary open and rushed in. Clank. At the same time, the other guard bent over to check the pulse of the guard that was done. Placing his finger over his neck, he closed his eyes and tried to feel for a pulse. Bar. Thump. Bar. Thump. His eyes flared open the moment he felt something. However, the moment his eyes opened, he felt his own heart stop. 2 hazel eyes stared directly at him. At the same time, something pressed against his temple. It was followed by a cold voice. I apologize. Thump. The guard fell shortly after that. At the same time he fell, Julian turned to face the direction of the door. Silence took over the surroundings until a figure finally walked out. You won't believe what? A hand reached out for his ankle the moment he came out. Before the guard could even react, he felt his head spin and he started to wobble. Julian took that moment to raise his finger and point it toward his forehead. Thump. Like the first guard, his body limped to the ground. Taking a deep breath, Julian closed his eyes before standing up. Massaging his shoulders, he looked at his hands. I've recovered enough mana. Dragging the body of one of the guards back into the infirmary, he walked towards the other guard and threads spread out from his hand, inching towards the guard on the floor and entering his clothes. Julian's expression shifted slightly due to the exertion, but it was manageable. Soon, the guard stood up from the ground. Drip, drip, blood leaked from its forehead. Thankfully, it wasn't an issue. Picking his pocket, he used an ointment he picked up from the infirmary to seal the wound. He then proceeded to clean the blood on the ground. It was a quick process and he was done in a few minutes. Silence took over the space as he stared at the guard in front of him. Extending his hand, Julian lowered the guard's hat. Then, turning to face the corridor, he took a step forward. Tack. With the aid of the threads, the guard similarly took a step forward. It was a little wobbly, but it worked. Julian nodded at the sight and took another step. As he did, one of his fingers twitched, and the guard stepped forward. Again, the step was wobbly. Julian's brows creased. Moving his fingers, the guard took another step, and then another. Like a puppeteer, Julian controlled the guard and moved it as he wished. With each step that the guard took, the less wobbly his steps became, and it wasn't long before the guard started to move flawlessly. Watching from the back, Julian placed his hand in his pocket and caught up with the guard. Sorting through his memories, a map of the inner area appeared in his mind, and took a step forward. So did the guard. I can't fail this time. He had the necessary means to escape. Chapter 174, Escape. 5. The corridor was long and quiet. Tack, tack. The only sound that I could hear was the sound of my footsteps alongside the guards. Moving ahead, I had yet to meet any other guards. Of course, that was mainly because I had only just recently left. I was bound to meet a group soon enough. Hopefully, this works. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Calming my nerves, I turned to look at the guard walking alongside me. He was long dead, and at first glance there seemed to be nothing wrong with him with the exception of his closed eyes. I was able to hide that fact by lowering his hat. Of course, that would be useless if one paid close attention. Twitching my finger, he moved forward. It was weird, but it almost felt as if my senses were numbing. I would have normally felt a little more when killing someone. While it was true that I was starting to get used to the idea of killing, it was still not a concept that I could fully embrace. And yet, I killed so many people without even batting an eye. I felt nothing when killing them, no guilt, no anger, nothing. It was almost concerning. While this was indeed the point that I wanted to reach at a certain point in my life, the speed at which I had reached this point was the thing that I was concerned about. It was unnatural, almost artificial. Did my perception of death numb down due to the time I fought Leon and when I used the first leaf? Back then, I remember dying over and over again. Was that perhaps the reason for the change? No. Eventually, I shook my head. No, it wasn't that. It started the moment I came into the mirror dimension. Or more specifically, the moment I entered the Supply station and the roots appeared. That was when the change mostly likely happened. I took a nervous breath. Again I was reminded of the little time that I had. I needed to get out. Looking ahead, my fingers twitched and I hurried my pace. The guard followed alongside me. At the same time, I closed my eyes and spread threads all over the surroundings. My chest trembled at the mana expenditure, and my face turned pale. Withstanding the strain, I lowered my head to follow a certain thread that led to the path that I wanted to go to. All was proceeding smoothly until, are you following the thread? Yes, it leads to this way. Hurry, there's so many of them. I heard voices coming from up ahead. Unease unfurled in my chest the moment I heard the voices. Pursing my lips, I lowered my head and picked up the pace, following the thread that I had set up. Our paths were soon going to cross. My only hope would be that they would either just move past me, but of course, Why would they just run past me? I didn't give them the initiative and spoke first. I'm following this thread. I'm coming from the infirmary. I then pointed towards another thread. I haven't followed that one. You should follow that one. I don't think anyone is following that thread. Understood? Yes. The guards left right after that. Feeling their distancing steps, I finally sighed in relief. It worked. Noticing the urgency in my tone, the guards left before they could properly observe me, and all of it was thanks to the body next to me. Given that the person who needed to escape was only one person, they had less reason to suspect that I was involved, especially since I was also wearing a guard uniform. At the same time, because our exchange was brief, they didn't notice the threads that wrapped around the insides of the guard's body. Not that it was easy to detect, considering that the threads were extremely thin and I was getting better and better at controlling them. With that being said, that didn't guarantee a thing. Had the two stopped to take a proper look, there was a chance that they'd notice something. Of course, that was only if they noticed my face first. That was probably the biggest giveaway. I did after all have quite the memorable face. It was a sin to be this handsome, at least, in these situations. Taking a deep breath to collect myself, I followed the thread I had set up on the ground. Along the way, it walked past several guards, but just like the first time, none of them noticed a single thing. Almost. My steps gradually slowed after I passed a certain corridor. In order for me to escape, I needed first to enter the storage space. Unfortunately, that area was somewhat guarded. While all the strong individuals were at the main entrance, the people guarding the storage space were not weak. That wasn't the only problem. Unless one had the key, they wouldn't be able to enter the storage space. Thankfully, I was in possession of such a key thanks to JV. Stopping right at the intersection that led to the storage space, I took a deep breath. The path in front of me diverged from left to right. To my right was the corridor that led to the storage space, while the left had another corridor that led to another area. I needed to go to the right. My breathing was somewhat rough. While recovering my breath, I peeked the corner slightly. 1, 2, 3. By the side of the corridor was a large metallic door with several guards stationed there. Judging from the aura their bodies gave out, they all appeared to be stronger than me. Shit, I silently cursed under my breath. This was going to be a lot more difficult than expected. But it wasn't like I didn't have a plan. Turning my head to face the guard next to me, I took a few more minutes to recover my breath before twitching my finger. The guard moved, passing the corner. Who goes there? Who are you? State your credentials. Immediately after passing the corner, the guards stationed at the supply area grew alert. Controlling the guard, I made him run to the left corridor. Hey, stop. Just as I heard their shouts, I also rushed out of the corner. What the? Coming out. The guards looked surprised and stopped. Yet again, I took the initiative to speak. Quick. He's escaping. That's the guy. While I spoke, I brought my hands to my knees while twitching my fingers to control the body which already disappeared on the opposite side. What's going on? Culprit. Escape. The guards were quick. Right as I told them of the situation, they picked up the pace again. Staring at their departing backs, I continued to control the body. I had taken the initiative to delay some time for the body to move forward. The guards were definitely faster than a body that was being controlled by threads. I needed to buy as much time as possible for it. I didn't know how much time that would give me. Probably not much, considering that once they got close enough, they'd notice the threads that were wrapped around its body. No, maybe that'll make them think he's the culprit even more. Leaning back against the wall, another guard walked up to me. Unlike the other guards, he had stayed behind. You must be exhausted. I didn't answer and just took deep breaths. This was my own way of saying I was. Can you tell me exactly what happened? We've noticed threads appearing all over the place, but because of our orders, we weren't allowed to move. I took another deep breath just to show the fact that I was tired. And I was, since I was still controlling the body. Even so, with threads scattered around, I didn't worry about him noticing that they were coming from me. While keeping my head lowered, I started to relay some information to him. I don't know myself what happened. I was just walking alongside my partner when I noticed that something was wrong. When I questioned him, he just started to run away. It looks like he disguised himself as a guard in order to escape. Thankfully, I noticed that something was wrong just in time. The guard next to me frowned. This cadet is a lot more slippery than I imagined. Right. Despite chasing him for so long, I was barely able to keep up with him. I heard he was the top cadet of Haven. I guess there were merits to the title. You did good. Pressing his arm against my shoulder, the guard tried to comfort me. I touched his wrist briefly. Can you stand up? I think I can. Supporting myself with the aid of the wall behind me, I was just barely able to stand up. Nodding, the guard headed back to the metal door that led to the storage area. As he did, he knocked on the door. Help me guard the supply while we're at it. Is the water? Yes. I'm thirsty. Frowning, the guard looked back. There's some in the storage. Taking out a set of keys, the guard unlocked the door for me, revealing the insides of a massive warehouse. Go ahead and take whatever you want. Come back when you're done. Thank you. Thanking the guard, I entered the storage space. I could feel the guard's gaze on my back the moment I entered. I'll close the door. Knock when you're done. Sure. Clank. The door closed right behind me. Staring at it for a good few seconds, I lowered my head to stare at my forearm. I've been caught. That much was clear to me. By having me enter the storage space, the guard was easily able to tell that the threads were coming from me. The guards weren't stupid. They could easily deduce that something was wrong. In a matter of a few minutes, the other guards were probably going to come back as well. In more ways than none, the situation had turned even more desperate for me. But I wasn't worried. I had taken this into account beforehand. For now, everything was still flowing as I wanted to. Right, it worked out in the end. But it wasn't over yet. Entering the storage space was the first step in my plan. Looking around, what greeted my sight were hundreds upon hundreds of shelves with dozens of boxes scattered throughout. It would probably take a normal person a few days in order to look through all the items that were stored within this place. That was what the guards were probably thinking. Unfortunately, I knew from the memories of the guards, and JV, I knew exactly how to navigate the place, and following a certain row of boxes, I stopped at a certain section. It should be here. Pausing in front of a certain box, I brought my finger over it and traced my finger down. Opening the box, I looked at the contents within. I stood quietly for a few seconds before smiling. Found you. My exit ticket. Chapter 175, Escape. 6. Click-clank. Rupert locked the door behind him. I've got you. A small smile spread across his lips. The escapee was now trapped. He made sure that to be the case. At the same time, he felt cold sweat trickle down the side of his face. Had he not been paying extreme attention, he would have been in trouble. Thankfully, he had been on high alert. While he did believe the story at first, the fact that his so-called colleague refused to even look at him once was fairly suspicious. Of course, that wasn't enough to warrant Rupert's actions. The real reason why he was able to find out was simply because of the threads that were coming out of his body. They were thin, almost imperceptible. And yet, if one paid close attention, they'd notice them. It was almost as if he wanted him to detect him. No, that's unlikely. Why would he want himself to be detected if his goal was to escape? While he wasn't sure why he was there, Rupert made sure to close the door behind him and lock it. Unless he had a key, he wouldn't be able to go out. And even if he did have the key, it wouldn't matter since he left his own key in the socket. Like a rat, he was trapped. He'll wait for the others. They should be done chasing the other guy. The fact that there was someone else helping the cadet was somewhat suspicious, but Rupert thought nothing of it. Although the cadet looked weak to him, he didn't want to underestimate him. Given how he had managed to come all the way here, his abilities weren't something he dared to underestimate. That, and the fact that he'd be in trouble if he engaged directly. It's a pity that communication devices don't work in the bunker. Things would have been so much simpler with them. It didn't take long for him to hear footsteps. Turning his head, he could see his other colleagues rushing at him. Rupert. It was a decoy. He was dead. Where is the person that passed? Where is he? They looked startled and worried. With a smirk, Rupert pointed at the door behind him. "Don't worry, he's right in there." What? The two guards paused, looking at him with startled looks. That was when Rupert elaborated. "I was waiting for the two of you to come. I need one of you to leave and relay the information to the leaders that we've caught him." He was the one disguised as the other guard. "Thankfully I managed to catch up and had him trapped in the supply area. He won't be able to escape even if he wants to." "He'll be on it." Realizing what had happened, one of the guards immediately nodded before dashing away. The other guard on the other hand looked at Rupert with a frown. Rupert looked at him. "What is it? Do you really think it was a good idea to have him enter the supply area? There's a lot of resources in there. Some dangerous stuff too." Don't worry." Rupert waved his hand dismissively. "It won't take longer than 5 minutes for Ian to get back. And you've seen how big the supply area is. It'll take him days for him to find anything useful. And we both know that the important stuff is locked in protected areas. Unless he knows the codes and has the keys, it's impossible for him to get his hands on them." "That's true." Only after hearing Rupert's words did the guard calm down. Indeed, there was no time for the cadet to do anything significant. And even if he did have enough time, it was impossible for him to know where what was, and have the means of access to them. Just as the guard nodded his head, the two heard a sound coming from behind them. It was the sound of someone knocking. Done. And a voice echoed shortly after, "Done?" Rupert frowned, meeting the other guard's gaze. "Done that quickly?" "Yes. The water was quite close." Rupert pursed his lips. He didn't quite understand what was going on. Did he really just go in for water? That made no sense. Why would he risk doing that in the middle of an escape? Was he really just that thirsty? Either way, looking at the other guard, Rupert made sure to keep the door closed. "Done? Great. Just give me a minute. The key is stuck in the socket." Clank. Clank. He moved the key up and down to make it sound like it was stuck. He thought he had done a pretty good job at it. "It's stuck?" "Yes, just give me a minute." Clank, clank. "These damn keys." He continued his act for the next few seconds. Rupert could almost imagine the look of anxiety on the cadet's face on the opposite side as he continued to move the keys. "I would've loved to take care of you myself, but orders are orders, and I'm not keen on seeing whatever trick you have in store. I'll keep you stuck here until reinforcements arrive." In fact, he almost wished the cadet could leave the room. That would give him an excuse to be able to fight him. While he didn't underestimate him, that didn't mean he wasn't confident in taking him down. "This damn key. It's been a very long time since we've used the bunker, so I hope that you..." Ran halfway through his sentence, Rupert felt a subtle vibration coming from the other side of the door. Frowning, he stopped and placed his ear next to the door. His colleague did the same. As he did, he could almost hear the sound of tape being used. Tape? Why would he use tape? Wait, a thought suddenly struck him, and he hastily turned his head to look at his colleague who was still confused. Rupert hurriedly grabbed his shoulder and pulled him away. "Hurry up and but it was too late." Boom! A massive explosion sounded, tearing the door apart and swallowing Rupert in it. The same was true for the other guard. The area rumbled, and the surrounding was covered in a layer of smoke. Tack. Shortly after, a figure walked out from behind where the door had once been. Holding onto a few small circular objects, Julian scanned the surroundings, tossing one of the objects and catching it. His gaze fell on a figure lying down on the ground with his eyes wide open. "You've survived." It made sense to a certain degree. The device in Julian's hand was a mana bomb, only activated through the injection of mana. It was a rather powerful device. However, its radius was quite small, and it wasn't very effective against extremely powerful people. In particular, those that were well versed in their body classification. But it was a different discussion if they were caught off guard. PFT, KH, with his back against the wall, blood spilled out from Rupert's mouth as he looked at Julian. He seemed to want to say something, but he was in no state to speak. Julian was also not in a situation where he could waste time. Therefore, extending his hand, threads emerged, crawling down from beneath and helping Rupert up. Staring into his eyes, Julian remained silent. Rupert appeared to be struggling to say something. but it all went to deaf ears. Holding on to the mana bombs, Julian slowly placed them into Rupert's pockets. Shhh. Bringing his finger to his lips, Julian's other hand turned purple as he placed it over Rupert's face. Then, with this, Rupert's body grew limp. That's when Julian finally placed his finger against his temple and ended it. Because the guard was on the stronger side, it was a lot more difficult for him to kill him with just the thread. A thin, almost imperceptible film of mana had been protecting his body. Only after using Grip of Pestilence did the film disappear and Julian finished maneuvering the threads around the body. He turned to face the end of the hall. Though his clothes are somewhat messy, it should do. Catching his breath, he rushed ahead. He only had a few minutes to spare. By now, everyone was aware of the explosion. Guards were going to flock in this direction. He knew that much. With such thoughts, Julian coiled one of his threads around one of the mana bombs before tossing it away and guiding it away from where he was. At the same time, he rushed in the opposite direction. The speed at which the thread moved was a lot faster than he was. Before he knew it, the bomb was already quite far away. This should be good enough. He flicked his finger. Boom! A distant rumble echoed. There's growing unrest in the outer area of the bunker. Please send someone to calm the situation down. The unrest is growing. They are demanding to open the inner area. Please send someone. Reports flowed one after another from panicked guards as they entered the meeting room. Listening to what was happening, the post leaders felt a massive headache. It had been like this for the past several minutes. One of the cadets is being especially loud. She's been leading the protests. We're having difficulty dealing with her. She's from a rather respectable family, and nobody wants to offend her. Not only her, but several others. Please do something. The same couldn't be said for Oife, who looked at the scene with strange amusement. It must be her. She could only think of one person who would do such a thing. Who else but Kira? I guess she does have her uses after all. While Oife wasn't sure if Kira knew of the situation, what she was doing was extremely crucial. With all the attention from the guards focused on trying to capture Julian, Kyra's unrest was making the situation more difficult for the post leaders. It was perhaps going to lead to more guards being stationed at the outer area to calm the situation down, making things easier for Julian. For a moment, imagining how the situation was unfolding in the outer area, Oife almost found herself laughing. Thankfully, she was able to restrain herself from doing so. Calm down for a moment. Calming the situation down was the post leader of the Moonshine Guild. He was a tall man with dark skin and long, flowing dreadlocks that cascaded to his shoulders. His deep, white eyes scanned the room. Please elaborate on the situation so that we can get a better understanding. Saying that there are protests outside, correct? Correct. The guard replied curtly. What exactly are they saying? That. The guard looked uncomfortable, turning his head to look around. Frowning, Lennon Conroy narrowed his eyes. Spit it out. What is it? Feeling Lennon's gaze, the guard pursed his lips before eventually speaking. Do you know who my father is? The room turned silent right after that. None of the post leaders muttered a single word. The silence was uncomfortable, almost tense. However, it was soon broken by a certain someone. PFTT. Holding onto her mouth, a laugh escaped Oife's lips. Despite her best attempts, she wasn't able to hold herself back and let out a strange sound. Instantly, all heads turned in her direction. Feeling their gazes, Oife's expression twitched. She was just about to say something when everyone's attention flicked elsewhere. A subtle rumbling could be felt in the distance, accompanied by the muffled sound of an explosion. It came from within the inner area of the bunker. Several post leaders stood up simultaneously. Wait. Oife tried to call for them, but her words no longer had any effect on them as some directly left the room. Quick, check what's going on. I'll come too. Let's go. It didn't take long for most of the post leaders to leave the room, leaving her sitting on her chair by herself. Staring at their backs, Oife bit her lips. I hope I've bought enough time. This was the limit of her power. The post leaders had finally made their move. Chapter 176. Escape. 7. You don't want to mess with my damn father. Once I get out, I'll make sure to tell him everything. See what happens to you then. Yeah? Do you know who her father is? Oi, your dad is just as powerful as mine. Ah, that, Evelyn blushed. Whatever, fuck. Do you know who her father is? A crowd had formed at the door that led to the inner area. Kira, who was leading the crowd, started shouting all sorts of curses while throwing the weight of her father's status around. Kira herself found her actions to be cringeworthy, but seeing how flustered the guards were, she knew it was working. For that reason, she doubled down. If you don't give us a proper explanation, my father will not let you go. Your life will be over before you know it. Evelyn on the other hand was having a much harder time helping Kira. Yeah, my father too. Her sense of shame was much greater than Kira's. In fact, did Kira even have a sense of shame? She didn't seem like the person to. Biting her lips, Evelyn felt her face grow hot. Everyone, please calm down. The members of the guilds did try to calm the situation down. Some even started to target Kira, who was clearly the main source of the chaos. But she had none of it. Oi, fucker, where the hell are you touching? It was just your shoulder. Fuck, he touched me. Done for. My father will get you. No, that's, whether Kira had shame or not, Evelyn had to admit she had perfected her craft. The chaos only seemed to worsen with each one of her antics. I've been molested. The situation was getting so out of hand that several guards had to rush into the inner area to call for reinforcements. Evelyn thought that a police leader would eventually come, but all of a sudden, she managed to pick up the sound of a distant rumbling. Boom! The rumbling was accompanied by the distant sound of an explosion. Immediately, all the noise stopped. While the sound wasn't very powerful and was rather toned down, most of the people present were superhumans. Their senses were far keener than those of normal people. Most people in the room heard it, and Kira no longer needed to do a thing to sow chaos. By then, even the people that were not participating started to participate. What's going on? Was that the sound of an explosion? Are we getting attacked? What's going on? What's happening? Kira, who had been at the lead the entire time, took the chance to dip and join back with Evelyn at the back. Looks like my job is done. You did great. Yeah, sure. Thanks. I guess. Kira scratched the back of her head while staring at the inner area with a frown. You heard that, didn't you? Yes, I think all of us heard it. What do you think happened? I don't know. It did sound like an explosion. Kira turned quiet from that point. Fiddling with her thumbs, she looked at Evelyn and was just about to say something when she stopped, her eyes widening slightly. What? Taking note of the look on Kira's face, Evelyn tilted her head. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something? Drip. And then she heard it. A faint, almost inaudible dripping sound that was masked by the chaos around. Lowering her head, Evelyn looked at the faint red drop that spluttered on the ground. All of a sudden, her head felt light as she looked back up to Kira, who brought her hands to her shoulders. Oi, dude. Are you okay, dude? Even in her state, Evelyn had a hard time getting used to Kira's words. Normally, she would have been a bit bothered, but she didn't have the energy to do that now. Looking around, the world around her started to spin. Feeling a certain tickling sensation on her cheeks, she tried to take a breath, but as if something was squeezing at her chest, she found herself unable to. Oi. Her world grew dark shortly after that. Slap. Kira slapped her in the face. Even in her state, Evelyn was stunned. Slap, but Kira continued to slap her. Oi, he'll remember this, Evelyn thought to herself while hearing Kira's voice. The last thing she remembered was the sound that came out of her mouth. He-eek. It was a scream. And it wasn't just one. He-eek. In the background, she heard the sound of multiple screams. Almost the tack. Walking along the corridor, I felt my face scrunch up due to the exhaustion. I was tired, and the little mana that I had managed to recover was now practically depleted again. I need to get a better manual. With a better one, I'd have been able to recover my mana faster and had an easier time moving around. Still, the situation was still under control. With the second bomb going off, I was able to throw off the guards a little bit. The path to the exit was one without interference. They were either at the location where the second bomb went off, or they were waiting for me at the entrance. The fact that I was able to detonate a mana bomb threw them off and scared them somewhat. Given how narrow the corridor was, they'd be at a massive disadvantage. Therefore, The ideal situation for them was to wait and guard at the exit. It made sense, and it was something that I was hoping would happen. I was too exhausted to put up any fight. Walking across the corridor, I could hear the sound of my own breath. It was rough, marking just how exhausted I was, not just physically, but mentally too. From the fear to the possible consequences that I was going to face when all of this was over. I had killed quite a lot of people in order to escape. While I may not suffer at all from this since I had the backing of Haven and my actions were for my escape, it didn't mean that the guilds wouldn't have resentments against me for what I had done. In fact, it could very well mean that my actions had turned several guilds against me. The thought made my head throb. But it wasn't just that. I could feel something eerie lingering in the air. It was eating at my mind, and numbing my emotions. I also felt that the guilds were acting strange. And I had a feeling that all of it had to do with the tree. For some reason, it felt as though everything was trying to stop me from finding out about it. From the crimson shade to the entrapment. I need to get out here. I was bound to get an answer once I got out. Right before turning the corner, I stopped. Peeking slightly, I could see over a dozen guards standing before a massive metallic door within a large opening. Pinching my brows, I took a deep breath and looked at the guard beside me. Patting him on the shoulder, my hand twitched and he turned the corner for me. Who goes there? He's here. I could hear the alarmed shouts of the guards. Stay back. He's got mana bombs. Get away from the corridors. As expected, they knew I had mana bombs on me. It was for that reason that they avoided being in the corridors. With the narrow spacing, it was suicide to confront someone armed with explosives. Wait a second, don't move. A rough voice suddenly filled the space. The noise died down, and I heard the sound of a rough step. Come out. My skin prickled at the voice. It sounded oppressive, and my chest felt heavy. I know this is a decoy. Unlike the rest of them, I can see clearly that controlling him from the back. Get out before I get you. Tack. I stepped out of the corridor and turned to face the opening that led to the exit. From where I was, I could see the last door. Over a dozen guards were guarding it, and at the front was a burly man with bushy brows and a bald head. The pressure he gave out was rather terrifying, almost reminding me of Professor Hollow's. No, not quite like him, a little bit less, but around there. Tier 4 to Tier 5. It was impossible for me to fight him. I was so close, and yet so far. Currently, he was holding on to the head of the guard whose body I had used as a decoy. It was an intimidating sight. The guard's hand was massive, grasping the head of the decoy with just one hand and lifting it up. In the meantime, he stared at me with a little bit of wariness. I don't know how you managed to get your hands on the bombs, but we're no longer in the corridors. You'll have a much harder time hitting anyone in this space. He was right. Looking around, the space was rather large. The radius of the mana bombs was small. Unlike the narrow corridors, if prepared, the guards could simply avoid the bombs in this large space. It was indeed impossible for me to use them here. I took a step back. Stop. The man's voice fell again, and I felt a tremendous pressure wash over me. The post leaders will be here soon. It'll be in your best interests if you stop now. Looking at the body in his hand, he frowned. You've already killed several of the guards assigned here. Don't add up to your crimes. Perhaps because he too was worried about the bombs in my possession, he didn't approach me and preferred to wait for the post leaders. Standing quietly, I held my breath as I felt sweat trickle down the side of my face. The silence felt stifling. Standing on the opposite side of the guards, the situation seemed hopeless. I had just moved my hand to reach for my pocket when the guard shouted, "Stop." My movements halted briefly. You move even just a bit, and your head flies off. Do you understand me? I was unable to answer as I struggled to move. Raising my head slightly, I met the man's gaze. He was no longer grasping the guard's body, and instead, he was holding onto a large axe, seemingly prepared to attack at any moment. At the sight, I closed my eyes before nodding my head. Understood. Good. The man nodded in satisfaction. In that brief moment when he nodded, my hand flicked. Confused. The guard looked at me, but it was too late. I had already run back. What are? His head flicked to the body next to him. Realization dawned on him. but it was too late. Boom! A massive explosion sounded. It shook the entire surroundings. And several screams followed after that. While he probably isn't dead, or suffered any major injuries, those were several mana bombs. It should be enough to buy me time. Once the bombs exploded, I turned back and rushed for the exit door. It was hard to see given all the dust that was flying in the air, but it was no problem for me to find the handle of the door. With the key already prepared, I placed it into the socket and turned it. Clank! Shortly after that, I turned the wheel and the door started to rumble. 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 Using all my muscles, I continued to twist the door. My back was drenched and my muscles were stiff. Stop him! Someone stop him! I could hear the guards behind me, rushing in my direction. My chest tingled as I continued to turn the wheel. Rumble. Come on, come on, come on. As an opening appeared, a wave of heat surged into the room, and the color red began to invade the surroundings. Stop him! A hand grasped onto my shoulder. Turning around, I met eyes with one of the guards and I let go of the door before rushing towards the gap. Stop. Time seemed to slow down for me. From the corner of my eyes, I could see several hands reach out for me within the dust that filled the space. Staring at them briefly, I ducked down before twisting my body into the narrow gap of the door. I felt my heart speed up with anxiety as I managed to get half of my body out. However, just as I did, something clamped at my leg. Turning around, I saw the burly man from before staring at me with bloodshot eyes. Whack! My insides tightened at the sight. Regardless of how much I tried to pull away, he wouldn't let go. Come back here! I almost lost my footing as he pulled me back into the bunker. You are not getting out. I tossed something in the narrow gap before he could get his words out. His expression changed drastically, and the grip over my ankle loosened. I took the chance to pull my leg away and rush away. Boom! An explosion followed suit. Rushing away, I didn't once look back. With heavy breaths, I ran and ran and ran. Mana coated my body as I ran. Despite the heat and the suffocating air, staring at my surroundings, I felt my breath grow lighter. Finally, I had escaped. Chapter 177, Silence. 1. The familiar heat blanketed over me. Despite the mana covering my body, sweat continued to trickle down the side of my face as I had a hard time breathing. I felt an uncomfortable heat at the back of my throat with each breath that I took. But it wasn't the heat that was bothering me. Mana. The fact that I was low on mana was bothering me the most. On any normal occasion, it'd be able to last more than a few hours before completely running out. However, the situation was different. My mana was almost completely depleted due to my effort in trying to escape. It was so low that I figured I had less than 10 minutes to spare. Good thing I brought some water with me. The main problem with the Crimson Shade was the fact that everything beneath it would dry up, including living beings besides monsters. The few bottles of water that I had managed to get for myself in the supple area were going to help me buy some valuable time. My current destination was the Black Hound Guild. Not only did I want to go there to get some information regarding the Tree of Ebon, but it was also to get some supplies that would help restore my mana. If they even had them. They didn't have them in the bunker, so it's hard to say if they even have them here. No. They probably did have them. However, they weren't within the memories of those that I had used my ability on. And I didn't have enough time to look for them. It's a good thing that I read the Secretary's memories. There was nothing abnormal in the memories of the Secretary. It didn't seem like he had any involvement in the situation. However, within those memories, I was able to have a better idea of where I needed to go. It should be this way. The Supplely station was completely deserted. Not a single soul was around. It was deathly silent to an uncomfortable level as I moved past the mummified remains of the corpses lurking around the station. Swoosh as red dominated their world and a gale of heat picked up. Sharp wailing drifted through the air. It sounded like the cries of the ghosts of the fallen, calling out to me for help. I felt my entire body shudder at the sound. I ignored it and continued to rush forward. I couldn't afford to waste time. Thankfully, I knew my way around the Supplely station from the memories and the areas that I had traveled to before. Flick, flick. The lamps stationed around the cobblestone streets flickered as I headed deeper into the station towards the Sorrowvale sector. There was something about the setting of the Supplely station that made me extremely uncomfortable. It was hard to describe, but I couldn't put much thought into it. I didn't have much time. I continued to run. My lungs were already on fire, be it from the heat, and from my rapidly depleting stamina. Whap, whap. Strange sounds came out of my mouth as I ran on the cobblestone streets while passing the buildings and entering certain alleyways. Eventually, I managed to reach the main square of the Sorrowvale sector. Concern Plaza. It wasn't large, with a fountain in the middle. The fountain continued to function, the sound of the water falling down finally breaking the silence that gripped the station. The sight was a familiar one as I had been here before. But unlike in the past, the water was blood-red. I knew it was just because of the crimson shade, but the sight added to the overall chill that surrounded the place. It made it seem as though the fountain was recycling the blood of the ones that had died. Where is it? Where is it? Looking around the plaza, my gaze eventually settled over a tall black building where a certain flag hung. With the background in red, a black dog stood in the middle, its mews pointing up. I recognized the flag in an instant and rushed towards it. But just as I moved, I felt something crawl up from my ankles. I looked down to see the roots crawling all the way up from the ground and towards my cheeks. I felt my pulse race at the sight. But now familiar with the situation, I didn't let that affect me. Crack at the very least, not until I heard a faint cracking sound in the distance. It was faint, and yet, amidst the silence, it echoed loudly within the world. I turned to look in the direction of where the noise was coming from. My eyes paused on the walls of the Supplely station. Though faint, cracks started to form on them. With the passing of time, the cracks grew more and more prominent. Thump. Alongside the crack, I heard what appeared to be a heavy thump, almost as if someone was striking a tree. And for a moment, I thought it had been the sound of my own heart. Blinking, the roots disappeared and I could move again. Pressing my hand against my chest, I tried to feel the beat of my heart. It was rapid, abnormally rapid. What's going on? The ground shook beneath my feet. Despite the suddenness of the situation, I thought I was doing great at keeping myself calm. That was, until the wails came. A single, hair-raising wail resounded throughout the Supplely station, which was soon followed by another, and then another. Each howl appeared to be louder than the other, sending shivers down my spine with each one that pierced through. Crack. More and more cracks started to appear on the walls of the Supplely station. I involuntarily took a step back. Every part of my mind screamed in terror as a thin, black hand emerged from behind the walls, its bony fingers stretching and curling to clasp the walls. The nails, long and jagged, scraped against the surface, creating an extremely uncomfortable scraping sound that echoed through the air. My skin crawled. Thump, thump. The thumping continued. This time, I could tell the difference between it and the ones coming from my own heart. My heart was beating faster than that. Thump, thump. Within the deserted streets, the structures shook. And then, crack. The first part of the wall tore apart, revealing a hideous-looking face. I felt my heart stop. With thin hair growing on its head and falling to its shoulders, the creature looked human at first glance. However, its eyes, they were abnormally large, bulging with an eerie, unsettling intensity. And that smile, it was a grotesque, wide grin that stretched widely. That smile, oh, I thought I had seen it all. But this, I couldn't describe what I was seeing. Thump, thump. The walls continued to break down under the creature's hands. Soon, more cracks appeared, and within those cracks, smaller and thinner creatures emerged, with the same smile as the large monster. They clawed their way into the city, diving down in hordes. I was long gone by then. Turning around, I sprinted towards the Black Hound post. This is messed up. Clenching my shirt tightly, I rushed towards the structure. I could hardly think at the moment. From the crimson shade to this, something was clearly wrong with the entire situation. I didn't know what it was, but I understood that I had nowhere else to run. I was low in mana, and the bunker was no longer an option. Going out of the city was also impossible since it was surrounded from all sides and I didn't have the means to teleport. I was stuck with no way out. The sense of helplessness that I currently felt was hard to describe. Despite having overcome so much, I found myself in an even crazier situation. It made my body grow weak. But at the same time, I kept reminding myself of my goal. I couldn't die. I didn't want to die. So, I continued. Sprinting towards the Black Hound post, I directly shattered the windows of the building and jumped in. Crash. It was dark. Stepping onto the broken glass, I looked around me. The interior of the post was quite large, with several sofas and furniture. It would have looked great on any other occasion, but right now, it felt eerie. It should be here. The reception desk was just a few steps ahead. Going on the other side, I rummaged through whatever I could find. No, not this one. Not this one too. There was a lot of useless stuff. It wasn't what I was looking for. But I eventually did find what I was looking for. Here. It was a set of keys and a small map. The map wasn't very big, nor detailed. It only labeled the different sections of the building which were arranged from A to F. In essence, they were just the labels for the floor of the post station, A being the first floor, and F being the last floor. I quickly scanned the map before tossing it away. Having read the secretary's memories, I already knew everything. My main goal was the set of keys. With them, I'd be able to get into where I wanted to go, which would be the library. The storage space. Those were where I needed to be. I didn't waste time. Tossing the map to the side, I looked around before settling my gaze over the stairs in the distance. Just as I moved, I heard wails in the distance. They were rapidly approaching, and I felt my heart leap into my throat. I rushed up without hesitation. But just as I moved, the mana film covering my body flickered. My eyes grew wide at the realization. Oh, no. The film eventually disappeared, forcing me to halt my steps. I felt a sudden surge of heat. Each breath started to tingle the back of my throat, and sweat started to drip down the side of my face. My vision started to grow wobbly, and I felt lightheaded. In no time, I grew thirsty as my lips grew parches. In that moment, I reached for one of the water bottles that I had managed to get for myself and quickly drank it. Tossing the bottle to the side, I grabbed onto the rail of the staircase and took a step. Each step felt heavier than the previous, and I had a hard time breathing through my nose. It felt as though I was breathing fire, but I continued to force my way up. The wails grew nearer, and my vision was starting to tilt. Despite that, I continued to move up the stairs. Almost. Chapter 178, Silence. 2. A few moments after Julian escaped. Outer bunker area. Screams echoed within the outer area of the bunker. Taking steps away from Evelyn, who was screaming at the top of her lungs, Ira cursed under her breath. Not this shit again. Although she was somewhat resistant to this type of stuff, Ira felt the hair at the back of her neck raise. It was creepy. Fucking creepy. Looking around, she could see over a dozen figures staring in a certain direction with white eyes. She could recognize a few of the people that were like that. In fact, one of the people screaming was Josephine. For some reason, it felt oddly satisfying to see her like that. I must be crazy for thinking this. Ira slapped the side of her cheeks. Their screams pierced through the surroundings, and the protest quieted down for a few seconds. Thump, thump. That was until the bodies started to fall on the ground. Ira stared at the scene with pursed lips. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of Evelyn's body falling in her direction. Just like the others, she was going to fall to the ground. It would certainly hurt if she got hurt. Hurt a lot. Ira licked her lips. She then took a step to the side and allowed her to fall face-first. Thump. Evelyn fell face-first against the ground. Ira winced slightly, but at the same time, found the situation to be hilarious. Damn it, if only I could record this. Clearly, this was not the time for her to do such a thing, but her impulses got the better of her. Let us out. Get out of the way. I'm going to use force. I don't care. Let us out. Her thoughts were broken by the shouts coming from the people within the outer area. They all appeared to be rushing towards the door that led to the inner area. swarming the guards who looked totally hopeless. "Wait. Please calm down. We can't allow you to get in. We're still trying to find out more about the situation. Please calm down." Despite the guards' best attempt at trying to calm the situation down, it only added fuel to the fire as some of the people tried to force their way in. "Get out of the way. I don't care about your explanation. You've been telling us the same thing for hours. I'm done waiting here. There's something wrong, and we're all going to turn into them if we stay here any longer." "That's right. Let us out. I'd rather be hit by the crimson shade than this. There's an exit right outside. Let us out." Listening from the side, Ira frowned. It was true that the mirror dimension's exit was right outside the Supplely station. In hindsight, having everyone evacuate would have been the best option. Well, not like anyone could have predicted for something like this to happen. The bunker was supposed to be safe, and everyone should have been able to go back to the Supplely station right after the crimson shade ended. No one would have been able to predict the current circumstances. And it wasn't just that. The exit attracted a lot of monsters, with a lot of them wanting to go out into the main world. Without proper security, the monsters were bound to jump out into the main world. Going outside to the exit was probably not the best option, since the guards stationed at the entrance had probably already left and were defending the hordes of monsters from the other side. That pretty much sealed that option. So what now? Ira tried to rack her brain over the matter. The more she thought about it, the more desperate the situation seemed. See our crack. And it was in the midst of her thoughts that she heard a faint cracking sound. Raising her head, she looked around. "Let us out. I'm going to use force." Everyone still seemed to be busy trying to force their way out of the bunker. It seemed like she was the only one who noticed. No, there was someone else. Looking in the distance, she noticed a few figures staring towards the windows that displayed the world outside. Squinting her eyes, Ira walked forward and headed for the windows. "I'm not going crazy, am I?" For some reason, walking towards the windows, Ira felt a pit in her stomach. Her body grew tense by the second, and the noise around her started to fade in the background. Arriving by the windows, she placed her hands on them and peeked outside. See our crack. The sound emerged yet again. It appeared to be coming from the city walls. Squinting her eyes, she looked ahead. That was when she saw it. Cracks. Cracks had started to form around the walls that surrounded the city. Her mind started to blank, and by the time it took for her to blink, a hand appeared from behind the walls, solidly grasping it. A tingling dread crept through her body at that moment. Stuttering, she took a step back. From the windows, she could see her own reflection. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling all over. Without hesitation, she turned around to head for where the crowd still was. And then, eek, a wail echoed in the distance. The situation wasn't any calmer within the inner area of the bunker. News of Julien's escape reached the leaders. "What? How is this possible? Are you telling me that a cadet who isn't even stronger than any one of you has managed to escape? Not only that, but he's also managed to kill so many of you. How does this make sense?" The most angered by the news was the post leader of the Black Hound Guild, who started to berate the guards at the exit. "Incompetent. Damn it. If only that little girl didn't stop me." His anger was visible for all those to see. The other post leaders stood behind him without saying a word. They quite frankly didn't care about him. While they were all working together, it didn't mean that they all liked each other. They were, after all, in competing guilds. "Tell me what happened." Lennon's deep voice reached one of the guards. Looking up at Lennon's tall frame, the guard swallowed her saliva before answering. "Sir, I'm not entirely sure. From what I've heard, the cadet appears to have strange thread-like powers, and..." She stopped, frowning. Lennon also frowned. "Go on." Swallowing her saliva, she mustered up her courage to say, "It also seems like he knew everything about the inner area, from the general layout to where he needed to go." She didn't say anything from there. However, her words were clear. "Thea's likely a traitor." Picking up her message, Lennon's frown deepened. "A traitor? Who would that even be? And if that was the case, were they also responsible for the situation?" It was becoming increasingly clear to Lennon that Julien was involved with the entire situation. He didn't seem like the culprit before, but now? He's in cahoots with someone. They are most likely the mastermind. But who? Who could be the mastermind? Unfortunately, he never had time to dwell on the matter. All of a sudden, a guard rushed in with a pale face. It was starting to become a familiar scene. Emergency! The guard shouted, gathering the attention of all the post leaders. The walls have been breached. Puek, puek. The veins at the side of my neck pulsed as I struggled to breathe. Holding onto the railing to keep myself from falling, I managed to help myself all the way up to the 4th floor. That was where the storage unit was located. A large door greeted me the moment I entered the 4th floor. I didn't hesitate to insert the keys that I received from reception and opened the door. Clank! I was immediately greeted by a large white room with over a dozen shelves and another door. That door led to the inner supply area and was where most of the important treasures were located. Unfortunately, I didn't have the key to such a place. It was something that only the post leader had. But it didn't matter. The outer area had all the things that I needed. Crash! Stumbling over the shelves, I tossed all the useless junk and frantically looked for anything that could help recover my mana. At the same time, I also drank another bottle of water to replenish my thirst, which seemed to return every couple of minutes. Crash! I stumbled yet again, falling on the floor this time. Puep. Taking a deep breath, my vision was blurry. I could feel my thoughts fading away. Puep. Strangely, however, I was still able to keep myself from giving up. The sensation, it was somewhat familiar. I had experienced it before. Where exactly? Ah, that was when it clicked. The mental examination. Indeed, this wasn't the first time I had experienced something like this. Thinking about how I had managed to get past that, all of a sudden, the situation didn't seem as desperate as it looked. Puep. Taking another deep breath, I tried to get my focus back. Lying on the ground, I looked around my surroundings and eventually laid my eyes on a certain section. There. Several dozen glass bottles appeared on one of the shelves. Within them, I could see pills inside. I didn't know which one was which, but I knew that one of them was going to help me. My legs faltered the moment I tried to stand up, forcing me back down. No, not yet. Gritting my teeth, I crawled towards the shelves. It took every little bit of my energy to get there, and as I tried to help myself up with the aid of the shelf, I once again found myself falling on the ground. I no longer had any energy. Puep, puep. I didn't give up. I was so close. I couldn't give up. Turning my body around, I kicked the shelf with my leg. Bang! The shelf shook. Bang! I kicked it again. The shelf shook once more. Bang! I continue. Bang! 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 With each kick, the shelf shook more and more. So did the bottles that rested up above it. I felt my consciousness fading with each one of my kicks. The heat was starting to get to me. As I started to lose consciousness, I felt a weird tingling sensation around my cheeks. My chest felt suffocated, and I felt the corner of my eyes getting pulled. Crash! What awoke me from that feeling was a loud crashing noise. Turning my head, several pills were scattered around the area I was in. Opening my mouth, I brought my head closer to the nearest one, and I swallowed it. A warm current passed through my body. And, EXP plus 1.3%. A notification flashed across my vision. Chapter 179, Silence, 3. I felt a certain flow from deep within my abdomen. It was a familiar sensation, and my body started to cool down. I felt my consciousness return, and I reached out with my hand to grab the other pills scattered across the ground. EXP plus 1.4%, EXP plus 1.1%, EXP plus 1.7%, EXP plus 2.0%, EXP plus 1.1%. Notifications continued to flash across my vision. I started to feel bloated after a certain point, but I didn't care and continued to gorge the pills in my mouth. I was in such desperate need of mana that the bloating did not affect me. More. And it wasn't just that. Seeing the notifications flash across my eyes, I started to get greedy. I wanted to see more of those notifications. It was hard to increase one's power. This was the easiest increase I had ever had. I couldn't get enough of the feeling. But, after a certain point, I had to stop. Holding onto my stomach, I turned my body and held onto my mouth. Puep. Mana had already coated my body, and the heat no longer affected me. I felt a rumbling in my body and I started to gag. I spat out the pills that were in my mouth. I had done that unconsciously, or more like, my body appeared to reject them, forcing me to spit them out. It became clear to me that I had reached the limit of the pills that I could eat. Taking deep and steady breaths, I held on to my mouth and did everything in my power to prevent myself from puking all that I had ingested. I had a feeling I'd lose all the progress were I to puke. Strange sounds came out of my mouth as I did so. However, in a matter of a few minutes, I was able to retain everything. Only then did I relax. My chest heaved up and down rapidly while I slumped back and stared blankly at the ceiling of the room. It took me a few moments to collect my breath and sit up. Although my insides were still churning and twisting, I knew that I didn't have much time. Grabbing whatever pill was left on the ground, I looked around me. There was a lot of miscellaneous stuff around, from food and water to unnecessary things like clothes and the like. While it was smaller compared to the bunker supply area, it was still nothing to scoff at. Grabbing a bag, I tossed whatever I thought was useful and headed out. They'll hate me for sure after this. I had practically emptied their entire pill storage. Sure, those probably weren't anything important considering that the most important stuff was locked elsewhere, but to me, yeah, those pills were certainly great. Creak. The wooden floor creaked under my steps. Coming out of the supplely area, I held onto the handrail of the stairs and carefully moved down. While it was true that I had recovered, I was still feeling lightheaded. I would need more time before I could fully recover. It should be here. The library was located on the second floor. A large metallic door greeted me the moment I stepped on the second floor. Taking out the keys, I put them in the slot and unlocked the door. Click-clank. Immediately after opening the door, a certain smell swooshed over me. From the musty scent of the aging paper and ink, mixed with the earthy notes of wooden bookshelves and the subtle, sweet hint of leather book bindings. It was a smell that told me that I was in the right place. Finally, just standing where I was, I could see thousands upon thousands of books. Compared to the public library, the book selection was much wider and organized. In fact, the Black Hound Guild was the best place for this type of information. Compared to the other guilds, they were the ones that specialized in information gathering with regard to the monsters found in the mirror dimension. This was the best place to choose from. Where is it? Where is it? Instead of diving into the library, the first thing I did was head to where the librarian's desk was. It was a large wooden desk situation near the entrance that allowed the librarian to overlook the entire library. Rummaging through the cabinets of the desk, I scanned the documents and papers placed on top. The process continued for the next few minutes before my gaze finally settled on a certain paper. There. It was a detailed overview of the books that were located in the library. Rather than jumping in straight blindly, I preferred to have a more concrete path of where I needed to go. I didn't have the luxury of wasting time. Monster classification, Area A21. There were over 100 different areas within the library, each labeled with different colors and markers. My immediate focus fell on the monster classification area, which was further subdivided into categories: junior rank, terror rank, and so on. Because I didn't know what the tree's rank was, so I skipped that area and settled over a certain classification. Natura-based / botanical creatures. This is it. I felt my heart speed up upon seeing that category. It's in A21, shelf 7. Once I had the location nailed down, I didn't waste a second and sprinted towards the selected area. The library was quite large. Split into several sections, I had to navigate through a lot of books and shelves before reaching the A area, where I had to go a further 21 rows before finding the area that I was looking for. Monster classifications. Here, tracing my finger over the books, I moved over to the 7th row where the botanical section was located. I grabbed whatever book was located in that area. There weren't many books. In fact, there were only 3, but they were rather thick. It would take me some time to go through them. It's too dark. I wanted to read the book on the spot, but the area was quite dark, making it hard for me to read. I had no choice but to head for a better area. Just as I was about to leave, I stopped for a second before picking up another book. The book had nothing to do with the tree. I still chose to pick it up since there was another creature that I wanted to inform myself about. It was the creatures that came out from the walls. I needed to be better prepared for when I was going to leave. Finding a seat on the nearest wooden table, I placed the book down before skimming on the last book that I found. Since it was illustrated, it took no time for me to find the exact picture of the monster that I had seen. Silence Eater. I tilted my head upon reading the name. That doesn't sound right. Recalling the noise it made just outside, I didn't know if it was an appropriate name. At least, that was what I thought before I started reading the description. That was when I felt my heart pause. This is going to be problematic. Without a doubt. Pursing my lips, I placed the book to the side and shifted my attention towards the main book, Tree of Ebnthorn, 3 of Ebnthron. Using the index, I tried to look for what I was looking for. Tracing my fingers over any creature that started with T, I made sure to reread each line twice to see if there was anything that I was missing. However, regardless of how many times I checked, I couldn't find what I was looking for. This book is a bust. I wasn't disheartened. Of all the books, it was the thinnest one. I grabbed the next book and opened the index. I paused halfway through my actions as I heard a certain sound coming from behind me. Creak. The wooden floor creaked a few meters away from me, and I froze on the spot. I didn't even turn to look back. Creak. The wooden floor creaked again at the sound of a step. Anxiety started to gnaw at me then. Creak, creak. Eventually, a shadow cast over the area next to me, allowing me to catch a glimpse of a hunched up skinny figure with long hair that stopped at its shoulder. I didn't so much as make a sound. I couldn't make a sound. It'll find me if I do. The Silent Eater. It detected its prey through sound. They were blind and had no sense of smell. The only way for them to hunt was through noise. It was for that reason that I stopped moving. I moved, and I was done for. Especially since I could tell from just a glance the creature was stronger than me. Bar, thump, bar, thump. Shifting my hand towards my chest, I tried to calm my beating heartbeat. It was progressively growing faster and faster. Creak. The floor creaked again. I sat still without making a sound. The silence felt stifling, almost suffocating. Sweat started to form on the side of my face. Creak, creak. In the background, the ground continued to creak. The sound was getting closer and closer, and I felt my breath leave my body. I almost flinched on the spot as I gripped my clothes harder. Appearing right beside me was none other than the Silent Eater, its face a few inches away from me. With wide eyes and a grotesque grin, its eyes appeared to be locked onto me. Panic bloomed in my chest as I stopped breathing. All that surrounded me was silence. A silence that seemed to want to engulf me entirely. I remained still, staring at the Silent Eater without making a move. It stared back at me. Every second felt suffocating, and the sweat trickling down the side of my face added to the anxiety that I was feeling. But finally, the creature moved its head and looked away. Creak, creak, creak. Its steps grew more and more distant, but despite that, I continued to remain still on my spot. It was only after several minutes had passed that I finally took a subdued breath. Bar, thump, bar, thump. The sound of my heartbeat drummed loudly within my mind, and it took every part of me to make any sound. Fortunately, I was able to keep it down after a few minutes had passed. I just barely made it. Shifting my attention back towards the book in front of me, my gaze eventually fell on 3 words. Index Tree of Ebnthorn, page 516. My heartbeat, which had steadily calmed down, sped up again. But this time, it wasn't out of fear. No, it was out of excitement. Chapter 180, Silence, 4. Page 516, I was careful with my movements. I couldn't make any sounds. Just a little sound, and I was done for. Swallowing my saliva, I brushed the bottom part of the pages to look for the page number. Unlike the first book I checked, this book was a lot thicker. There were at least over 1,000 pages. I found it. Eventually, I found the page I was looking for and slowly and carefully pushed the pages aside to get to the page. I felt the beat of my heart rapidly increase as I did so. Finally, I was going to find out more about the tree, or so I thought. My mind blanked the moment I turned the pages. Staring at the page in front of me, all I saw was an image. The page beneath it was completely ripped apart. Gripping tightly onto the side of the book, I tried my best to keep my breathing steady. How? What was it that I was currently feeling? Anger, frustration, or was it a mix of both? Either way, they both led to a sense of helplessness that didn't seem to go away. Carefully breathing without making any sound, I flipped to the next page. But even then, there was nothing. I checked the next page, and then the next one, but there was still nothing. I even tried putting the books upside down in hopes of perhaps finding the page inside of the book, but even that appeared to be fruitless. Damn it. I wanted to curse aloud with every part of my being. However, I knew I couldn't. That would make me a target for the haters. Well, it's certainly a good thing Ira isn't here. Thinking about how she'd fare in this situation, I suddenly had the urge to laugh. If it was her, she'd be dead in a few seconds. It would just be one curse after the other. I knew all too well, since she had probably thrown every curse in the book at me during the time that I started teaching her. In fact, there were quite a few that I learned from her fatherless bastard. I quite liked it. Rolled well to the tongue. In the end, I had to take even more breaths to calm myself down and focus on the broken page in front of me. There was only one image in there. It was the image of the tree. It looked exactly like it did in my vision. Towering ominously, its bark was a deep, unnatural black, and its branches were twisted and gnarled like the grasping fingers of a skeletal hand. The blood-colored leaves seemed to sway in the picture as images of the vision flashed in my mind. On the bark, several hands were reaching out from it. I shuddered at the sight. Tracing my eyes down the page, I was able to make up a few words that hadn't been removed from the page. Erode the mind? They were only 3 words, but it seemed as though it opened up a new road for me. Erode the mind, erode the mind, erode the mind. Mumbling the words in my mind for several seconds, I started to get an idea of the situation. Could it be that the tree is already in full effect, and is controlling the minds of some of the people in the bunker? It would explain several things, like the reason I had been detained and researching the tree. Leon too. That guy. I was starting to miss him. Things would have been much easier for me had he been here. Wasn't he supposed to be the main character of the game? Why was he so useless at important times? Where the hell was his plot armor when one needed it? Whatever, that's not important. I focused back on the 3 words imprinted on the page before me. It's not hard to reduce the scope of the culprit behind all of this. The Black Hound Guild was certainly suspicious. In particular, the Puss leader. While I hadn't met him, I had seen the Secretary's memories. He was the one who had ordered the investigation. If there was anyone that was suspicious, then it was him. He could also be the one that ripped the page. It made sense if he was under the control of the tree. But the real question was, did he do it because his mind has been eroded by the tree? Or because he's the one behind the tree? I swallowed my saliva and tried to calm my nerves. It felt as though I was onto something. But that sensation didn't last for long. Creak. A certain creaking sound startled me out of my thoughts, forcing me to hold my breath. I thought the moment would pass as the eater would leave, but a hot breath ran down the back of my neck. I felt the hair on every part of my body rise. Calm. I've got to keep calm. I repeated the same word over and over in my mind. Calm, calm, clam, clem, clme, CLM. My hand started to tingle. I didn't know why this was happening. I had been silent the entire time, making little to no movements. Ha, ha. My neck chilled as I heard the heavy breathing of the creature behind me. I was suddenly gripped with anxiety and my muscles tensed. I wanted to run away but knew that I couldn't. The creatures were faster than me. The only thing I could do was be silent. I had to remain totally still. Ha! The breaths continued. It continued to tickle my neck. Every second felt agonizing. The seconds continued to tick, and time seemed to stop. Biting my lips, I carefully wiped any of the sweat that was coming down the side of my face. I had to be very careful with my movements. My muscles were stiff, and my heart was beating out of my chest. The fact that the silent eater had yet to hear it was a miracle. The breathing eventually stopped. Creak. And I heard the floor creaked. I didn't relax. Turning my head slowly to face the direction of where the silent eater was, I could see its back moving away. Its figure was lanky and emaciated, the sharp ridges of its spine clearly visible even from a distance. Its entire skin had a sickly pinkish hue, stretched taut over its skeletal frame. In particular, my eyes shifted towards its unnaturally long nails, extending down to the ground and dragging along as it walked. Only when its back was no longer in view did I finally relax. Taking a breath, I turned my head back to face the book when my heart stopped again. Appearing just a few inches away from my face was another silent eater. Its wide eyes and grotesque smile looked directly at me. Despite my best attempts at trying to keep my breath steady, I was unable to, and the creature tilted its head. Bar, thump, bar, thump. Never before did the beat of my heart echo so loudly. I had hoped that the creature wouldn't hear it, but it did. Opening its mouth wide, displaying the hundreds of different teeth, it lunged at me. He-eek. I crumbled back, falling from my chair. Bang. He-eek, he-eek, he-eek. I heard several screams coming from the back, and my heart turned cold. Staring at the creature that was on all four on the table, I hastily moved back. Creak, 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 creak. The ground trembled as I heard several footsteps rush my way. From the sound alone, I could tell several eaters were coming my way. The situation felt helpless. I was helpless, but at the same time, I didn't panic. Despite my mind telling me to flee, and my heart beating to the point where it was the only thing I could hear, I didn't make any sounds and hastily reached for my pocket where I felt a round object. He-eek. The eater before me screeched, its muscles tensing as it prepared to lunge at me. I was seconds away from getting eaten. But I didn't panic. Injecting my mana into the small object, I quickly tossed it away. Tuck. The ball hit the ground in the distance, and the creature before me stopped. For a brief moment, our gazes met. Although I knew it couldn't see me, it did seem like it could. And then, boom, an explosion sounded. He-eek, he-eek, he-eek. I took advantage of the sound to turn around and leave. As I ran, I didn't bother at all about the sound my footsteps made as all the creatures ran toward where the mana bomb went off. Ha. I tried to maintain my breath, but it was hard. Clenching my teeth, I rushed out of the library and headed for the stairs. Behind, I could still the wails coming from the eaters. My skin tingled, and it served as a reminder to pick up my pace. Coming down to the first floor, I stopped my movements and took a deep breath. It was hard and I could hardly see. Taking my time to calm my breath, I quietly walked towards the exit of the building. Without knowing what was behind the door, I couldn't rashly make any sound that could expose me. No. There was no guarantee this was a good move. Given how loud the bomb was, there were most likely going to be a lot of eaters waiting outside. For that reason, instead of heading for the main entrance, I turned back and headed for the back door exit. It was quiet and dark. If not for the faint luminescent lines marking my path, I would have long lost sight of where I was. According to the memories, the exit should be just a few meters ahead. Tracing my hand against the walls, I narrowed my eyes to get a better look at the distance. Walking quietly, I could make out a faint squared outline in the distance. Seeing how the outline was in red, I presumed it to be the light coming from the outside, highlighting the frame of the door. I hurried my steps and reached for the handle. Clank. Despite my absolute best attempts at trying to be subtle with my actions, a faint clicking sound echoed the moment I opened the door, and as the heat rushed in, I felt a dozen pairs of eyes fall on me. I stood motionless on the spot, at a loss for breath, and here I thought they'd only cover the entrance. It was a miscalculation on my part. Looking around and staring at the dozen or so creatures surrounding the narrow alleyway, I pursed my lips. This time, I really did miscalculate. Chapter 181, Silence. 5. I stood frozen in silence as I felt the gazes of the eaters in front of me. My chest clenched with anxiety at the sight before me, but upon realizing that I had yet to be attacked, I understood that they had only reacted slightly to the door opening. I'm still safe. At least, For now, staring at the eaters in front of me, I fiddled with my pocket. I still had 2 mana bombs with me. They would certainly be useful in this type of situation. However, I chose against using them this time. I looked at the long and narrow alleyway in front of me. I'll only screw myself over if I use them. While it was true that the mana bomb would attract the eaters away from me, it would also attract the eaters behind me. That would make escaping impossible for me. With eaters on both sides, it'd be completely helpless. Now what? I had 2 options: go back inside, or move past the eaters in front of me. The choice was rather simple after I thought about it. I'll go this way. The number of eaters in front of me was quite high. However, when compared to the entrance, it was probably much lower. For that reason, this was the best option for me. It's not like I have to use the mana bomb. On another note, it was also true that I didn't have to use a mana bomb. Perhaps it was because of the situation that I was in, but I was starting to overthink a lot. Was I the type to overthink? Perhaps, but for some reason, it felt as though my mind was slowly losing clarity the more I stayed here. I had noticed something similar happening back at the bunker when I started killing without regard. Was it a coincidence? I didn't think so, and all of a sudden, I was reminded of the words I read back at the library. It can't be. Was the tree already affecting me? But how was that possible? I wanted to refuse the possibility with all my heart, and yet, the more I thought about it, the more likely this possibility was true. This might also explain the roots that have been haunting me. I felt a pang of anxiety when I thought about it. Recalling the fact that roots had now reached my face, I knew I didn't have much time left. I lowered my head to stare at my shoes. While it was indeed a bit of a pity, I had no choice. There were no rocks around, and the alleyway appeared to be spotless. The shoe was my only option. If only I could open my bag. There were many things that I could use instead of my shoes, but opening the bag would create too much noise. This was unfortunately the safest method. Thus, taking off my shoes, I wrapped one of them with the threads. The alleyway was quite long. I could see the exit from where I was, but it was quite far. Thankfully, it wasn't a distance I couldn't cover with my throw. Therefore, tensing my body further, I threw the shoe as far away as I possibly could. Thud. In the silence that took over the surroundings, a subtle thud resonated, and the eaters all raised their heads to face the same direction of where the noise came from. Eek. Shortly after, they screamed and ran towards where the shoe was. Their speed was quite fast, and in seconds, they were already quite far. I followed right behind them. I wasn't worried about the sound of my steps as I walked without my shoes. It helped reduce a lot of the noise that I made. Eek. Just as the eaters were about to reach the shoe, I pulled it back with my thread and caught it with my hand. I was still not out of the alley. Catching onto the shoe, I tensed my arm and threw the shoe again. Thud. The eaters once again screamed and followed the noise. It's working. I continued to run behind them. My pace was rather slow, but in no time, I was finally able to reach the exit of the alleyway. Eek. The monsters were still chasing my shoe, but just before they could eat it, I'd always retrieve it back and throw it in another direction. Only when I got far away did I finally retrieve my shoe back for good. Well, maybe, staring at the dangling shoe in front of me, I didn't know how to feel. It was torn apart with multiple scratches and gashes all over. It wasn't an expensive shoe, but I still felt pain seeing the state it was in. In this world, I wasn't rich. Every little rent mattered to me. I'll get the academy to reimburse me if it's the last thing you'll do. This was a pledge. Now, then, I looked around me. I was back standing in one of the streets that led to the main plaza. The streets were deserted, and absolute silence gripped the surroundings. It was hard to describe the situation, but it felt incredibly unsettling. Crack. The silence was broken by a faint cracking sound coming in the distance. Raising my head, I stared at the hand that was gripped against the station walls. Bit by bit, it was starting to destroy the walls, creating more and more cracks. More eaters started to emerge from the other side, entering the station in hordes. I stared at the hand in thought. I can't really see how strong it is. From the book, silent eaters were terror-ranked creatures. It was for this reason that I never bothered fighting them. However, staring at the massive hand in the distance. I wasn't so sure that creature was terror rank. I had a feeling it was higher ranked. If that was the case, the only people that could deal with it were the post leaders. Right, the post leaders. A sudden thought entered my mind at that moment. It was a crazy thought, one that might land me in a whole world of trouble, but at the same time, it was also the only way for me to have a chance at gaining the missing page. Yes, he'll do it. But now was not the right time yet. The first thing I needed to do was get back near the bunker. Taking a small and shallow breath, I quietly moved around the cobblestone streets to head for where the bunker was. The location wasn't quite far, and I knew exactly where I needed to go. Along the way, I noticed eaters around, but none of them noticed my presence. In fact, they all seemed to be rushing towards where I had previously been. Walking past one of the eaters, I glanced at one of the mummified corpses that was lying down on the streets. There were many of them, and under the heat, they almost became unrecognizable. I had just turned to look away from the corpse when all of a sudden, I heard a faint rustling noise coming from it. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned my head. Two white eyes. They were staring back at me. I felt my heart freeze. Before I could even react to the situation, I watched with numb horror as the corpse's mouth opened, and, a hoarse scream escaped its mouth. It was a raw, grating cry. It was as if the vocal cords were shredded with each desperate exhalation, producing a chilling, almost inhuman wail that echoed throughout. In a matter of seconds, I heard a series of sounds coming from all sides. Realizing my situation, I prepared to run away. But, the corpse moved yet again, its skinnier and mummified arm clamping against my ankle. I tried to release myself from its grip by moving my leg, but the corpse refused to let go as its white eyes continued to stare at me. Yet again, its mouth opened. This time, it didn't scream. Instead, it started to speak, as yet again, its hoarse voice echoed out. Stop resisting. It was only 2 words, but they were enough to send chills down my spine. And then, the eaters arrived, surrounding the area from all sides. I looked around me with bated breath and stopped resisting. The corpse next to me continued to speak. Become one with their tree. My pulse raced, and I fiddled with the mana bomb in my pocket. There was little time at my disposal. With the corpse still gripping onto my ankle, and the eaters staring in my direction, I knew that the situation was dire. Extending my hand in the corpse's direction, threads flowed out from my arm, wrapping around the arm that was entangling my ankle. Clenching my hand, the hand severed in 2. In spite of my actions, the corpse continued to stare at me with its white gaze. It no longer seemed to be able to speak, but its gaze was enough to send shivers down my entire body. Unfortunately, I had no time to stare back into its eyes for too long. Taking out the mana bomb, I threw it in the air where it exploded. Boom! The surroundings shook, and the eaters lunged in the air. I turned around and dipped. Ha! Despite my best attempts, I couldn't stop my breath as I ran. I was starting to get tired again, and the mana inside of my body depleted further. This is bad. I now only had 1 mana bomb left to spare, and eaters appeared from all sides, rushing in the direction of where the bomb sounded. However, there were quite a few that were headed right at me due to the noise that I made, and gritting my teeth, I could only increase my pace and run across the cobblestone street. I wasn't running blindly this time. Despite not going in the direction of the bunker, there was one place that I was currently headed to. The control station. Located at the very heart of the station, it was where the emergency station was located. While I didn't know much about it, looking up and staring at the speakers located on some of the poles that were stationed around the streets, I knew this was my best bet in getting rid of the eaters. While the eaters thrived in silence, it was also their biggest weakness. Once the horns started, the eaters were going to be in a state of utter confusion, unable to know where to go. That was my best bet at escaping. Thus, taking a deep breath, I picked my pace further. Chapter 182, Silence. 6. The emergency station wasn't far from where I was. I could practically see it from where I stood. It was within a tall, black spiral that twisted towards the sky, starkly contrasting with the surrounding buildings. The structure's dark, glossy surface reflected the dim red light coming from the crimson shade, making it look like a shard of obsidian jutting into the sky. It was hard to not take notice of such a building. Rushing with all my might, I looked behind me to see several eaters glancing my way. I pursed my lips and continued to sprint. Bang! The building next to me shattered and a hand crept in my direction. I felt my heart jump out of my chest at the sight of the hand. It was fast, and I just barely managed to avoid it by ducking down. Hi-eek! Emerging from the building was an eater who twisted its head in the air to feel for any noise. At the same time, I felt the sound of multiple rushed steps heading in my direction. It was likely that the eaters had been attracted by the noise. I bit my lips and fiddled with my pocket. I only had one mana bomb left. I couldn't just carelessly throw it. I needed to make good use of it. After a little bit of thought, I put my hand away from my pocket and moved back while keeping my gaze on the eater who continuously tilted its head for any sound. The wails of the other eaters grew near, but I kept my lips pursed and my heart steady. In the silence, I continued to move back. Every part of my body felt tense. Licking my lips, I continued to move back. Silence completely took over my surroundings. Holding onto my shoe, I coiled the threads around it before eventually tossing it towards the distance. Thud. Without looking back, I rushed towards the emergency station. I was just about to retrieve the thread when I felt a certain pain in my chest. Something leaked from my nose. Wiping it, I could see that it was blood, and it was then that I realized that my thread had been snapped. Just like that, my shoe was gone. I'll really ask for reimbursement after this. I quite liked my shoes. Turning the corner of the street, I finally managed to spot the entrance of the spiral. But soon, my steps came to a halt. I stood silently while catching my breath. This is troublesome. Standing right before the entrance of the spiral were over a dozen eaters, all looking around with their heads twitching. I fiddled with the mana bomb in my pocket. Good thing I didn't waste it. Things would have been a lot more troublesome otherwise. Gathering my mana into the bomb, I turned around to throw it when I stopped. A face appeared right before me and I shuddered. With its eyes staring directly at me, its grotesque smile widened. My feet numbed, and its hot breath fell on me. I tried my best to keep my heart steady, but it was hard. Really hard. Especially when its mouth opened, revealing a long, serpentine tongue that slithered out like a grotesque tendril. It extended impossibly far, snaking through the air slowly and steadily, heading directly towards where I stood. Swallowing my saliva, I tossed the mana bomb in the eater's mouth and jumped back. Thud. Over a dozen gazes fell on me at that moment, but I didn't care. I turned towards where they were and directly rushed at them. Tack, tack. I could hear the sound of my steps echo within the silence, and I felt my throat clamp up. The eaters in front of me opened their mouths to scream. But just before they could, the sound of an explosion resounded. Bang! Their heads twitched, and they rushed forward at incredible speeds. I didn't stop. I continued to run forward, while they ran directly at me. I could feel their gaze on me as they rushed, and my heart pounded out of my chest. I didn't let that affect me and continued. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meters. We were now just a meter away from each other. Their mouth opened to reveal their sharpened teeth, and I ducked down. Eek! The eaters chomped at the air before rushing forward, completely dismissing me. Without looking back, I helped myself from the ground and rushed towards the emergency station. The door was broken, and so I didn't need any keys to enter. Slowing my steps down, I took a small orb from my back and tapped on it. Light immediately appeared, illuminating my surroundings. Holding it in front of me, I was able to see the insides of the building. Everything was a mess. Shards of shattered glass littered the floor, glinting ominously in the dim red light, while torn-out papers lay strewn about, fluttering slightly due to the heat. Walking towards the stairs, I held onto the handrails and took my first step up. Creak! But the moment I did, I almost felt my heart jump out of my chest. I immediately looked back and sighed in relief upon seeing that no eater had noticed anything. How annoying. Looking down at the wooden stairs, I tried to think of a way to move up without making any sound. Putting pressure over the handrails, I made sure that they didn't break at my weight. and held onto them more tightly. Okay, this might work. With the aid of the handrail, I took a slow and careful step up. Unlike the first time, no sound came out this time. I nodded in relief and took another step. The location of where I needed to go was the last floor. Because of the method that I was using to go up the stairs, it took me several minutes to get up there, but once I did, I pressed my foot against the ground and relaxed upon seeing that no sound came out. I immediately rushed forward after that. The last floor was rather small. It was about the size of a classroom, with a door on each side. I looked to my right and then to my left before deciding to go on the right side. Opening the door quickly, I went in and looked around. The room was quite small with little decoration. Nothing about the room popped out besides the large windows that allowed one to get a look at the entire city from above and the wooden desk before it. I looked outside and felt my expression stiffen slightly at the number of eaters that were present outside. This is not good. There were more and more entering by the second. It wouldn't be long before the entire station would be flooded by them. Not only that, but looking up, I could also see that the large creature behind was getting closer and closer to tearing the walls down. See our crack. The sound of the walls cracking continued to echo in the air. Such thoughts brought urgency to my mind as I picked up the pace. I soon found what I wanted and moved towards it. This is it. It was a small device that looked like a remote. It was quite small and was easy to miss since it rested on top of a chair. I didn't hesitate to channel my mana into the device before pressing on it. Immediately, the blaring sound of the sirens echoed throughout the entire station. They were loud, and the noise was hard to dismiss. Immediately the eaters looked up and their heads twitched. Their screams and wails echoed throughout as they appeared utterly confused by the situation. I had been worried they'd attack the sirens, but they didn't since they were so evenly spread, making it hard to pinpoint. Latching onto their hair, the eaters pulled them out while they wailed in the air. This is good. I could finally relax. Holding onto the remote, I grabbed anything that looked useful before heading back down. This time, I didn't need to use the help of the handrails and was easily able to get down to the first floor where I rushed out. As expected, none of the eaters took notice of my presence the moment I came out. With the sirens blaring loudly, they didn't have time to pay attention to me. I finally was able to calm down. That's one situation resolved. Then, staring in a certain direction, I pursed my lips before rushing forward. It was now time for me to handle the other situation. Bunker, outer area. Panic was already blooming within the bunker. Such panic only intensified at the presence of the eaters. Everyone was naturally scared, but the people who were protesting were no longer protesting as none of them wanted to leave anymore. It was for that reason that the situation calmed down. Clicking her tongue, Ira sat down with a sullen expression. With what was happening outside, it was hard for her to stir up some shit. She felt a little disappointed at that fact. Staring at the window outside, she suddenly heard a loudly blaring sound. It appeared to come from the entire city, and the eaters outside the bunker appeared to go berserk. She was surprised by the situation, and before she could even question what happened, a voice echoed from beside her. It's probably Julien's doing. Recognizing the voice, Ira frowned. However, she pushed her feelings down and turned to look at Oif. Her expression changed a little when she saw the state of Oif was in. She looked rather haggard, as if she hadn't slept for a few days. He's escaped. That was all she said, and Ira's focus shifted away from her well-being. Well, it didn't matter to her anyway. That guy escaped? Yes. Oif nodded. He's created quite a mess. All the post leaders are discussing sending a potential team out to get him back, but the situation turned like that, so it has been postponed. Oh, Ira understood what she meant. She could tell that there was chaos in the inner parts. She didn't really know why, but now she knew. So you think he's the one responsible for the sirens? Yes. Most likely. I've sat down next to her. She looked even more tired now, and Ira tilted her head. The scene looked a little familiar. Don't tell me. Slap. I've turned to look at her with wide eyes. What was that foe? Slap. Kira slapped Oif again while looking at her with an extremely serious expression. It almost looked like she was trying to help, showing the same symptoms as the others. We're about to turn into a screaming bitch. Let me fix you before it's too late. What? Wait. Oif raised her hand to block Kira's slap. She then glared at her. I'm not turning. I'm tired because I've been questioned by all the posse leaders due to what Julian did. I helped him out a little. Only then did Kira understand as she awkwardly scratched the back of her head. You should have said so sooner. Oif didn't respond to that. She didn't know how to respond to that. How could she have known Kira was going to slap her like that? Clenching her teeth, she turned her head to look outside. I don't have the energy to fight her. It was all red and quiet. Looking in the distance, she spotted a faint silhouette approaching their direction. It appeared to move nearer to them. Frowning, Oif squinted her eyes to get a better look, and when she did, her eyes widened. What? Kira similarly looked in the direction she was looking. Her expression also changed. It looked like Kira also recognized the figure. Oif pursed her lips. Why was he back? And why did it seem like he was looking directly at her and Kira? Chapter 183, Silence, 7, The sirens continued to blare throughout the entire station. Walking past the buildings, I headed towards a familiar location. If my guesses are right, then the missing page will be what allows me to understand what's going on properly. While I didn't check the other guilds, I was sure they also had no information regarding the tree. The fact that none of the posse leaders knew about it was also concerning. It was as though all information about it had been completely wiped from the world. It didn't make sense. No, it did make sense. But that would mean that's impossible. I bit my lips while staring at my hand. There was another possibility I was entertaining to explain the situation. It was a possibility that I wanted to refute with all my heart, and yet, thinking about everything that had happened, it seemed to become more and more likely to be true. I took a deep breath and slapped both sides of my cheeks. Let's not think about it. I'll first get over this part. Crack crack, accompanying the blaring sound of the sirens. A wild wail echoed throughout the air. It pierced through it, almost drowning out the noise from the sirens. At the same time, more cracks started to appear on the walls of the city as the station started to become flooded with even more eaters. Quite obviously, the sirens had startled the beast outside. It was now putting even more effort into trying to get in. I better hurry. Quickening my pace, I turned a corner where a flickering lamp cast a dim glow under the red-tinted sky. In the distance, a familiar dome-shaped building came into view. From where I stood, I could see the windows of the bunker and I headed directly for it. I see a familiar face. It looked like Oif, and as if noticing my presence, her head turned to face me. Immediately, her eyes widened and shortly after, Kira's face also appeared. Her eyes widened in a similar fashion and she slapped Oif. She slapped her? It really did seem like it, as Oif glared at her and the two started to argue. But it wasn't just the two of them that noticed my presence. The others' situation by the windows also spotted me, and a crowd soon started to gather as they all pointed at me. Good. This was what I wanted. As I headed closer to them, I couldn't hear anything that was going on the inside. But it didn't matter. Soon, the crowd split, and a few faces appeared. I could tell from just a glance that they were powerful. I also knew exactly who they were. The posse leaders. They were all looking at me with different expressions, but I didn't care as my gaze fell on a certain person. What stood out the most to me were his glaring red eyes as they looked at me. It felt as though I was being stared at by a hound, ready to pounce at me at any second. Karl Jashmeyer, post leader of the Black Hound Guild. I felt the corner of my lips twist slightly at the sight of him. This may be the first time I've met you in real life, but it isn't as though I'm not familiar with you. I had plenty of memories to work with. You've got the page, don't you? As I spoke, I made sure to do so extremely slowly so that he would understand my message. And I was sure he did as his expression changed slightly. It wasn't much, but it was enough for me. I fully smiled then. He'd like it please? The outer area of the bunker was in chaos. Julian's appearance appeared to shock many of those who were inside. What's going on? Is there someone outside? What is he doing outside? Should we let him in? What's the situation? He seems to be saying something. All eyes were on Julian, who was standing outside of the bunker while staring directly at Carl, who was staring back with a serious expression. He appeared to be saying something, but because of the soundproofing, nobody was able to hear a thing. But of course, they didn't need to, as they could read his lips. You've got the page, don't you? Page? What is he talking about? Having noticed Julian saying something to Carl, Lennon turned his head to stare at him and asked, Carl, was he speaking to you? He said something about you having something. What is he in about? Carl didn't answer. He appeared oddly calm as his eyes narrowed slightly. Hey! It was a slight nudge to his shoulder that woke him up from his state as he looked around. All eyes were on him, and he cocked his head. What's going on? What do you mean what's going on? Lennon frowned, his deep voice resounding throughout. That should be our question. Wasn't the cadet talking to you? Oh, right. Carl massaged his shoulders slightly. I'm also not sure about what he said. But if there's one thing I know is that he has a grudge against me. I was the one who did order for his torture after all. The others didn't say anything. They were there. Of course, they knew what had happened. Then, Penelope turned to look outside where the cadet was with furrowed brows. What do you plan on doing? The obvious. Scratching his cheeks, Carl headed for the main entrance of the bunker. Not only has he killed multiple guards, but it's also very obvious now that he has some involvement in the situation. I'll go catch him myself. We need to get to the bottom of this to better understand the situation. He paused for a second, turning his head to stare at the others. I don't need any help. It'll be enough. He proceeded to leave shortly after that. Staring at his departing back, the pose leaders looked at each other before frowning. Lennon was the first one to speak, his white eyes scanning Carl's back. I feel like there's something that we are missing about the situation. I want to get to the bottom of this, but... He looked around. There needs to be someone to stay here and watch over the situation. I agree. I'll stay behind, Penelope offered. Following her words, a few other pose leaders stated their stances. I'll stay too. I'll go help. Like that, the group split. Although there was no need to send out so many post leaders, they couldn't be sure of the situation given how the cadet had managed to escape. Furthermore, they were all extremely curious about the things he said. There was something that they clearly weren't aware of now. Let's go. With Lennon at the helm, the group headed for the main entrance where a small chamber awaited them. Within the chamber, Carl was nowhere in sight. It was likely that he had already left. Turning to look behind him, Lennon didn't say much and closed the door behind them. Swoosh. Immediately, the heat began to seep in from every corner of the room. They channeled their mana to block the heat, and for them, this process was rather easy. In no time, they adjusted to the rising temperature. Following this, Lennon spun the wheel of the door and the door opened. Immediately, the colors around them began to fade, and the world transformed into shades of red. A familiar scene appeared before their eyes. Looking around, Lennon stepped out of the space and the others followed from behind. Let's go. I want to see exactly what's going on. He proceeded to head to where the cadet had been. At the same time they moved, Carl had already arrived before the cadet, who was sitting on top of a rock with a tired look on his face. It took you a while to get here. Carl stopped and looked around. He didn't jump into catching the cadet just yet. He was afraid he had something planned. It was laughable. He was a lot stronger than him, and yet he was wary. How could he not be, since he knew about the page? Nobody was supposed to know that it was in his possession. The thought made him warier. Where is the page? Breaking him out of his thoughts was the cadet's voice. Meeting his gaze, Carl's red eyes flickered as he coolly spoke. I don't know what about any page that you're talking about. I'm only here to take you in for the crimes that you've committed. Oh? The cadet smiled, almost mockingly. I've committed crimes? Can you list them? I've got no time to play with you. Clenching his teeth, Carl was just about to make a move when he heard the collective sound of steps moving behind him. Turning his head, he saw the other pose leaders had appeared. What are you doing here? I said I could handle this alone. We know. Lennon spoke, turning his gaze to stare at the cadet with narrowed eyes. I just wanted to see him for myself. In case he plays any tricks, well, be here to stop him. I see. Carl thanked them with a nod. Just as he was about to make a move, the cadet leaned back slightly, tossing something in his hand. All eyes fell on the device. It looked somewhat familiar, but Carl wasn't sure where he had seen it. It wasn't big and rectangular. It was Lennon's surprised yelp that alerted Carl. Turning his head, he saw Lennon stare at the object with a somber expression. That's the device that controls the sirens. I recognize it too. Is that what it is? The other post leaders appeared surprised by the revelation besides a few. Carl was also surprised, but he soon sighed in relief. Was that his trump card? It's not a bad plan. However, it's a reckless plan. The cadet's plan was easy to understand. With the controller, he could turn off the sirens at will. When that happened, all the silent eaters would head their way if he shouted. He was threatening them with that. However, this much was nothing. By the time the eaters would come, to have him already incapacitated and brought back into the bunker. Not only that, the eaters were nothing for him and the other puss leaders. It was an empty threat. Carl was just about to relax when the cadet spoke again. Want to see something weird? This time, he didn't seem to address him. Rather, he appeared to be addressing the other puss leaders. Something weird? Oh, yeah? Julian fiddled with the device in his hand before turning his head to stare at Lennon. How much do you bet that once I turn this off the monsters will come and attack all of us with the exception of a single person? Before the others could say anything, Lennon raised his hand to block them from speaking. What are you saying? Don't listen to him. He's trying to waste time. Carl suddenly spoke, appearing to head in Julian's direction. However, before he could even get close, Lennon appeared before him. What are you doing? Wait, why are you even listening to him? It's because they were curious. Tossing the device in the air, the cadet caught it before turning to meet Carl's gaze. Staring into his blood-red eyes, his smile faded. About the words that I said. He went on to press on the remote, and the sirens immediately stopped. Immediately, the entire station plunged into silence, which was shattered by the cadet who shouted in the air. Oi! His voice was so loud that it reverberated throughout the entire station. Immediately, wails echoed in the distance and thousands of figures appeared before them. Staring at them with their grotesque eyes. They surrounded them from all sides. The only reason they hadn't attacked yet was because of the small translucent shield that had formed around them. Crossing his arms, Julian looked around before turning to look at Carl. How much do you bet none of the monsters will attack him even if he steps outside of the barrier and screams? Chapter 184, The Page, 1. What? I could feel the doubt in everyone's voice as I said my piece. Massaging my face, I looked at the post leader of the Black Hound Guild. His red eyes coldly stared in my direction as he stood motionless on the spot. There was something unsettling about his gaze. I couldn't quite place it into words. However, for some reason, I felt my chest grow heavy. He doesn't look at all worried. Was it just a bluff, or was it perhaps that I had guessed wrong? In hindsight, I wasn't entirely confident about my hypothesis. There were clues here and there. And if he truly was the possessor of the missing page, then there was also a chance that the monsters might not attack him. Why? Because the tree is the one controlling the monsters. Or at least, that was what I assumed to be the case. The timing was all too perfect. From the Crimson Shade to the Silent Eaters that suddenly made their way into the town. None of it made sense unless it was pre-planned beforehand. Such was the only possible explanation that I could think of. And if the Black Hound Postal-Eater was truly the one who held the page, then there was a high chance that the Eaters wouldn't attack him. Still feeling the same red eyes on me, I turned towards the Postal-Eater beside me. Unlike Carl, his eyes were white, and his skin tone was black. His name is Lennon, right? Just staying a few feet away from him felt pressuring. What are you trying to say? His deep voice reached my ears. Pursing my lips slightly, I raised both of my hands in a sign of submission. Before you say anything, I'm surrendering. You can do whatever you want to do with me, but... I turned my head to meet those intense blood-red eyes. Yet again, I felt my chest grow heavy at the sight of them. Why? Before you take me in, you won't mind testing whether my words are true or not, right? It won't cost you much anyways." Lennon remained quiet while his white eyes remained fixed on me. I had a hard time understanding what he was thinking. He then turned his head to look towards the other pussy leaders. There were 3 of them. I could recognize 2 of them, with shoulder-length red hair, a mole beneath her chin, and eyes that matched the fiery hue of her hair, stood Alyssa Carline, the post leader of the Fire Phoenix Guild. Beside her stood a taller man with a skinnier build. His head was balding, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. He was the post leader of the Dark Raven Guild, Jack Whitlock. They were the only 2 that I was able to recognize due to the memories I had extracted. Regarding the last one, I really didn't know. But it didn't matter. The content of their conversation was what I was more interested in. Should we listen to him? It wouldn't hurt. There's nothing to lose from the deal. He seems to know something. They didn't even bother to keep their voices down as they spoke. Carl might not like this. Why wouldn't he like this? This is nothing for him. When all is said and done, he'll just take the cadet with him. That's true. What do you think, Carl? The post leaders turned to look at Carl, who remained motionless on the spot, his expression hard to read. I stared at him from where I was, trying my best to carefully gauge his expression, but the more I looked, the less I saw. It was extremely eerie, to the point where I felt the hair on my arm rise, and the fact that he didn't even bother to address them but just stared at me added to that feeling. As expected, you need to be removed. His voice was cold and low, layering slightly. Immediately, everyone turned to look at him. The way he was acting, it had clearly shocked them. Thump. My heart jumped. A strange sensation gripped my chest. I closed my eyes then. I lowered my head to stare at my hand. It was again shaking, not out of nervousness, but at a certain realization. A realization that made me shudder. I took a deep breath. Carl, are you alright? What's going on? The other post leaders were staring at Carl warily. Glancing at them, Carl didn't answer and continued to fix his gaze on me. It was right. By it, he probably meant the tree. They are not the problem, you are. Carl, what are you saying? I remained quiet while staring back into those red eyes. Squench, squench. Familiar roots started to appear beneath the ground as they entangled my feet and crawled up to my body before reaching my eyes and mouth, where they started to pull them apart. My vision flashed. And the world turned quiet. I heard nothing, not even a whisper of wind. Thump. Thump. The only thing I could hear was the faint sound of my very own heartbeat. It was growing weaker and weaker by the second. Such silence was shattered by faint moaning sounds coming from afar. They were enough to startle my eyes open. My chest squeezed at the sight that bore before my very eyes, and the air sucked out of my lungs. So it's like this. Blood-red leaves scattered across my vision, covering the town that hid beneath. Hands outstretched from the ebony bark of the tree as moans echoed throughout. Squench, squench. A familiar sound tickled my ears. My guts churned at the sound as roots slithered up from the corners of my cheeks, slowly dragging my eyes and ears backward. I was paralyzed, frozen within the tree as my heart grew numb. I spoke, but no words came out. I thrashed, but my body refused to move. Squench, squench. I soon gave up, and I closed my eyes. Everything around me turned silent. It was just me and my thoughts. When? My mind was blank. Since when? Had the tree possessed me? The weight over my chest increased. I had entertained the possibility. I wanted to refute it, and yet it came true in the end. All of it, from the very start, all of it had been an illusion. As if a boulder was resting on my chest, I struggled to breathe. The clues were the timing of the crimson shade, and the monsters. The fact that all information about the tree was missing. And the roots weird that continuously popped up here and then. The tree, it had already taken hold of me and was merely letting me, and everyone else it had absorbed, quietly live within an illusion it had created so that it could absorb the life force of those within. None of us knew. The illusion was perfect. Almost perfect. But at the same time, the clues were hidden in plain sight. My memories of the time before I had been absorbed by the tree were gone, but when I thought about it, the very first moment I stepped into the station, I recalled feeling something. A strange tickle at my cheeks and ankles. Right, that must be it. That was the starting point of where my memories had been overwritten. Then, the vision I had experienced from the quest. It was in fact the second time that I had seen it. Only that, whatever happened before, I had failed. Ha! Ha! I felt my body grow cold at the realization. Horrifying. This tree. It was horrifying. Ha! What now? I swallowed my saliva. With each passing second, I felt my mind growing number and number. The tree was slowly eating me away. I knew I didn't have much time left, and yet, the sense of helplessness I was feeling seemed to increase. There were still many questions I didn't know the answer to. Was the tree targeting me because I was the only one looking for clues about it, or was there some other reason? I thought back to Carl's words. It was right. They are not the problem, you are. I felt my mouth grow dry. What am I supposed? My thoughts were cut short. Before I knew it, the darkness surrounding me had disappeared. The world around me was a familiar shade of red. Carl stood on the opposite end with his gaze wholly focused on me, his red eyes complementing the backdrop of the world. I shuddered under his gaze. It was as if he knew that I knew. Ha! Ha! And my breathing quickened. Sweat started to trickle down the side of my face. This, and then, bang! Eek! The distant wall exploded, and a loud wail echoed through the entire station. An enormous hand pulled apart the shattered pieces, revealing a tall, horned figure reminiscent of the Silent Eaters, but far taller and more grotesque. Its flesh appeared to be pulling down from its face, and its smile was even thicker. Rumble, rumble. The world started to quake, then thump. As the creature's foot pressed against the ground, its large eyes scanned the surroundings before locking in our general direction. Eek! That was when it let out a loud shriek and the defensive barrier that was surrounding us trembled. Yuck! What the hell is that? The posse leaders were naturally shaken by the situation. Looking up at the monster, I felt numb. I could hardly think. What do I do? I was starting to lose sight of my rationality. No, I need to calm down. Though I said that, I had a hard time doing so. Partially because of the effect of the tree on my mind, and partially because of the fear that had gripped over me. Thump, thump. Distant thumps echoed. With each thump, the ground shook. It was growing closer and closer to us. However, I had no time to pay any attention to it. My thoughts were clouded by the situation. What do I do? What do I do? What do I? I stopped at a certain point and looked up. Two red eyes stared at me. And that was when I realized, right? The entire time, the tree had been hiding information about itself. Whenever I tried something, it'd shift the illusion to make it harder for me to find out. It was almost as if it was buying time to fully digest me. Then, there must be rules it has to follow. And, it must also have a weakness. I looked straight in Carl's direction. That weakness wasn't hard to guess. The page. I opened my mouth to speak, finally calming down somewhat. I need it. Such was its weakness. Chapter 185, The Page. 2. A few moments prior, outer bunker area. What's going on? Can you hear anything? No. It's soundproof. I've answered while massaging her right cheek. It was still hurting, and just thinking about Kira, who had slapped her just a few moments prior, she glared at her. What? You know what you did? What did I do? I've took a deep and heavy breath to calm herself down. She was really having a hard time. The more she looked at Kira, the more her hand twitched. I'm better than this. That's right, she couldn't stoop down to her level. Rumble, rumble. A distant rumbling disrupted Oi's thoughts. She could feel it through the vibration of the floor. Turning her head, her expression changed. It wasn't just hers. Everyone in the outer area wore expressions of shock as they stared into the distance. A grotesque figure emerged, breaking through the walls that crumbled under its enormous hand. The surroundings turned quiet for a brief moment as the very air was sucked out of the room. And then, what the hell is that? Panic started to spread within the crowd. Despite many of the people present being powerful people, the pressure that the creature in the distance elicited feelings of despair. Calm down. Everyone calm down. Thankfully, the posse leaders were present to calm the situation down. Remain calm. At the lead was Penelope. Her voice, which was crisp and pleasant to the ears, gently traveled through the air. There was a strange calming effect in her voice, calming many of those who were panicking. It even worked for a wife who had been relatively calm from the very start. I've experienced too many shocks lately. This hadn't been the first time she had been put in a terrible situation. In hindsight, she was starting to get used to such situations. Not sure if this was a good thing or not. Thump. The bunker trembled subtly. When her wife turned to look at the windows, her breath caught at her throat. The monster had entered the station and was headed straight for their location. Please remain calm. There's nothing to worry about. You are safe here. Remember, there are several of us here that can deal with the creature. In fact, we already have several posse leaders outside ready to deal with it. There's no reason to panic. Penelope's words brought silence to the room. It was a tense silence that felt extremely stifling. Thump. Especially with the thumping sound that was coming out. Thump. Strangely, thump. Each step, thump, seemed to resonate with the sound of their heartbeats. Thump, 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 thump. The ground shook, the thumping growing progressively closer by the second. I felt the hair at the back of my head stand at the thought, and yet, I couldn't tear away my eyes from those two red eyes that were staring back at me. They were intense, and it felt as though my head would fly off if I were to look away. My legs buckled slightly, but I didn't show it. I remained calm while trying to think of a way to solve the situation. I need to get my hands on the page, but how am I going to do that? In fact, did he even have the page with him? What if he had hidden the page elsewhere? How was I going to get that information from him? Fighting him one-on-one was simply impossible. He was far stronger than me. Not only that, but with the monster drawing nearer, I knew that it was also impossible for me to rely on the posse leaders to take him out. Shit indeed. My situation was terrible, and I could hardly see a way for me to get to the page. The best I could do at the moment was not die. As all sorts of ideas ran through my mind, I stopped at a certain one. What if I use the first leaf? Would that even work? I thought about it for a few seconds before shaking my head. The effects would be minimal for someone of his strength. If they could affect someone of his level, Leon would have undoubtedly gone insane by now. My guess is that my current limit with the first leaf is people with mental fortitude of around 5 or just a little below. So around tier 45. Well, mentality-wise, I didn't think that the red eyes man before me had a mental resilience that was below his tier, which appeared to be 6. Then what? What exactly could I do? Thump. Another step echoed, and the surroundings shook. I pursed my lips and looked around me. It was close, extremely close. The entire time, Carl didn't move. I wasn't sure why, but Lennon and the other posse leaders were questioning him. Carl, what's going on? Are you the one behind this? From the way they were speaking, they seemed both surprised and shocked. But despite their questions, Carl didn't answer. Instead, the eaters around us started to twitch. The thumping was clearly affecting their perception of the surroundings, and yet, they still remained where they were. Clearly, whatever noise that creature was making, wasn't making them move. Judging from how the creature looked like a taller, more gruesome version of them, I could more or less guess why. It's commanding them. Hey! All of a sudden, I felt something tug at my shoulder and I was pulled back. Before I knew it, Lennon's face was right before my very eyes. Do you have any idea of what's going on? He immediately started to question me. The two of you have been talking strangely. He'd appreciate it if you'd tell me exactly what is going on here. I opened my mouth but felt unsure of how to respond. Would he believe me if I told him that all of this was an illusion? That we were all victims of some demonic tree that was slowly sapping away our life force? Perhaps, or perhaps not. Convincing him would end up wasting too much time. So after a little thought, I decided to answer differently as I pointed at Carl. He has something important. With it, we'll be able to stop all of this. We'll be able to stop everything? Yes, I nodded. Everything. I looked around me, from the crimson shade to the rapidly drawing monster. Everything that you see is artificial. None of it was natural. He's the one behind it. All eyes turned towards Carl, who smiled all of a sudden. It was a creepy smile. A smile that made my entire body grow tense. Very creative with the way you speak. For the first time in a while, he spoke. His was different from the last time, sounding deeper and more ancient. For someone of your age to be able to have such high mental resilience, it's truly praiseworthy. The tree has been paying a lot of attention to you because of that. Otherwise, everything would flowed much more smoothly. And He stopped then. I was curious about what he had been planning on saying, but what he had said was already plentiful for me to understand a few important things about the situation. High mental resilience paying a lot of attention to you. Could it be that the tree had a harder time targeting those with high mental resilience? If that was the case, it explained a few things, like the screaming people. When thinking about it, none of those who had been affected were high-ranking people. However, with each passing moment within the illusion, they'd slowly be targeted. The tree, it was slowly eroding a person's mind. Right, it makes sense. I had noticed this on a few occasions. From the time when I felt absolutely no remorse when killing, to the unnatural fear and emotions that I felt on certain occasions. There were plenty of times that I felt fear, but there were a few that just felt unnatural to me. This explained it all. Wait, but what about Leon? As far as I knew, his mental score was rather high. Why would he, and then I realized, it's my fault. I wanted to face palm there and then. All of a sudden, I started regretting a few of the words that I previously said about him. In the end, the reason why Leon had been affected so early was because his mental fortitude had been severely weakened due to my emotive magic. It's not like he doesn't have plot armor, it's just that I'm the one who killed that plot armor. If that was even a thing. I felt the sudden urge to scratch the side of my nose. Wasn't intentional. Not like I could have predicted any of this to happen. On a good note, he probably wasn't dead yet. My best guess was that the tree's first action was to erode a person's mental resilience before sapping away at their life force. It was highly likely that everyone was still alive, from the people that had died in the Crimson Shade, to the people that I had killed. Well, at least that's a good thing. It was going to save me from a lot of headaches. Bang! Startling out of my thoughts was the sound of metal clashing against metal. Raising my head in haste, I saw a huge axe come into contact with multiple tree vines that had emerged from the ground. Standing behind them was a calm and collected Carl. You. Lowering his axe, Lennon stared at Carl. This is the first time that I've seen you use such power. You. Don't tell me everything that he said was true. The one behind all of this. Rather than answering, Carl smiled. That was silent confirmation, and Lennon's gaze turned fierce. He was just about to engage again when, bang, a shadow cast over the area above us, smacking against the barrier that was protecting us. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately, cracks appeared all over before the shield started to shatter. PFTT. Lennon and a few others threw up blood as they took several steps back. On the other hand, I fell on my back. Yuke. Before I even had the chance to move, a shadow cast over the area I was in, and two red eyes looked down on me from above. The monsters around also stopped moving, and I felt the entire world stare at me. Give up. Carl's voice reached my ears. You'll never get the page. He seemed sure of it. It's not with me. Even if you kill me, you'll never know where it is or what is written in it. Your best course of action is to give up. Squench. Squench. Roots emerged from the ground beneath, slowly wrapping over my ankles and my chest. I lay paralyzed, unable to move with the exception of my hands, which I slowly raised before lowering again. In the process, I managed to grab onto his ankle. With his head lowered, he looked at me. What are you doing? He asked, his expression appearing relatively calm. I looked up at him and met his gaze. So what if you didn't have the page with you? So what if you were stronger than me? In the end, I didn't need the page to be with me for me to see it. All I needed to do was see your world. Chapter 186. The Page. 3. A familiar feeling washed over me. It embraced my body, giving rise to a familiar feeling. The world around me changed, and I suddenly felt detached from reality. Where am I? I looked around me. I appeared to be inside a small office. Resting on the desk was a familiar figure. Carl, the post leader of the Black Hound Guild. He was much younger than when I met him. Scratch, scratch. He was currently filling out papers. In the silence that took over the small space, The only sound that could be heard was the scribbling sound of his pen as it traced over the dozen of papers resting by his desk side. Such action continued until it was exactly 5 p.m. That was when he stopped. Turning to look at the clock, he went on to grab the leather coat resting on the chair before leaving. Clank. The scene shifted. It was a small apartment. A fairly decorated apartment with a few pieces of furniture and pictures. Tzzz. The hot pan sizzled as Carl started to cook. I stood quietly, waiting for something to happen. Anything. And yet, nothing. Nothing happened. For the entire day, nothing happened. Trying. At exactly 7 a.m., he woke up, changed, and went to work. What exactly is going on? I couldn't understand. Staring at the unfolding life before me, I didn't understand what was going on. Where is the tree? What was this boring life? I thought I'd eventually see something, but nothing. The cycle repeated. Wake up, eat breakfast, go to work, come back, cook, read a book. Repeat. A never-ending cycle started to gnaw at my mind the more I saw it. Such life. It was boring. And it wasn't just me that felt that way. Carl also appeared to feel the same. He was starting to age. The cycle never ceased from waking up early, to going to work and filling paperworks, to coming back home and reading books, until his looks started to match the ones that I was familiar with. His life was monotonous and predictable. And it remained to be like that. Even as he was promoted, he continued to lead a similar life. But it didn't make sense. There's no way this is the life of a pus leader. Especially his looks. From the way he carried himself, and the look in his eyes. He just seemed to be living for the sake of living. It became more glaring with time. He was just living through the motions. Waking up, working, eating, it was just life. There was no purpose behind such action. It was just how his life was. It went on like this until I noticed something. My eyes briefly paused on one of the papers he was filling before my body froze entirely. I hadn't paid much attention to what he had been filling the paperwork with, but the moment I laid my eyes on it, I knew that something was wrong. I want to die. 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 Scribbled over and over again were the same 3 words. I want to die. I felt strange chills creep up the deepest parts of my mind, crawling and digging their way into my brain. BZZT, the vision grew static. What's going on? My head flicked up to look around. This was the first time that something like this had happened before. BTZZZ, the world continued to buzz, and I looked around me startled. It almost felt like I was staring at the static of an old television. That was how the world felt. BTZZZ, the buzzing grew more pronounced. The vision started to darken, and then it repeated. I felt my throat clamp up. Staring at the young man sitting in his seat, monotonously filling the papers in front of him, I suddenly started to understand what was going on. These memories. They were fake. They were the memories that the tree had implanted into Carl. Squelch, squelch. The fact that I could see roots dig their way into the room, from all sorts of areas, served to further validate my point. This. Now what? I looked around me. The cycle repeated just like last time. Carl continued to fill out his papers and live his mundane life. The only difference was that this time, roots were present in his life. They grew more and more apparent with time, crawling from every corner of his office room and house. I closed my eyes and fell deeply into my thoughts. The tree is capable of altering memories. What I'm currently seeing is the fake memories that it had implanted within Carl. Most likely, the real memories of Carl had been sealed by the tree. I wasn't sure when it had done that, but it probably explained why Carl was helping it. It's likely that the tree has already turned him into a puppet. And I was seeing exactly how it was happening. I opened my eyes and looked around me. Carl was sitting on the chair, monotonously completing the paperwork that was piled up before him. Taking a step towards him, I brought my hand forward and tried to touch him. Unfortunately, my hand passed right through him. Not like I didn't expect it. I want to die. 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 I watched as he continuously wrote the same words over and over again. It didn't seem like he was aware of what he was writing as the moment the clock hit 5 p.m. Stop and proceed with his other routine. BTZZZ. The world buzzed once more. The cycle repeated. Roots appeared yet again, and much to my surprise, the entire place had been covered in roots. I had been conscious while it was happening, but absorbed in my thoughts, I hadn't noticed the massive change around me. I stood quietly, observing the roots as they stretched throughout. Bending down, I could touch them, but as I tried to exert force against them, they didn't budge from the spot. What am I supposed to do? This was the very first time that something like this had happened to me, and I wasn't exactly sure on how to react. The only thing I could do was watch as the cycle repeated. BTZZ, the buzz. Squelch, squelch, the roots. Repeat. Dot. BTZZ, the buzz. Squelch, squelch, the roots. Repeat. Dot. BTZZ, the buzz. Squelch, squelch, the roots. Repeat. Dot. BTZZ, the buzz. Squelch, squelch, the roots. Repeat. Dot. Gradually, I too started to fall into a state of monasity. The more I stood to observe, the more lethargic and out of touch I started to feel. That was when I understood. My feelings, emotions, they were starting to match that of Carl, who continuously repeated the same pattern. BTZZ, BTZZ, repeat. It was hell. That was the only way I could describe the current situation. I wasn't sure how much time had passed. It could have been seconds, or it could have been years. I wasn't sure. Squelch, squelch. Before I knew it, the office space was covered in roots. Carl was still seated in his seat, scribbling on the papers. Scratch, scratch. I stood behind him, observing him. My thoughts were empty. I didn't think. I just looked. I was just living through the motions, just as he was. What am I even doing? I was questioning my goals, and yet found myself unable to find an answer for it. Despite knowing that something was wrong, I continued to sink in this feeling. It pulled me down, not letting me get back up. Just, tack. Carl stopped, and the pen in his hand dropped on the wooden table. For the first time since entering the vision, a chance occurred as he turned around, his piercing red eyes staring straight into me. Behind him, the entire room was covered in roots. He didn't say anything and just started at me. It took a moment for me to understand what was going on before regaining some clarity and staring back at him properly. It was silent. Neither two of us were speaking. At the same time, despite seeing him stare at me, I wasn't sure if he could see me. The entire situation was out of the norm for me to properly understand. He was the one to break the silence for me. Who am I? It was a simple question. A question that was so simple that I struggled to understand the reasoning behind it. Shouldn't he know? He continued, what do I live for? I stood in silence, trying to understand the reasoning behind his questions. And why do I not feel a thing? That appeared to be his last question as he looked at me deeply. I opened my mouth, and for the first time since the start of the vision, I found myself able to speak again. Name is Carl. Carl. Yes. I nodded slightly before elaborating. The post leader of a very large guild. The Black Hound Guild. The Black Hound Guild. Post leader? Ah. He nodded in understanding. Despite that, his gaze continued to remain hollow. What do I live for? He asked quietly. It was the second question. I pursed my lips before shaking my head. That's not up for me to know. That wasn't something that I was supposed to answer. To that, he tilted his head. I'm trying to remember the things that make me feel something. But slowly, my brain began to erase every little thing that made me feel something. I know that my life shouldn't be like this, that there's something wrong, and yet, I can't stop it from getting worse. My life. Has it always been like this? I shook my head. No, that's not the case. His life. I was sure it was different. All of this was an illusion created by the tree in order to weaken his mind. Is it not? Carl asked. His head tilted slightly. Why is it not the case? Because, and how do you know? He cut me off directly, his piercing red eyes staring directly into me. How do you know that my life has never been like this? I pursed my lips and stayed quiet then. I didn't know. Looking around, All these memories were fake. The entire scenario was fake. And yet, how much of it was truly fake? I opened my mouth to say something when he cut me off again. Am I even real? Chapter 187, The Page. 4. What is it about life that is not fake? He sat on his chair with his gaze directed at me. Roots slowly crept from the ground, entangling both his feet and arms. The lighting surrounding the office space grew dim, casting an eerie and gloomy aura around that. Despite the changes, his expression didn't show any signs of panic or change. He continued to maintain his gaze on me. Am I here? Are you here? Is anything in general here? He was speaking to me. Something that had happened once before with the second leaf. For what reason was it possible for him to speak to me? It hadn't been the first time I had used the second leaf, and yet, this was only the second time I could interact with someone in their memories. How? I wake up, I eat breakfast, go to work, come back home, eat dinner, and repeat. I'm finding my entire days blending to create a suffocating and never-ending loop that is sapping away at my life. I wanted to speak to him, ask him questions, but, for some strange reason, I found myself unable to. I had been able to speak just a few moments ago. Why couldn't I speak again? Was it because of what he was saying? What about his words strangely resonated with me? I bit my lips. Indeed, what he was feeling, I had once felt it too. How much do you truly remember about your life? I wake up each day forgetting what I had done the previous day. Even if I do remember, by the time 2 days pass, I'll have forgotten about it. Can you truly say you've lived if you end up forgetting everything? I matched his gaze. He looked back. What is the point? I pursed my lips before I tried to explain to him that what he was seeing was more likely an illusion created by the tree. It's all an illusion. But he beat me to it. As if he could read my thoughts, he continued to speak. But what about it is an illusion? How can you tell that the life beyond the illusion isn't just another illusion? What if that is also an illusion? What does that make my life? In the blink of an eye, his entire body was completely enveloped by roots. The only thing that wasn't covered by the roots was his face as his blood-red eyes continued to stare back at me. I'm just like you. It was from his words that I realized something. I'm just endlessly drifting, watching as I continue to do the same things over and over again with no way to fix it. He's gone. What about me is real? The tree had won, endlessly subjecting him to illusions. The tree had broken him. His perception of reality and his self was gone. Right now, he was just like his memories, a drifting soul with no goal, only moving for the sake of the tree. It made me wonder, how close am I to becoming that? At this very moment, how close was the tree from turning me into what he had become? No, it doesn't matter. Close or not close, I wasn't going to be like him. I wasn't going to let myself be like him. Breaking the silence, I took a step forward. By now, his entire body was covered in roots, with only his eyes being the part of his body that I could still see. He could no longer talk. Tied up to the chair, he could only watch as I took a step towards him and reached forward with my hand. I grabbed one of the roots. Strangely, they were the only things that I could touch within this illusionary world. And, rip, I tore the root apart. Eek! A muffled scream reverberated through the surroundings. BTZZ, the surroundings grew more static. I looked around me before gripping another root. Rip, like the previous one, I tore it away from his body. Eek! Another shriek. BTZZ, yet again, the surroundings grew static. Looking around me, I could feel the world showing signs of crumbling. I see. I looked at the root. I've found the root of the problem. Level 2. Joy. EXP plus 0.01%. Sometimes, I really wished Leon was with me. Rip, I yet again ripped another root. The world grew more and more static with each root that I ripped apart, and Carl's face became more visible. He remained motionless, staring back at me with hollow eyes. It's useless. He began to speak, his voice sounding rather flat. Stop fighting it. But I ignored him. Rip, ha, ha. I felt my breath grow heavy with each root that I ripped away from his body. It felt strangely tiring, as if each set of actions was adding more and more weight to my arms. To the point where my chest started to burn. Why, in the background, Strange and muffled shrieks continued to resonate. I drowned out the noise for as much as I potentially could, but before I knew it, my arms started to feel more and more heavy. Gripping onto another root, I tried to rip it out like the rest, but, I found myself unable to move my arm. Go. Looking down, I felt my heart drop when, tangling over my right arm were the same roots I had been ripping. Like chains, coming from beneath the ground, they gripped over my right arm from several different areas. I felt my face grow red as I tried to rip another root, but I eventually had to stop. My right arm, I could no longer move it. I tried to rip it with my left hand, but that proved to be an impossible task. The grip was far stronger than that of the vines that were covering Carl's body. Grabbing my chest with my left arm, I felt my mind grow light. It was starting to become harder to think, and despite this being a memory, I could feel sweat trickling down the side of my face. How weird. For a moment, I stopped doing what I was doing in the first place. What am I even doing? For the briefest of moments, my mind grew numb. Everything about me and what I was seemed to disappear. It was as if I was starting to lose sight of myself. That feeling came and went extremely fast. I was quick to snap out of it. When I did, I felt my entire back drenched in sweat. Squelch, squelch. Looking down, roots appeared to entangle my ankles. Though not extremely fast, they were starting to move up. I felt adrenaline rush into my body. Since I could no longer use my right hand, I used my left hand. Rip. I ripped one root after another. With each root that I ripped, the world around me grew static. After a certain point, just for the briefest of moments, I saw a world beyond the world that I was currently seeing. I'm getting closer to the real memories. This fake world, it was slowly breaking down. The tree's influence diminished with each root that I removed. Realizing this, I grew even more impatient and ripped the roots with more ferocity. Even as my muscles burned, and my chest felt like it was on fire, I didn't cease my movements. I'm getting closer. My chest tingled with anxiety. I could see it. The world before me was starting to fade. Beyond this, I could see a brighter, and less gloomy office. I was never able to finish my words. All of a sudden, I found myself unable to move my left hand. No. I looked to my left. Dread started to gnaw at my insides. Just like my right arm, roots had appeared, entangling my arm in different places, chaining my hand to the ground. I felt the veins on my neck protrude as I tried my best to move my arm. And yet, despite my best efforts, it all ended up being futile. Regardless of what I did, my arms refused to budge a single inch. Squelch, squelch. At the same time, the roots had already crept all the way up to my chest. My chest squeezed at the pressure, and I struggled to breathe. Wheep. It was as if I was being dragged deeper and deeper into the depths of a bottomless ocean. With the pressure increasing, the deeper I went. It felt suffocating. No, more. I'm close. Anxiety started to creep into my mind. I could tell that I was just a few more roots away from getting rid of the tree's influence. Just a little. Squelch, squelch. Suddenly, my mind grew blank. My movements stopped. The back of my neck tingled as I felt something crawl up from behind. I wasn't sure what it was, nor did I care. I couldn't think. The tickling sensation appeared all over my body. It was now nearing my face. I looked at the man before me. He was staring at me. Who is he? I blinked my eyes. He felt familiar, and yet, I couldn't remember. How odd. Squelch, squelch. The sound also appeared to be familiar. Where exactly did I hear it from? I really tried to think. I really did. But, I don't know. I just felt empty. So empty. That too, felt familiar. Too familiar in fact. My mind shook and I regained myself. Squelch, squelch. Looking down, the roots had entangled every part of my body besides my face. But they were getting there. Slowly crawling towards my face. I was stuck, hardly able to move. The situation seemed desperate to the point where I'd give up at this point, but, clenching my teeth, I brought my face forward and bit into one of the roots before me. Sinking my teeth onto the root, it almost felt as though I was biting into hard metal. I felt my teeth crack a little, but I didn't let that sensation get to me. Rip, tearing the root with my teeth. The world grew static once more. It flashed for a brief moment, allowing me to glance at a world that was without roots. I sunk my teeth into another root. I felt my teeth crack. But I didn't care. This was all an illusion anyway. And even if it was, this pain was meaningless to me. Rip, yet again, I ripped another root. The world changed again. For a brief moment, the world was without roots and seemed a lot more vibrant. Squelch, squelch. At the same time, the roots that were entangling my body appeared to grow more desperate. They squeezed my body, knocking the wind out of my chest. I couldn't breathe. But I didn't need to breathe. I bit onto another root. I heard a shriek as I did so. The root beneath my teeth wiggled, trying to free itself from my bite. I clung to it desperately. The roots around me started to wiggle as well. The entire room shook, and yet, I paid no attention to it. I just looked at the two red eyes that were staring at me. Our gazes met, and, rip, I ripped the root. The world grew silent. I could hardly hear a thing. It was just me and my thoughts. That was until the weight over my chest eased. I felt liberated. Suddenly, I could move again. By the time it took for me to blink, the surroundings appeared to change. I was now in the same office as before. However, compared to before, the roots were gone. Despite being the same, the entire office seemed to be different. Scratch, scratch, but that wasn't what grabbed my attention. Hearing the familiar scratching sound, I looked towards the wooden desk. There, I could see a figure scribbling something. With his back towards me, I couldn't see his face. However, I knew exactly who he was. I took a step forward, and my eyes paused on the paper in front of him. I smiled then. Level 1. Joy. EXP plus 2% at last. I had found what I wanted. The page. Chapter 188. Veil of Dissection. 1. The world turned bright once more. Scratch, scratch. Hearing the familiar scratching sound, I looked toward the figure that sat on the wooden desk with their backs turned toward me. Just like before, he was seemingly busy writing something. But compared to that time, the atmosphere wasn't so gloomy. There was no longer an air of desperation. But that wasn't what I was focused on. My attention was focused on the single page before him. Finally, the page that would lead to me finding the tree's weakness. At long last, I was going to be free from this nightmare. I took a step forward to get a better look at the page, but just as I took the step, the scribbling sound stopped. Turning around, two red eyes stared back at me. I stopped and looked back at them. I stood in silence for a short moment before he opened his mouth and broke the silence. My life was no different after all. From the way he was talking, he seemed to remember everything that had happened between us in the world where the roots had completely taken over. I wake up every morning, make breakfast, go to work, come back, make dinner, and go to sleep. It's really not that different. I frowned listening to his words. He looked happy to me, a stark contrast to how he was back in the previous illusion. And yet, there was something about his words and tone that didn't quite sit well with me. Why was that? Strangely, I don't hate it. So he said it. There's nothing wrong with the mundane life that I live with. I would argue there's a beauty to it. Every day may be the same, but there's something about the simplicity that feels strangely peaceful. That was when I realized, and cut him off. You can stop. I took a step back while gravely staring at the man who stood before me. What's wrong? He appeared confused by my sudden stance. Is there something that I said that you disagree with? I licked my lips. They were incredibly dry. No, it wasn't just my lips. My mouth was also dry. At the same time, I felt my hands tingle as I tried to keep myself calm and collected. There's no need to pretend. Not him. He tilted his head. He seemed even more confused. But I knew that the man who stood before me wasn't Carl. Typically, when using the second leaf, I'd be able to feel the emotions of those that I was subjecting my skill. But at this very moment, the man that stood before me, he felt nothing. He had no emotions. He was just an empty shell that was pretending to smile right before my very eyes. Carl, the man who stood before me, wasn't him. The tree, aren't you?" The one I was currently speaking to was the tree. Carl. He was already dead. The tree had already taken over him. The smile on Carl's face gradually faded, and his red eyes flickered with a certain coldness that sent chills down the back of my spine. I swallowed my saliva. "How could you tell?" Even his tone changed, suddenly sounding a lot more gravelly, like a broom scraping broken glass. "You shouldn't be able to tell." "How can you tell?" I looked around in search of the roots, but nothing appeared. In fact, Carl didn't seem to make any attempts at attacking me at all. In fact, it seemed genuinely curious about me. The way it was looking at me suggested so. A peculiar human. From the start, your mental resilience was far greater than those of your age. As its voice reached my ears, its piercing red eyes continued to stare at me. Feeling its gaze, it felt as though it was looking at the deepest parts of my soul. I felt naked. It was at this moment that I truly felt the massive disparity in our strengths. And yet, I didn't necessarily feel in any danger. It's much easier to turn those that have low mental resilience. You, who is weak, have such high mental resilience. It's intriguing. I knew it from the start. You are the most fearsome. To me, strength is meaningless. I can kill the strongest if they have weak minds. It pointed at its head. See, pressing its finger against its temple. Strong, but weak. Then, pointing at me, it said, weak but strong. I stood quietly while listening to everything that it was saying. The tree didn't seem to be capable of fully articulating itself. I had to rack my brain to properly understand what it was trying to say. My mental resilience is what he fears. That much I already knew. Given how Leon had fallen so easily, mental resilience was important. It determined how easily the tree could absorb someone. The higher the mental resistance, the harder it was for it to rein its influence. Perhaps, the reason why I could see the roots and others couldn't was because of my high mental resilience. Then again, Leon also saw a root from what I remembered, so not so sure it was valid. What exactly is your goal? Are you trying to absorb everyone here to grow stronger? Such were the words that came out of my mouth when I spoke. I was merely trying to buy time at this point. I needed to figure something out. For some reason, the tree wasn't attacking me, but I wasn't sure for how long that'd be true. At least, such were my thoughts before the tree spoke again. Partially right. I want to grow stronger. Observe humans. Observe humans? The tree looked at me. I have observed so many humans. I learned to speak your language after observing for such a long time. Very peculiar. You all react differently to the same stimulus. Like the illusion you showed me, the one I had experienced just a few moments prior regarding Carl and his despair. Yes. Yes. The tree nodded. Isn't it peculiar how certain humans can be so depressed when facing monotonicity while others are happy? Why is it that you're so different despite being the same race? We aren't like that. We are all the same. We want to grow. By we, it was probably talking about the other monsters. I think I was slowly starting to get a better idea of what was going on. Are you trying to become human? Trying to become human? The tree cocked its head. Then, after a certain while, it shook its head. No, you humans are too complicated to understand. I don't want to be human. Then, the tree didn't answer. Lowering its head, it stared at its hand. I want to learn what it means to think for oneself. Learn for what reason certain stimuli arouse different reactions, and for strength to transcend, I must learn to separate myself from the others. It raised its head to look at me. Such is my reason. I stood by the side without saying a word. I've read many books, but none of them mention how monsters evolve to the next rank. This is either new information that isn't yet known, or most likely isn't in my current curriculum. This was as far as I could assume. From my assumption, it seemed like a monster needed to be able to think for itself and develop a consciousness to reach the next rank, the destroyer rank. It was for that reason that the tree was absorbing people and casting them in an illusion. It wasn't just to weaken them so that it could directly swallow their consciousness with time. No, it was observing them, learning from them, by putting them into different stimuli, The tree was developing its very own consciousness. Is that the reason that you've disguised yourself as him? I pointed at his face and appearance. So that you could be closer to everyone to understand their thought process. That's correct. The tree nodded its head. But as it did, its gaze lowered. But it's not enough. It raised its head. I can't understand. Suddenly, the tree smiled. I am happy. Then, it frowned. I am angry. Then, it cried. I am sad. Then, it winced. I am disgusted. With Carl's face, the tree began to show me all sorts of emotions. It was almost as if it was asking me to judge it. The tree's actions were weird. And yet, I couldn't take my eyes away from it. His expressions, they were impeccable. From where I stood, I could see exactly what he was feeling. But there was something about it that was missing. Eventually, it stopped and looked at me. I have observed humans very carefully. I can mimic their every action, and think like them. When humans are happy, the muscles on their cheeks tense, and their lips move up. Their eyes squint, and dopamine rushes into the brain. I do exactly that, and yet, you can't feel it. I cut the tree directly. Blinking its eyes, it cocked its head. Yes, I don't understand. Why? Emotions. One word. One troublesome word. They are not easy to understand. I myself struggle to understand them. Despite having experienced so much, I had yet to fully understand them. They were extremely troublesome. Could it be that in order for monsters to evolve into the next rank, they had to learn about emotions? If so, I laughed a little. As if that was easy. Yes, going to be stuck where you're at for a very long time. Again, the tree blinked. Why? Because emotions aren't things that you can just mimic through what you see. You need to directly experience them in order to get a better understanding of them. Perhaps, the tree only needed a rudimentary understanding of emotions to reach the next level. But that rudimentary understanding was probably not something that the tree could understand through observation. It needed to feel them in order to learn about them properly. Experience? How? I could tell from its gaze that it was genuinely curious. I was just about to answer when I stopped. I pursed my lips and looked at the tree in front of me. Its gaze was intense, and I could feel my throat clamp up under its gaze. And yet, despite such pressure, I didn't feel scared. Rather, thump. I felt excited. Licking my lips, I opened my mouth to speak. I can show you. I held out my hand. I wouldn't mind showing you if you joined me. Chapter 189, Veil of Deception, 2. Join you? The tree looked at me with a confused expression. Blinking its red eyes, it stared intently at me. Under such gaze, I felt my chest tighten. It was a bit of a gamble on my end, but it was something that I was willing to risk my life for. To be able to align myself with a being this powerful, it would certainly make my life a lot easier in the future. There were also Delilah and Atlas, who I could consider allies and were powerful. Another twisted relationship. Every second that I spent with them was a second where I had to be extra careful with my words and actions. One sleep up and I was done for. It was for that reason that I couldn't necessarily consider them true allies. But it wasn't like I minded this twisted relationship. So long as it benefited me, who was I to care? The same was true for the tree. One sleep up and I was done. And yet, I couldn't help myself. Whatever it takes, I need to do it. I briefly glanced at the page on the table. I swallowed my saliva as I did so. Despite the page being so close, it felt so far. I didn't feel any confidence in getting it for myself and looking at it. Rather, it felt more like a trap. A tempting trap that the tree had left just for me to take. Yes, join me. Thus, staring at Carl, I elaborated. You wish to learn about emotions, is that correct? Correct. The tree replied, its scraping voice echoing quietly across the room. I nodded and continued. You haven't had much success despite observing so many humans. Why do you think that is? With his brows furrowing slightly in thought, Carl tilted his head. Eventually, his gaze settled on me, and he shook his head. I do not know, I figured. I took a step forward and drew nearer to him. He didn't move and kept his gaze firmly on me. In fact, he didn't seem at all wary of the fact that I was drawing nearer to him. But it made sense considering my strength. I stopped just a few meters away from him. Then, extending my finger, I pressed it against his chest. Yet again, He didn't react. He just stared at me. I stared back at him as I took a silent breath. I hope this works. The silence carried on for a few seconds before I silently murmured in my mind, fear. All of a sudden, his pupils dilated and his body started to shake. It wasn't overly dramatic, and it passed as quickly as it came, but it was unmistakable. That Carl looked at me with widened eyes. He didn't seem to have understood what had happened. It took several seconds for him to come back to it. Then, lowering his eyes, he stared at his trembling hands. What a peculiar sensation. My heart keeps pounding for a strange reason, and I can't stop this weird shaking that is taking over my hand. But that isn't the most peculiar part. He frowned. It is weird. I feel a strange discomfort I can't explain. He looked back at me. Why is that? What could it be? That's fear. Fear? Yes, I went on to explain. What you've experienced was fear. The pounding of your heart, and shaking of your arms is an after effect of your body experiencing fear. I'm sure already aware of how someone under fear reacts. This, I didn't doubt, especially since the tree thrived on the fear of those on whom it cast its illusion. Yes, I am aware. The tree answered with a frown. But this sensation, I didn't think it would feel like this. I've tried many times to mimic exactly what I've observed, yet I always failed to comprehend. Now, I understand better, much better. I felt the corner of my lips curl slightly. To understand emotions, you need to experience them. This was something that became more and more apparent to me the more I stayed in this world and learned about emotions. There's a huge difference between copying and knowing. You will never be able to understand the emotions if you just copy those who experience them. You need to experience them yourself in order to learn them, which is why, once more, I extended my hand. I can help you. I stared straight into those piercing red eyes. They stared back at me with a certain intensity that made it seem as though they wanted to swallow me whole. For a moment, I thought they were. But just before it could happen, he looked away. That's when I pushed. No, I am the only person that can help you. This was false. There were many other people that could help it. But it didn't matter. I needed to make it think that I was indispensable for its growth. Only that way would it join me. If you join me, I'll make sure that you get what you want. That, I can promise. Of course, I pulled my hand back. That will only depend on your desire to become stronger. Do you want to remain stuck with your current strength, or do you want to truly become stronger and reach the next rank? I tried to tug at the tree's desire, highlighting it several times while also making it seem like I was a fundamental piece integral to its growth. You need me, I emphasized while bringing my face closer to look into its blood-red eyes. This time, I didn't feel any fear staring into those eyes. Rather, I felt uncertainty within them. The tree, it was faltering. I didn't push any further. Rather, I took a step back. How about this? Instead, I started to negotiate with it. Follow me for a little while. I was done instilling my importance to it. Pushing further was only going to backfire. Observe me while with me. In the meantime, I'll help you achieve your goals. If you feel like you aren't learning anything, you can just leave. I won't stop you. I can't stop you. As if I could stop it. You can even kill me if you want. You won't really have stop. Suddenly, I felt my mouth shut. Squelch, squelch. A familiar sound reached my ears, a low, sinister rustling. Looking around, I felt my heart drop. Emerging from beneath the ground were the familiar roots, writhing like serpents. They clamped around my ankles, tightening with an unnatural strength, rendering me immobile. The tree loomed before me, its figure slowly changing, turning from Carl to its true form. A black tree, its dark bark twisted and gnarled with a single large red pupil in the middle that stared unblinkingly at me. The overwhelming sense of helplessness I had felt before surged back, paralyzing me. I tried to speak, to scream, but no words came out. I was trapped. The roots, they had clamped my mouth, stopping me from saying a single thing. I may not feel emotions, but I am not stupid. The tree began to speak, its voice scraping eerily at my ears. I have seen and observed countless humans in my life. I have learned all your tricks. I know what you're trying to do. My guts twisted while the world around me started to grow faint. I was paralyzed, frozen on the spot. You say that I need you, And you're not wrong, but that doesn't mean that I have to join you. Just as I have done with this body, I can do with yours. Once I take over your mind, I can do what you did to me and I can experience those emotions. Bar, thump, bar, thump. I felt my heart pound off my chest. I could hardly breathe, and the darkness in my vision became more and more apparent. My chest tingled, and so did my toes. At this very moment, I felt like I was losing sight of myself. No, no, no. I wanted to scream, shout, but my efforts were futile. I couldn't do a thing. The only thing I could do was stare at the piercing blood-red eye that continued to stare at me. That was the last sight I saw before my consciousness slipped away. From that moment, I couldn't hear or see a thing, nor could I feel my body. It was just me, and my thoughts. A dreadful silence enveloped the space. It felt stifling, almost suffocating, to the point where I felt myself going mad. No, I was going mad. I wanted it to stop. I couldn't stand this. I couldn't. Whoop. My eyes flared open and light entered my sight. Ha. My chest heaved up and down as I struggled to catch my breath. Sweat dripped from every corner of my body, soaking my clothes. As I reached to grab my shirt, I stopped. My thoughts froze as I slowly raised my head. Looking around, I felt my entire body seize up as my mind went blank. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Why am I here? I was lying in the middle of a familiar cobblestone street. All around me, dozens of people lay with their eyes closed. The world wasn't red, and there was no tree in sight. It was as if everything had been a dream. A terrible dream. But how could it be? Could this be another Lucio? This is the real world. A voice cut me off. Feeling something against my shoulder, I nearly shivered on the spot. Turning my head, I was met by two blood-red eyes, and I felt my blood freeze. But it was only momentary as I suddenly found myself blinking. That was because, are you surprised by my form? Resting on my shoulder was an owl, with black feathers and blood-red eyes. It was a strange owl, but an owl nonetheless. How? When? I was about to speak when it turned its head to stare into the distance. They were coming. Coming? Who? The owl didn't answer. Flapping its wings, it lifted off my shoulder. Tracing its path, my eyes widened as it dove right into my chest, disappearing within. I groaned as it happened, the impact feeling like I had been hit by a car. Before I could figure out what was going on, something flashed before my eyes. And yet again, I froze. Julian D'Avenues, level, 28, Tier 2 Magician, Exp, 0%-19%-100%, Profession, Magician Type, Elemental, Curse, Type, Mind, Emotive, Spells, Beginner Type Spell, Emotive, Anger Intermediate Type Spell, Emotive, Sadness Intermediate Type Spell, Emotive, Fear Beginner Type Spell, Emotive, Happiness Beginner Type Spell, Emotive, Disgust Beginner Type Spell, Emotive, Surprise Beginner Type Spell, Curse, Chains of Alakantria Intermediate Type Spell, Curse, Grip of Pestilence Skills, Innate, Foresight, Innate, Ether Weave, Innate, Veil of Deception. Julian D'Avenues, it looks like something unexpected occurred. Chapter 190, Veil of Deception, 3, The Veil of Deceit. I stared at my status window and laid my eyes on the new skill that had appeared out of nowhere. The words shimmered with an eerie luminescence that seemed strangely tempting. How was it possible? No, I think I know. I thought back to the owl that had rested on my shoulder a few moments prior and let out a long breath. My breath misting in the cool air. It was strangely cold. Looks like it agreed to join me after all. I wasn't sure why, but that seemed to be the case. The skill was the best evidence for it. That being said, I still didn't understand why it did what it did at the end, and how I had managed to get the skill. As far as I know, someone can only get an innate skill from birth, or through a bond. That's when it finally clicked and my eyes opened wide. It can't be. I tapped my body all over, feeling the solid muscles and bones beneath my skin, but there was no telltale sign of change. I knew that what I was doing was meaningless, considering that I wouldn't be able to tell unless I checked using a special device. but it didn't matter. The fact that I had gained a new innate skill was the best proof of the matter. The tree. It had transplanted its bone in me. Does that even make sense? Trees having bones and stuff? It sounded odd. Regardless, I was more interested in why it had done what it did. Why? Just why did it give me its bone? And with the bone now transplanted in me, what would happen to the tree? Ugh. So many questions. Questions that I could only throw to the back of my mind as I suddenly heard the collective sound of footsteps in the distance. Eventually, turning my head, I spotted a group of people rushing our way, wearing all sorts of different clothes, suggesting that they were from different groups. I spotted a few familiar people. Their faces were a mix of concern and relief as they sprinted toward us. I almost wanted to laugh. About time. Pomf. I laid back on the ground and blankly stared at the grey sky that shrouded the surroundings. The clouds drifted eerily, the occasional patch of white peeking through the overcast gloom. Staring at the sky, I was reminded of the crimson shade. Its red color seemed to seep into my vision, making the grey clouds appear less dreary. All of a sudden, the sky no longer looked so gloomy. For now, at least, I could finally relax. The reports that something had happened in the mirror dimension made their way to Haven rather quickly. Delilah, who was sitting in her office, was the first to know of the news, and the moment she did, she let out a pained groan. The sterile white walls of her office felt like they were closing in on her. Why is it always them? How many incidents had there been since the start of the year? Delilah was starting to lose count at this point. Her fingers annoyingly drummed on her polished wooden desk. That wasn't the main problem. The main problem was that all the incidents were only related to the first years. There were no problems with the second or third years. In fact, everything was proceeding smoothly with them. Their progress reports were flawless, with each problem solved rather quickly by the staff. Any attempts for them were quickly stopped by the academy, and the situation ended on that note. Sadly, the same couldn't be said for the first years. It was painfully obvious that they were being targeted. It has to be them. There was only one organization that was capable of causing them trouble over and over again, and it was because she knew who the organization was that Delilah felt helpless. Unless she was with them 24/7, there was no stopping them, be it in the academy or outside of the academy. Taking a deep breath, Delilah reached for her drawer and took out whatever she could find. Her hand brushed against the cold, metallic handle of her drawer before closing around the area where she kept her bars. She closed her hand to grab whatever she could. And, wrappers. They were all wrappers. Clenching her hand, her eyes turned gloomy. But it wasn't as though she could waste time. Closing her eyes, the world around her started to shift, and by the time she opened her eyes again, she was now standing in front of a mirror crack. Several people were already waiting at the entrance, their faces anxious under the pale light filtering through the mirror crack. In particular, Delilah's gaze fell over a certain man with short blonde hair and blue eyes. He was someone she knew. Patrick Kemile, Central's chief officer of oversight. What's the situation? Delilah approached them with her usual impassive tone. The air around her crackled with a tense energy. Having already determined her presence, Patrick turned his head to stare at her. A small smile graced his lips as their eyes met. We've already sent several officers inside. The situation happened rather quickly. I would say a minute or two. We lost total contact with everyone within the mirror dimension. We tried sending officers in, but they weren't able to enter. It's all good now. All good. Delilah tilted her head, her eyes narrowing. Wasn't this supposed to be an emergency? How could it be good? Yes. Patrick nodded, his smile fading slightly. The incident, it appears to have been resolved. Leon woke up with his head feeling like it had been struck over and over again with a hammer. The throbbing pain was so intense that he had to hold his head with both hands for several seconds, his fingers digging into his scalp. What in the world happened? When the pain finally subsided, he was able to see the sky again. It was gloomy and reminded him of where he was. Right, in the mirror dimension. They were here on a guild experience trip, or something like that. He was having a hard time thinking properly. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, like pieces of a puzzle that refused to fit together. Suddenly, certain noises attracted his attention and he turned his head. His eyes immediately widened at the sight that lay before him. Over a dozen people were lying down on the cobblestone street. They too appeared to be in a similar state to his, all holding on to their heads while groaning. What in there? Seeing what he was seeing, Leon was able to sober up rather quickly. Lifting himself weakly off the ground, he looked around him. Wherever he looked, all he saw were people lying on the ground. Many of them were still unconscious, but a small number were slowly starting to wake up. Leon felt his heart twitch at the sight, and he quickly tried to remember what had happened. But, his mind was blank. Despite his best attempts at trying to recall what had happened, his mind continued to remain blank. That was when he realized, gone. His memories of the entire incident, they were gone. What? He stopped mid-speech as his eyes caught sight of a certain blood-red leaf floating before his eyes. Its vibrant hue was a sharp contrast to the dull surroundings. Extending his hand, the leaf fell on his palm. Staring at the leaf, he felt his entire body shudder. He felt an innate, almost primal fear while staring at the leaf. And before he knew it, several people appeared behind him. They were all wearing uniforms, their expressions stern as they looked around before settling their gazes on him. "Cadet, are you all right?" Staring back, Leon didn't answer immediately. He was still struggling to understand what had happened. "Cadet, snapping out of it, Leon looked back at them before frowning. "Yeah, I think I am." The situation passed like that. With the staff from Haven and Central assisting, everything was resolved rather quickly. Or more like, there was nothing to resolve in the first place. Everyone was still alive, with just a few still struggling to wake up. I was one of the first to wake up and was escorted back to my room. I was still struggling to recall what had happened before the tree had taken over, but there were other thoughts that were currently taking over my mind. Like the new skill that I learned. "Cadet, we will be leaving you here for now. If there are any problems with your health, please let us know so that we can assist you. Later, you might be questioned. Please be ready for that." The guards who escorted me back to my room gave me a brief rundown of the situation before leaving. Clank, I now stood alone in my room. Looking around, the room looked exactly as it did in my memories, and as I traced my finger over the wooden desk, I still had trouble understanding if this was all still an illusion or not. The grain of the wood was familiar, and so was the texture. But so did in the illusion. Could it be that? It's not an illusion. Suddenly, a voice reached my ears from behind me, and yet again, my eyes laid on two blood-red eyes. They were staring at me with a strange intensity. But that wasn't what I paid attention to. It was the form it was in. It was still an owl. How? I felt my heart squeeze briefly. Despite its appearance, I knew that it was the tree. But why? Why was it in the form of an owl? My form, flapping its wings. The owl rested over the wooden desk, its feathers ruffling slightly. This is not my real form. My main body is also not here. Your main body isn't. Correct. Then, I'm a corporeal manifestation of the will that I left in your body. It took a moment for me to process its words. Corporeal manifestation? What did that even mean? Will that you left in my body? Are you talking about the bone? Bone? I presume you can call it that way. Yes, bone. The owl nodded and I found myself swallowing my saliva. So it was true. The tree had truly given me the bone, and the skill that I had was a direct result of my transfusion with it. But, why? Why did you give me your bone? Will you not? I will not. The owl cut me off before I could continue. It will take many years, but my body can regrow it without a problem. That's possible? How come I have never heard of it before? Actually, when I thought about it, most, if not all bones were taken from dead monsters. There had hardly ever been a case when a monster willingly gave their bone away. While I didn't think this was the first time it had happened, the information was probably extremely secret. I see. The fact that I can see you is also a result of you transferring the bone directly to me. That's correct. My main body is currently hidden. I will be following you for as long as I am able to reach my goal. When the time comes, I will leave. In exchange, you will be able to keep the bone. But, the owl stopped. its gaze turning suffocating. If you fail to help me, I'll retrieve the bone from your body. Death will be the best thing you'll wish for. That's when I felt it. An undescribable pain at the top of my skull that took my breath away. Yuck. The pain was so intense that I couldn't hold me from groaning. Looking up, the owl stared back at me. Do not disappoint me, human. Chapter 191, Veil of Deception. 4. Despite knowing that it wasn't real and that its real body was far away, under its gaze, I felt utterly powerless. The top of my head ached, and my vision blurred slightly. Thankfully, the sensation didn't last for very long and I was able to come back to myself shortly after. Unknowingly, my breath was heavy, and my lips were dry. Licking my lips, I looked back at the owl that was resting calmly on the table while looking at me. Its eyes glowed with a serene, almost dispassionate curiosity. It didn't say anything, but it had already said all that it needed to say. As expected, another twisted relationship. Leon, Delilah, Atlas, and now the tree. I really had a knack for this type of stuff. I bitterly laughed to myself while taking a seat. I get it. You don't need to remind me. From the very start, I knew of the risk of proposing something like this. After a certain point, I thought that the tree had rejected my proposal and that I was going to die. But in the end, it did accept my proposal. But there were still a few things that I wanted to know. I won't ask you about where your main body is, but what about your current form? Will others be able to see you like this? Yes, they will. Then I can hide inside of your body without a problem, and it shouldn't be a problem even if they see me. I am just a harmless animal. That's true. But an owl? That would be rather odd to see. It would certainly attract a lot of gazes. Then again, that wouldn't change a thing from how things were right now, so it didn't really matter all that much. On another note, what should I call you? Since you're an owl, calling you a tree doesn't sound quite right. I can't also call you an owl. It's more fitting if I give you a name. A name. The owl tilted its head, seemingly in deep thought. Eventually, it shook its head. Do as you wish. I do not mind. That would be for the best. It was my turn to fall into thought. I thought about it for quite a while, to be honest. Not because I thought the task was hard, but because I was just generally bad with names. Dog, cat, mouse. There were a lot of names that would probably get me weird and disgusted looks from people. Well, at least I knew that my naming sense was quite bad. I rubbed my head. That's when it finally hit me. Squeezing all my wisdom and experience, I was able to come up with a great name. That's it. I got it. I smacked my hand against the table and looked at the owl. Almighty. I started laughing to myself. Not only did it sound great, but it also was hilarious. Since there was no one, it didn't matter if I laughed. I was sure they'd be shocked if they saw me like this, but well, I was also sure they would understand if they learned of the owl's name. Strangely, Almighty didn't say a thing while it stared at me. I couldn't guess what it was thinking. But seeing that it didn't know about emotions, I wasn't worried about it being angry. Do as you wish. In the end, I got the stamp of approval and I secretly rejoiced. But the excitement was quick to die down. I was soon reminded of my current situation and cleared my throat. What about those that were in the illusion? Won't things be complicated? Since a lot know of. Besides you, no one will remember. Almighty replied in a flat tone. Strangely, its tone was flatter than usual. So strange. It couldn't be that it was unsatisfied with its name, right? No way. It has only a rudimentary knowledge of emotions. It's probably just me. It was also a great name. But that was beside the point. Are you saying that you've erased the memories of all those that were within the vision? Correct. Almighty replied. There will be a few traces of me left around the city, but it will take some time for you humans to figure out. You can use the time to go back to where you belong without arousing any suspicion. Oh, that made sense. And I dropped the topic there. But there was something else that aroused my curiosity. There's something else that I'm curious about if you don't mind me asking. What? How were you able to get everyone under an illusion? And what about the memories that you've wiped from me? It wasn't just that. From what I could tell, the tree was weaker than the pussy leaders. Or more like, it was on equal terms with them. Although the tree thrived on mental weakness, the post leaders weren't just nobodies. How could it deeply affect them, and at the same time, the entire supply station so quickly. Surely, there was no way that people who were strong would not be able to detect if there was something wrong. In that case, how was it possible? 10 years. The owl replied, its gaze deeply boring into me. It took me 10 years to erode their minds to the point where I could bring them into the illusionary world. Slowly, bit by bit, I eroded their minds, crawling into them while waiting for the right time to cast the illusion. Bringing one isn't hard, but bringing many is difficult. Your arrival came at the exact time when their minds were at their weakest. You were an unforeseen variable. I had to expend quite a lot of power just to trap you into the illusion. I see. That made sense, but it was still not exactly the answer that I was looking for. I thought that'd be it when its voice reached my ears. But I didn't do this alone. I had help. That's when my head snapped up and I looked intently at it. You had help. Correct. Its approval wasn't that surprising to me. I had expected Almighty to have received some help. While it was true that it had waited quite a long time, it still didn't make sense for it to have been so successful. There were certainly outside factors that played a part in this whole scenario. Given that I received a quest, it might have to do with them, the inverted sky. Or at least, that was what I thought at first. Then, I recalled Atlas. Surely, he would have told me if something was going on. Could it be that it's not related to them? The thought made me shudder. I did not need to deal with another organization. Do you know how they look? What they gave you? Or anything like that? No. Almighty shook its head. They communicated with me through telepathy and never showed their faces to me. Since their goals aligned with mine, I didn't care to look for their faces. Is that so? I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. That made sense. Well, sort of. Not all of it made sense. When did they decide to help you? Last year. Did they give you anything? Or, they did not give me anything. They only helped weaken the minds of those living within here. The same is true for your group. If not for them, I wouldn't have been able to do so. I was stunned on the spot. Blinking my eyes slowly to make sure that I heard correctly, I carefully asked, including my group? What did that mean? Could it be suggesting that the culprit had been in the station and subjected us to some sort of weakening ritual, or... I swallowed my saliva. Could there be someone from the inverted sky, or whatever organization was responsible, hiding within the first years? The thought chilled my heart for a brief moment. This shouldn't surprise me. There had been an incident in the past where I was called out by another member of the organization. It had been back in the cave during one of the first runs in the mirror dimension. The fact that there were more shouldn't come as a surprise to me. But the only problem that I had was, how were they capable of doing this to all the first years? And if it was truly the case, how could I expose their identity? Given that they even involved me in this incident, if they were truly from the inverted sky, then there was no need for them to remain here. I needed to get rid of them. Alright. I relaxed my mind. There was no use thinking about it now. I was going to figure it out one way or another. At the very least, I now knew that there was potentially someone who was hiding within the first years. I didn't know who, but I had time to figure it out. There was a more exciting thing that I wanted to figure out. My new skill. I licked my lips at the thought. Veil of Deceit. I wonder how that works. There were no instructions for the skill, but that didn't particularly matter as I turned to look at Almighty. Last question. What can you tell me about the skill that you imparted to me? Veil of Deceit. How do I use it? It's not difficult. Turning to face the bed, Almighty raised its wing to point at it. I was confused about its actions, but before I could even say a thing, my eyes widened as the bed suddenly changed, turning into a large wooden table. I blinked several times to make sure that I wasn't seeing wrong. Then, once I was sure I was seeing correctly, I stood up and reached for the table. I wanted to check if it was real, but the moment my hand reached for the desk, it passed right through it. That's when Almighty spoke. What you see is fake. Veil of Deceit is a skill that enables you to cast illusions. So long as you focus your attention on what you want to change, you will be able to alter the reality that is before your eyes. Waving its wings again, the room suddenly started to change. All of a sudden, roots started to appear from all sides, tangling over every little piece of furniture in the room. They crawled up the walls, twining around the light fixtures and creeping across the floor like living vines. Staring at the scene before me, I found myself breathing harder. Not because of fear, but because of excitement. It all felt so real, to the point where I found myself shuddering slightly. What if I coupled this skill with my emotive magic? What would happen then? This skill. It was perfect. Chapter 192. Quest completion. 1. In a certain room within the subway station, several people sat around a large oval table. Heavy tension lingered in the room as everyone turned to look at Delilah, who was quietly sitting in her seat while briefly pausing her gaze on every individual in the room. Wherever her gaze would pause, the individual under her gaze would slightly flinch. Such was the terrifying nature of her gaze. Should we get started? Standing behind her was Patrick, who held a faint smile on his face. Delilah didn't answer. Her attention was currently focused on a certain individual in the room. Is it true that you don't recall anything? I apologize. Lennon lowered his head in apology. He too didn't understand what had happened. His memories were wiped, and all he remembered was waking up in the middle of the street with others around. He knew that he had fallen for some sort of mental spell, but he didn't know what it was or when it happened. Is the same thing true for all of you? Delilah asked the others in the room, who tacitly nodded their heads. I see. Delilah pursed her lips. Then, looking around, her eyes fell on an empty seat. She turned to look behind her where Patrick was standing. What about him? Why is he not here? About that. Patrick lowered his head and whispered something in her ear. Delilah's face didn't change, and she soon closed her eyes. Memories have been wiped, and someone is in a state of coma with hardly any brain activity. Time elapsed since the incident occurred is several minutes. The situation was weird. Not only that, but when she looked around and saw the strength that the people in the room possessed, Delilah found the situation even odder. Did you find any clues about the situation? No. Patrick shook his head. The only thing we found was this. He brought his palm forward to reveal a blooded leaf. There weren't many scattered around, but there should be no trees around here that produce such colored leaves. Having the observation squad carefully analyze the leaf for any clues. Delilah sat quietly, observing the leaf. It may not necessarily be a great clue, but it was certainly something. It was enough to give her an idea of what sort of monster, if it was even responsible, to look for. Blood-colored leaf. Have you had anyone look for any information about a possible monster related to it? If we filter all the data, it shouldn't be difficult to find the information. We're already on it. No answer yet. I have received several. I'm just looking through them to sort out which is the most likely candidate for the situation. I've narrowed it down to 3 possible monsters. Patrick carefully laid out 3 papers on the table. The first monster, the red wheel. Delilah looked at the picture displayed on the paper. It depicted a large, grotesque red sack with a leaf at the top. The sack was bulbous and veiny, pulsating with a sickly, rhythmic glow. The leaf, blood-red and serrated, was strikingly similar to the one they had found scattered around the station. Carefully examining the leaf, she noted its striking resemblance to the one in her hands, down to the intricate vein patterns and crimson hue. It's a carnivorous plant that releases a mist from its body. Patrick explained while pointing towards the description where he started to read. The mist induces vivid hallucinations in all those who inhale it, distorting their sense of reality. Once they are ensnared in the hallucination, the plant releases several long, sinewy tendrils. These tendrils are covered in tiny barbs that latch onto the victims, drawing them inexorably toward the plant's maw. The red wheel then engulfs them, digesting its prey slowly within its pulsating, crimson body. Listening to the description, Delilah frowned. The more she listened, the more she found this creature to be the most likely culprit. But there were still several things that didn't make sense. How is it that nobody has noticed the plant? She cast her gaze over the pussy leaders. For people of your strength, detecting something like this shouldn't be difficult. In fact, the reason why you've been selected as pussy leaders is because of your strength. For something like this to occur, Delilah didn't need to finish her words there. Her face said it all. In reality, she wasn't that mad. She understood that most likely an outsider organization had tampered with them, resulting in this mess. She knew this type of feeling all too well. It was for that reason that she was being unreasonably harsh. I'll make sure to squeeze the guilds for as much as I possibly can. Since they were responsible for the cadets, they were the ones at fault for what happened. That was enough reason for her to demand compensation and provide it to the cadets. At the end of the day, things couldn't continue like this. She needed to get them strong, fast. Taking a long sigh, Delilah turned to Patrick, who gave her a rundown of the second monster. Crimson Hand. Similar to the red wheel, the monster had a distinctive red leaf that was similar to the one in her hand. Its effects were also similar, with it brainwashing those within its range. Unlike the red wheel, it resided underneath the ground, and the reason why it was called Crimson Hand was because it was a gigantic red open palm. But for it to take over the entire station, Delilah looked beneath the ground. It would without question be of a size unlike anything she had ever seen before. Lastly, the Ebonthorn tree. Delilah's ears perked up. This is the one with the least amount of information that we have. It's a rather slippery creature that knows how to hide well and slowly consumes the minds of those it targets. The reason why we don't have much information on this creature is because all those that have been subjected to it either die or forget everything. Frowning, Delilah looked at Patrick. But it's not like there haven't been cases where it has been defeated. Take a look here. Patrick pointed towards the document in front of Delilah. Here's a verbal recount of what happened in one of the past records that I managed to dig out. Shifting down, Delilah managed to catch a glimpse of what he was talking about. There she could see a quote. I never noticed it until the end. I only noticed it when I started losing sight of myself. I started to grow moodier, my emotions dulled, and I was starting to change into a completely different person. That's when I knew something was wrong and fought my way out of the world. When I woke up again, those around me forgot everything. I didn't. And the craziest part of it all, only a few minutes had passed in the real world. Delilah reread the lines over and over again, staring at the illustration which depicted the leaf, and then the one that sat on the table. She seemed to fall into deep thought. With everyone around staring at her, Delilah tapped her finger on the desk before shifting the paper slightly forward. This is the one. She was sure. The Tree of Ebonthorn. This is harder than I thought. Such was my thought as I stared at the statue before me. It wasn't anything detailed. It was supposed to be an angel statue, but it came out more like a stickman with wings. The more I looked at it, the worse it became in my eyes, to the point where I suddenly felt like throwing it away. The only reason I didn't was because the very statue was almighty. You need to imagine it properly. It needs a lot of concentration. Yes, I can tell. My head was still throbbing from my previous attempt. It all more or less depended on my creativity and imagination. I could recreate things that I had previously seen, but it all depended on my memory of them. The fainter the memory, the fainter the image. Not only that, but if I were to recreate a completely new piece that I had never seen before, then it would take a lot of mana and concentration. This was my current limit. If that wasn't all, I could also not change the entire room at will like Almighty did. I needed more practice to get to its level. Taking a deep breath, I wiped away the sweat that had accumulated on my forehead. This might take me a long time to learn. Well, that was mostly dependent on how much I planned on training it. Since the skill was essential, I planned on focusing a lot of my time on it. When are you going to teach me about emotions? Suddenly, Almighty spoke. Listening to its voice, I turn my head. It's not easy to learn about emotions. It will take a bit of time. Do you know of a way to make it faster? There was a way. Of course, there was a way. The first leaf. So long as I used that, I would have no problem injecting all the pent-up emotions into Almighty. In fact, it could also be a good thing, since if I didn't let all my emotions out, I'd find myself in a dangerous situation. There was only one problem. You can't handle it. I can't handle it. Yes, you can't. I didn't doubt that the mental resistance of Almighty was high, but for someone who knew nothing about emotions, to be suddenly injected with such raw, intense emotions, they might implode. Or at least, this was what I thought. It could very well be the opposite, but it didn't matter to me. I wanted this relationship to last for a while. If the first leaf was to work, then there wouldn't be any need for him to stay with me for long. That would go against my ambitions. It might be fine since your real body is not here, but it is dangerous. The best course of action is for you to slowly learn a bit about emotions before I apply the skill on you. Almighty didn't reply, but it didn't seem like it was against what I said. I sighed in relief then. Since you've agreed, I stopped halfway through my sentence. That was because, Tree of Ebon, you were able to overcome the event. An notification flashed before my eyes. Chapter 193, Quest Completion. 2. The incident has been resolved with no lasting effect on anyone who has been involved. The future is changing. I stared at the notification with my breath caught in my throat. So far, reading the first part, everything appeared to be flowing smoothly. The quest, did I fail it, or not? I was still waiting for the next notification to pop up. Who knew whether I had failed or not? Until I saw confirmation, I didn't dare hope. In the meantime, I pulled the main quest window by my side. Main quest activated, Tree of Ebon, character progression plus 401%, game progression plus 13%, failure Calamity 1 plus 23%, Calamity 2 plus 17%, Calamity 3 plus 19%. In particular, my eyes fell on the lower end of the quest window. I hope I didn't fail. While I still wasn't sure exactly what the percentage rise for the failure brought, the percentages were quite high. Whatever it did, it was certainly not good. For that reason, I needed to be extra careful. Time seemed to stretch all of a sudden. I stood frozen while staring at the notification window. There's nothing that said I can't align myself with the tree, and since it says that the future has changed, it means that there should be no problem, right? Typically, whenever it said the future had changed, then it would say that I had passed. That was how it usually went. But I couldn't be sure. The quests were unreliable, and the criteria were unknown. The only thing I could do was pray. Pray that I had passed. And, soon, the notifications that I had been waiting for arrived. Game progression EXP plus 13%, game progression 0%-31%-100%. Seeing the experience bar fill before my very eyes, I felt every part of my body starting to relax. It was a sight that I had been eager to see. Despite not knowing exactly what the game progression bar did, seeing that I had reached 31%, I felt an indescribable emotion. Soon, then came the best part. Character progression EXP plus 401% exp. 0%-20%-100%, a familiar wave of energy surged through my body, reaching its deepest parts and reinvigorating me. My muscles began to tense, my eyesight sharpened, and my hearing, along with all my other senses, heightened. It was a euphoric and addicting feeling that I didn't want to stop. But all good things eventually came to an end. Sure enough, after a few minutes like this, the feeling stopped and a new notification popped up before my very eyes. Active main quest, prevent the calamities from awakening or dying. I've came a grail, slumber progress 0% Kira Milne, slumber progress 9% Evelyn J. Villice, slumber progress 0%. It was there to remind me of my current mission. So far, staring at the numbers, I felt relaxed. They weren't high, and nothing to worry about. Then again, staring at the quest window again and seeing the high numbers, I knew that there would eventually come a quest that would make it extremely hard for me. My thoughts suddenly froze. All of a sudden, the progress bar for each one of the calamities started to rise. Evelyn K. McGrail, slumber progress 0% greater than 7% Kira Milne, slumber progress 9% greater than 13% Evelyn J. Villice, slumber progress 0% greater than 9%. I stood frozen, staring at the numbers. Why? While it was true that the increase wasn't as substantial as it would have been had I failed the mission, I still didn't understand the increase. Why? What could possibly? That was when something struck me and I turned to look at Almighty. Is there a way you can return the memories of those that you have entrapped in the illusion? Almighty didn't answer me and instead looked at me with a peculiar look. That was when it suddenly hit me. It had been in the room the entire time. It had seen exactly what had happened to me, and the sudden increase in my strength. I was just about to say something when its gaze fell on the quest notification. That's an interesting skill you have, human. Yet again, I was shocked. It could see it. How? I thought that I was the only one that could see the notifications. How could it? Wait, a new thought suddenly struck me. That's right, it isn't its real body. While I wasn't sure how it worked, the current tree was part of me in the form of a bone. The fact that it could see the notification window was logical. I pursed my lips. In that case, there's a chance that it might find most of my secrets. I wasn't sure how to feel about this. It wasn't as though I could hide the notifications from it. Now that it was part of my body, it was only a matter of time before it found out about it. Does it come from one of your innate skills, or is it something else entirely? Almighty Curious asked as its gaze fell on me and I swallowed my saliva. I didn't know how to answer that. How could I when I myself didn't know? In the end, taking a deep breath, I sat down on the chair. I'd also like to know. This was true. I didn't know the reason why I had the notification window, game progression, character progression, quest. It started to read the window, and its gaze turned even weirder. Why is my name being mentioned? Things are starting to make more sense now. The reason why you were so keen on finding out more about it. I finally know the reason. Almighty's gaze turned even more peculiar. It seemed like it wanted to ask more, but I was quick to cut it off. We can talk about it later. For now, I'd like to ask you about the memories. Is it possible to return them back? Yes, there is. There is? Yes, just tell me who, and I can restore their memories. Who? Okay. There was one possibility that I had not taken into account when the quest was done. While it was true that I had completed it all, and the future had changed, from what I could tell, the change needed to be a positive one. Yes, I had been able to prevent a disaster from happening. But what about the character's growth? With everything wiped out from their memories, whatever they learned, or whatever improvement in their relationships was gone. If that was the case, then this entire event had been useless for them. In that regard, I think I was starting to get a better understanding of the quests. I have to prevent them from suffering the trauma that they experienced in the game, while at the same time ensuring that they progress for the future. Fuck. I swore at the thought. It was certainly an annoying situation, but at the same time, I felt like I was starting to get a clearer picture of the path that I needed to take in the future. I rubbed my forehead. I hope that the sudden increase in percentage didn't do a lot of damage. Considering that Kira looked completely unbothered after she rose to 9%, I didn't feel that worried. Taking a deep breath to calm my mind down, I looked outside the window. It was dark now, and the previous excitement that I felt when reaching the next rank cooldown level, 32, Tier 3 Magician, exp. 0%-19%-100%, staring at the notification in front of me, I waved my hand and scattered it away. I no longer felt that excited about reaching Tier 3. There is still a lot of work to do. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. I hastily turned my head to look at Almighty, who flapped its wings and directly entered my body. I knew that I was still curious about my situation, but our relationship was one of mutual exchange. I didn't plan on revealing any of my secrets to it. I couldn't afford to do so. Cadet, are you sleeping? A rough voice echoed from the other side of the door. Fixing my clothes, and wiping my sweat, I headed for the door where a large man donning a uniform greeted me. Yes. Frowning, I looked at him up and down. He was well built, and his eyebrows were rather thick. Hiding his hair was a small cap, but taking a closer look, it didn't seem like he had much hair to begin with. I apologize for suddenly disturbing you. He started off with an apology and I relaxed. It didn't seem like he was here to start any trouble. There's no problem. That's good. I do apologize for calling you so late into the night, but I need you to follow me for now. I blinked my eyes. I needed to follow him? For what? Is this an order? The man deeply looked at me. I stood on the spot while staring back into his hazel eyes. Eventually, he broke off the stare and cleared his throat. No, this is not an order. We would just like to interrogate you with regard to what happened. You must understand that this is all because we're trying to investigate what happened. You don't have to come, but it might get troublesome for you if you don't come. At first, I thought he was threatening me. However, when I thought about it, he was right. Were I to reject this offer, then I would start to look suspicious to them. Perhaps not by much, since there were probably others who planned on rejecting the request, but I didn't doubt for 1 second that it was going to become troublesome further down the line. It was for that reason that I nodded. Okay, I can do that. Either way, there was no way for them to pinpoint Almighty who was inside of my body. Not only that, but from what he told me, everyone's memories had been wiped. All I had to do was act like I had also lost my memories. The only thing I would lose from this would be time. However, when considering that it would probably lead to me losing more time in the future, I gladly accepted the offer. Please lead the way, I'll follow you from behind. Thank you. Please follow me. And thus, I followed the officer into the interrogation room. It's a bit of a pity that everyone's memories have been wiped. It had been able to milk something from the guild executives had that been the case. Truly, a pity. Chapter 194, Quest Completion, 3. Aoife blankly stared at the white ceiling of her room. Her mind was still a jumbled mess, and she could hardly think at all. The only thing she recalled was waking up in the middle of the street with other people. They too seemed dazed and confused about the situation. She tried asking the people who had come to rescue her, but all they responded with was, "Well, let you know after the investigation." What does that even mean? Aoife was frustrated, not just with them, but with herself too. Something had clearly happened, and given that she couldn't remember a thing, she had been dangerously close to dying. All of that without her being able to do a thing. That feeling. Aoife squeezed her hand. She hated that feeling. Aoife closed her eyes and sunk herself deep into her own thoughts. Dum-dum. She quietly hummed to herself as she did so. It was a habit of hers whenever she had something deep to think about. At the same time, she recalled a certain face and her brows scrunched up in annoyance. For some reason, whenever she sang, she'd be reminded of the time in the library when he criticized her singing. She had still not been able to move on from then. As if my singing is that bad. Raising her hand to cover the light coming from above her, Aoife opened her eyes to see her open palm in front of her. What now? She had only been told to stay in the room for now. She had no clear instructions. Aoife felt like draining, but she knew that going out was probably not a wise option. In the end, all she could do was stare at her hand. Or at least, that was until it happened. Her world suddenly darkened and she felt a sharp pain in her mind. Immediately, she sat up while holding her head. Holding onto her head, Aoife groaned and clenched her teeth. It was a pain that she struggled to describe, and if not for the fact that it only lasted for a brief moment, she would have screamed at the top of her lungs. Her breath was heavy and her forehead was covered in sweat. Despite the state that she was in, she didn't so much as bother wiping the sweat away from her body. Rather, her eyes were wide open and her pupils were dilated. Memories that she had completely forgotten resurfaced in her mind. Crimson Shade, Tree of Ebon Dawn, Julian, Leon. I felt as though she had suddenly lost her breath. She was having a hard time understanding what was going on. The last thing I remember is Julian almost getting attacked by the monster. What happened afterward? Aoife was so curious that she felt like she could die. However, if there was one thing she was certain about, it was that Julian may have had a hand in this. In the last moments, he was the one who had interacted with the post-leader of the Black Hound Guild and had gone out of the bunker. If there was someone who might have an idea of what had happened, he was the one. But outside of that, there was something else that Aoife remembered. Kira. She quietly mumbled her name and subconsciously massaged her face. Even now, she could recall what she did in those last moments. Her expression twisted at the thought and her fingers twitched. If it's the last thing I do. Aoife wasn't the only one that came up with that conclusion. Kira and Evelyn both experienced the same thing as they recalled what had happened. Shit. Swearing up and down, Kira ruffled her hair into a mess, only to fix it shortly after. Couldn't have it like that. Too messy. What the hell happened? It was only after she was done fixing her hair that the reality of the situation hit her. The memories that had been wiped started to return, and just like Aoife, she recalled all the details of the event that had transpired before she woke up. And just like Aoife, she had an inkling that Julian may have had a hand in the situation. Could it be that he defeated the whatever tree? It was the only plausible explanation to her. The only one that wasn't so lucky was Evelyn, who, despite recalling what happened, didn't exactly know what was going on. After all, midway through the situation, she blacked out. What am I supposed to do with this? Staring at her own reflection in the bathroom mirror, Evelyn frowned. Her memories were cloudy, and all she could remember was Kira slapping her. Right, Kira slapping her, thinking about those last moments. Her expression changed and her hand twitched. Kira, she mumbled to herself. If it's the last thing I do. So you do not recall anything? Yes, I apologize for that. I stood in a small and confined room, sitting behind a metal desk with a guard sitting on the opposite end. The room wasn't like the one in the bunker, but it gave off similar vibes. It was for that reason that my legs were shaking slightly and my eyes occasionally darted around. I think I've got PTSD. I couldn't count the amount of times I started thinking about the best route to escape from this place. Well, your story is in line with that of the others. Putting his clipboard down, the guard removed his glasses and pinched his eyebrows. I'll say it like I said it to everyone else that we've brought. We apologize for our negligence. You will be properly compensated for what you've undergone. Your academy should inform you more about it later. I see. Compensation. That was more like it. I was certainly not going to refuse it. Okay. Everything is in check. You may leave. Thank you. I stood up from my seat and headed out of the room. The entire time my mind would drift on ways that I could escape the place, and it only stopped when I finally came out of the building and was able to take a breath of the fresh air of the mirror dimension. As expected, the sky was still gloomy and there was hardly anyone out. Bidding farewell to the guards, I walked on the cobblestone streets. Looking around, I was reminded of the moments within the illusion where I had been by myself. It was quiet, with hardly anyone outside. The only difference was the fact that the Crimson Shade was no longer present. Just as I arrived back into the dorm building, a familiar figure appeared outside. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Looking at him for a brief moment, I nodded my head slightly and prepared to pass him when he extended his hand to stop me. His grey eyes locked onto me as he spoke. What are you doing? I tilted my head. I'm going back to my dorm. I can tell. Oh, good. So, I tried to push my way in but he stopped. I was waiting for you. Oh, I still pushed my way through. Can you stop for a second? Fine. Giving up, I stopped trying to push my way through and lowered my head to look at him. He stared back at me. But when he opened his mouth, his words appeared to refuse to leave them. It went on like that for a few seconds before I eventually cut in. You want to know what happened, correct? He didn't answer, but his face said it all. What makes you think that I know? Yet again, he didn't say a thing, and yet again, I was able to read his expression. All right, fine. It was strangely creepy how I was able to converse with him without him saying a single word. I shuddered for a brief moment. I can get you your memories back. His head flicked up. You can? Yes sir. I was doing it again. Can you speak? This is getting ridiculous. Oh, right. Leon scratched the side of his face. It seemed like it finally dawned on him that he hadn't spoken a word the entire time. That head of his. Why did it suddenly feel so smackable? Slap, Oh, shit, I actually ended up smacking his head. While I thought about it, I didn't think he'd actually go through with it. Seeing his shocked expression, for a brief moment, I didn't know how to reply. But I soon cleared my throat and seriously replied. Like I said, I can get your memories back. His eyes narrowed. Do you want them or not? Yes. Despite his face looking like that of someone who would kill me if given the chance, he swallowed everything and nodded his head. He'd like my memories back. I got you. Raising my hand, Leon flinched slightly. I raised it again, and he flinched again. Suddenly, the corner of my lips pulled up and Leon's expression twisted. Get it over with. All right, fine. I turned serious then and called out, Almighty. The moment my voice fell, I felt something on my shoulder, and when I turned to look, two red eyes looked back at me. What? Leon looked stunned by Almighty's appearance. Looking at him, I thought about explaining but decided otherwise. It's a long story. It would probably take a long time for me to explain. Anyways, what did you say its name was? Cutting me off? Leon looked at Almighty with a trembling gaze. I tilted my head before answering. Almighty. In silence, Leon covered his mouth before leaning back on the staircase. His face was pale, and his expression was something I couldn't find words to describe. In essence, he looked like someone undergoing a midlife crisis. I let it be and turned to look at Almighty. "Can you do it?" "Yes." Raising its swing in Leon's direction, roots manifested around Leon, trapping his ankles. Instantly, Leon's eyes widened in shock. I was also a bit surprised and looked around me. I hadn't expected the roots to appear. "Yuke." Leon groaned for a brief moment and he soon grasped his head. His struggle went on for a few seconds before his face blanked. "It's done. It will take a couple of minutes for him to recover." "That's fine." Glancing at him, I looked around. Everything had happened rather quickly, and I had only given a brief look at my surroundings. I'm sure Almighty checked around before using the skill. Otherwise, things would become rather troublesome. Rubbing my forehead, I had just crossed the door of the accommodation when I felt a sudden heat coming from my right arm. Sizzle. It was a familiar sizzle that brought forth certain memories of mine, and my eyes widened. It can't be. I hastily looked around before rushing to my room. Clank. Closing the door behind me, I unwrapped the bandages on my arm before looking at the tattoo. As expected. The third leaf, it was glowing. Chapter 195, Third Leaf, 1. I stared at my arm with widened eyes. The stinging sensation had disappeared, and what replaced it was a strange warmth that seemed to seep through every part of my body. Staring at the glowing leaf, I didn't know how to react. It was an unexpected situation. How was I even supposed to react to this, in the first place? What sort of criteria was there for me to suddenly unlock the third leaf? Could it be because I suddenly reached Tier 3? Was that the criteria? I thought about it for a while before shaking my head. Surely it wasn't that simple. There was definitely more to it than my thoughts allowed. But in the end, I knew that thinking about it right now was pointless. Looking around me, I quickly bandaged up my arm and sat down on the bed. Laying down on the bed, I blankly stared at the ceiling. I was tempted to try the new effect of the leaf but decided that now wasn't a good time. I needed to be in a safer environment to do that. I'll check it out when I'm back in my dorms in Haven. Who knew what sort of side effect the new ability had? "Are you relaxing?" I hurriedly looked up front where the voice came from. She was sitting down on the wooden chair by the desk of the room, and her inky black eyes were locked onto me. Licking my lips, I took a couple of breaths to calm myself down before facing Delilah's gaze. When did she get here? No, rather, do I not get any privacy? Privacy? Yes. I looked around the room pointedly. I was trying to hint at her the fact that this was my own room and so forth. But seeing that she still didn't seem to understand the message, I gave up. "It's been a while." I greeted her first. "Been a while?" Delilah tilted her head as her eyes sharpened. At that moment, I wanted to slap myself in the face for the sudden sleep up. Only a couple of minutes should have passed since something happened to us. In the meantime, it had only been about a day since we left the academy. It was a fact that she understood all too well. "It's just a figurative speech." I tried to play it off, but that didn't work. Her eyes didn't allow me to. "Do you have any memories of the incident?" I didn't answer. I thought about lying, but staring into those deep, piercing eyes of hers, I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if her gaze could see straight through me, peeling back every layer of deception. The weight of her stare made me feel like sinking into the deepest parts of the ground, swallowed up by the earth itself. That was when I gave up on the thought. Well, I do. In the end, I ended up telling her the truth. It shouldn't hurt me anyways. She was on my side. At least, for now. And at the same time, I could use her to find the true culprit behind this. For that reason, I started to recount everything that happened in the illusion until the very end. For obvious reasons, I omitted the part about Almighty and just revealed to her that I had found the page and was able to clear the entire illusion, freeing everyone from the grasp of Almighty. That's about it. Once I was done recounting my story, Delilah looked at me for a brief moment. She seemed to be trying to gauge whether I was lying or not. But I wasn't worried. My story was in line with all the available information about the Ebon tree. As expected, after a long and agonizing couple of seconds, She turned her gaze away from me and nodded. You might be able to receive a lot of rewards if you reveal what happened. Are you sure you don't want to do that? If you want, I can try to get you an adequate reward. It's alright. I had already received an adequate reward in the tree bone. Furthermore, things were certainly going to become extremely troublesome in the future if the truth were to be revealed. I won't force you. Delilah stood up from the wooden chair. I thought she was going to leave the room directly when she turned to face me directly. Her deep black eyes pierced right through me as she spoke. You need to hide your strength properly. In just a day, you were able to improve your strength so much. Many will find this suspicious. The realization dawned on me like a truck. I knew exactly what she was talking about, and I had thought about it beforehand, but her sudden appearance had made it hard for me to prepare properly. But, yes, my sudden increase in strength was certainly suspicious. I had been trying to rack my brain over the matter, but I had been too busy to give it a proper thought. Her warning came to me as a wake-up call. You should be glad not everyone can see through your strength like me, but most pussy leaders can. Be careful of that. What could I even say? In the end, I could only nod to her words. Come find me when we reach the academy. There's something that I would like to speak with you about. She disappeared shortly after that. My mind continued to linger over her last words. Something she'd like to speak to me about? I felt my eyes widen slightly as realization dawned on me. It can't be about that, right? A strange sense of excitement surged within me at the thought. The rewards I had asked about before. Did they agree? Leon blankly stared at the city ahead of him. It was empty, and there was hardly anyone on the streets. Despite that, the current image overlapped with the one in her memories. But in contrast to his memories, the world was entirely red. In the end, I died. It may have been an illusion, but it was undeniable. He had died in vain. Despite understanding the reason why he had failed, he didn't once blame Julian for it. While it was true that the reason why he had died was because of the side effects of Julian's emotive magic, at the end of the day, it all came down to his lack of skills. What should I do? The feeling he was currently having felt terrible. It was hard to describe, but it was as if hands were dragging him down some quicksand, not letting him go until he was completely suffocated. It was a feeling that Leon hated. This sense of helplessness. He silently clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Leaning back to stare at the sky, he closed his eyes for a brief moment before finally standing up and dusting off his clothes. Right. There was no use crying over spilled milk. He just had to be better. Turning his head to look towards the entrance of the accommodation, Leon's lips curled up slightly. He really was an amazing guy. That thought, however, only lasted for a brief moment. Massaging the back of his head, he was reminded of a certain scene and he frowned. Never mind. Fuck that guy. 2 days. That was how long it took for all those involved to be interrogated and cleared of all suspicions. In the end, the decision was to let everyone return back to where they came from, with the Supple station being temporarily shut down in hopes of finding the culprit behind the incident. That was how far I knew concerning the entire situation. Everyone, please line up carefully. Please line up carefully. We need proper order or we will not be able to escort you out. I was currently standing in line to head out of the mirror dimension. At long last, this exhausting exchange came to an end. Never again. At least for a good while, I wasn't planning on going out of the academy. I had gone out about 3 times, and each time, I'd face some sort of problem. That was it. For at least a month or 2, I didn't plan on leaving the academy. Hopefully, I knew that my reality was a lot sadder than this. There was bound to be an event that was going to force me out of the academy. It wasn't even a flag, but just a fact. A sad fact that reflected the current state of my life. I want a vacation. Or at least, some alone time for myself where I could just focus on training. Feeling a couple of gazes, I turned my head and was surprised to see Aoi and Ira staring at me. Our gazes met briefly, but they quickly looked away. Their behavior took me aback. Why in there? I wonder what the outside world looks like. Startled, I looked to my shoulder. There, Owlmighty stood proudly while staring ahead. Ah! It finally dawned on me. The reason why I was getting the stares? What are you doing? Why are you out? I quietly whispered in order to make sure that no one heard. The fact that an owl was on my shoulder was already weird. If they learned that it could talk, you should know best that you shouldn't be out. Why not? There's no need to worry. Human. I am not my main body. Nobody will ever find out. Not even that scary woman you met before. They will just assume I'm a regular spirit owl. Scary woman? Was he talking about Delilah? Thinking about it, she was scary, but at the same time, I couldn't really take her seriously. Perhaps it was because I had seen her in her smaller form, but she never really came off as scary to me. To Almighty she looked scary, and probably the same was true for those who didn't know her well, but she really was the furthest thing from scary. Either way, I didn't have time to dwell on it. Please come this way. It was my time to head out of the crack. Arriving before it, I looked at the guard and waited for his signal. The guard stared at Almighty for a brief moment 1646 before taking his eyes away and giving me the go-ahead. Nodding slightly, I stepped into the portal. At long last. It was finally over. Chapter 196, Third Leaf, 2, The return to the academy marked the end of the guild exchange. Quite frankly, I was mentally tired and exhausted from the entire ordeal. Delilah said that she wanted to talk to me about something, but she didn't specify when exactly. I'll do so after taking a bit of rest. I wanted to feel excited, but I couldn't. I was simply too tired. With that being said, I already had an idea of what she wanted to talk about. Dragonbone. Or at least, an update on the situation. The thought of receiving the Dragonbone made me excited, but at the same time, made me a little apprehensive. Surely there wouldn't be any conditions attached to the bone, right? Haha. As if, I laughed a little to myself. There was no way the Empire would simply give me something so precious without any conditions. Either way, I was prepared to listen to them before deciding. Click-clank. Opening the door to my room, I felt a wave of nostalgia. Only a day may have passed, but to me, it had probably been over a week. Time flowed differently in the illusions. Hopping off my shoulder, Almighty looked around curiously. It carefully observed every nook and cranny of the palace. It had been like this since the moment we came out of the mirror dimension. From the sky to the trees, to the bushes, it was interested in everything. I would have let it be if not for the fact that there was another portal waiting for us after coming out of the mirror crack. Wham! Yawning, I felt my eyelids grow a little heavier. Pomf! I dropped back on the bed and stared at the familiar white ceiling. I really was back. Who would have thought? I really was tired. Thankfully, Almighty was busy looking around, so it didn't need my attention. Don't go out without my permission. But I still felt the need to warn it about going out. I didn't necessarily think it would be in any danger, but it would still be problematic. Glancing at it for a few seconds, I finally sunk into my consciousness and the world turned black. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed. Looks like it might rain. Coming out of my room, I noticed the great clouds hanging in the sky. It wouldn't be long before it was going to rain. Knowing that, I hurried my steps and headed for Delilah's office. Now that my mind was clearer, I could finally feel the excitement of potentially receiving the Dragonbone. Of course, I made sure to not get my hopes too high. I couldn't be too disappointed in case I didn't receive it. Tutuk. Arriving at the familiar office, I knocked. Come in. Delilah's voice echoed shortly after and I opened the door and entered. Clank. Already familiar with the place, I didn't stand in ceremony and prepared to take a seat when I paused. There were many things that I wanted to say, but couldn't. Lifting my head up, I met Delilah's gaze. She looked back at me without so much as a change in expression. I continued to stare at her. She stared back. And then, she looked away. There were a lot of events that I needed to attend, and with what happened recently, I had trouble cleaning up. Excuses started to flow out of her mouth. Are you watching, Almighty? This is the woman you regarded as scary. Oh, I looked at all the wrappers and papers that were scattered across the room. I could hardly believe her at all. I had been gone for 2 days. 2 days. That was how long it took for the office to turn into the mess that it was now. I closed my eyes for a short moment before taking a seat. It's whatever. Wasn't going to clean it up anyways. Seemingly taking note of my attitude, Delilah's expression turned sharp as she changed the topic. You must already have an idea as to why I called you here. I do, I answered while trying my best to keep my heart from trembling. I didn't want to openly display the excitement that I was feeling. I was so excited that a few notifications flashed before my very eyes. They were rather annoying, but it wasn't as though I could remove them. Regarding your reward, I have an update for you. Delilah spoke in the slowest tone possible. I felt my face twitch at the fact. It felt as though she was doing this on purpose. I had to take a deep breath to calm myself down while waiting for her to finish. Atlas reported back to me not too long ago. In the end, the Empire has decided to agree to the request. But I was just about to jump up from the excitement when Delilah poured cold water on me. There it is. The catch that I had been waiting for. It wasn't as though I didn't expect it, but it certainly dampened my excitement a little bit. There's no need to look that disappointed. Let me hear the condition first. I raised my head to meet her gaze without saying a word. So long as it wasn't bad, then I didn't mind fulfilling the condition. At the end of the day, the dragon bone was too big of a reward for what I had accomplished. At least, that was what the Empire probably thought. In the coming months, there will be a summit between the 4 empires. A summit between the 4 empires? My ears perked. At the summit, Haven will send a few representatives. As the first-year Black Star, the Empire wants you to show your dominance against the talents of the other empires. You won't be the only one attending. The first years have shown a lot of promise. For that, the Empire plans on providing you with resources to help you grow stronger. My mind stopped halfway through her words. It wasn't so much that I was shocked about the announcement since I had heard about the summit in the past, but it was more about another trip. Delilah stopped to look at me. I stared back at her with a bitter look. Can we not? Can we host the summit here? No, Delilah cut me off rather quickly. So much so that I was a bit taken aback. I thought she'd ramble on about how it wasn't a decision that was up to her and it was something decided by the 4 empires. But her answer was completely different from what I expected. You bring trouble wherever you go, be it in the academy, or outside of the academy. I'm already facing a lot of headaches over the recent incidents. I'm not hosting any event in Haven. To her words, I could only remain speechless. I wanted to refute what she said, but I found myself unable to. In the end, she was right. Regardless of whether it was outside of the academy, or in the academy, I'd face some sort of trouble. Tsk. Unknowingly, I found myself clicking my tongue. The truth hurt. And there's also the fact that the quests are present. I could probably ignore them since there was no direct consequence to me, but the power-ups were certainly nice, and I wasn't too keen on finding out what would happen once the calamities reached 100%. In the end, the only thing I could do was sigh in defeat. When can I expect to receive the bone? When Atlas comes back, Delilah replied with her usual flat tone. And when would that be? In a couple of days to a week. He's currently in Bremer. I thought for a moment before recalling. It was the capital city of the Empire, and where the royal estate was located. He was probably there to collect the bone personally. Looking at her, I nodded my head and prepared to stand up. I was just about to when she stopped me. Wait. Yes. I looked at her in confusion. Was there something else that she needed to say to me? There's something I'm curious about. Sit down for now. I did as she told me and sat down. Before I could ask her what was going on, she extended her arm in my direction. Try again. Come again? I blinked my eyes, unable to understand what she was trying to imply. From the way she had her arm extended, it almost looked like she wanted me to hold it. But that was crazy. Why would touch it? I felt my mind grow blank. I was really struggling to understand her intentions, and when I was about to say something, she finally elaborated. Back when Leon fought against Evelyn, you tried something on me when we were holding hands. I want you to try again. My body tensed at her words. I wanted to say something but found my mouth sealed shut. Thankfully, I was able to keep my face from changing too much and kept my shock to myself. It took a few moments for me to finally calm down, and when I did, Delilah spoke again. I felt a weird sensation back then. It was somewhat faint, and I couldn't really tell what it was. It seemed to want to crawl into my mind, but I was able to block it just in time. It's been on my mind for quite some time. I want you to try again. Not mad. I swallowed my saliva before bitterly smiling. So she did notice in the end. It was a good thing that it was Delilah of all people that had detected it. But at the same time, it made me aware of something. The second ability. It can be blocked. Most likely, someone had to have higher mental resilience than me for it to happen. Which was hard considering that my mental resilience was already quite high. It also meant that Delilah's mental resilience was higher than mine. So, startling me out of my thoughts was Delilah, and when I looked at her, I could see her looking at me with her deep black eyes. They seemed to be ready to swallow me at any moment. Alright. Pursing my lips, I soon reached out with my hand and grasped her wrist. I held her wrist for a few seconds, and just before activating the second ability, I stopped. Lifting my head to stare at her again, I had a sudden thought. My heart raced. And then, I pressed the third and new leaf. Chapter 197, Third Leaf, 3, Heavy. Every step felt heavy as I moved down the Academy Market aisle. Rows upon rows of goods were presented before my very eyes as I just randomly picked up whatever bar I could find. At the front, I could feel the staff's sharp gaze on me. I knew that I was close to reaching the daily limit of bars that I could purchase. But it couldn't be helped. This was for Delilah. Recalling what had happened a few moments ago, I could only sigh. Nothing. Pressing the third leaf, nothing happened. Delilah looked a bit disappointed by that, saying something along the lines of, "I didn't feel anything. Did you try something?" I was helpless. The third ability was still new to me. At least, I now knew that it couldn't be activated so easily. There's 15 minutes left, I better hurry. Checking my watch, I hurried to the counter. Classes were going to start in a bit. I needed to get this delivered before class started. Thank you for your purchase. Have a good day. Thank you. Drip, drip. It was drizzling outside. The sky donned a somber gray, casting a moody ambience all around. It perfectly reflected my inner feelings. I should have brought an umbrella. My cloth. My feet came to a sudden stop as I felt a slight tug of my coat. Unknowingly, the rain that had been pouring down from the sky just moments prior had disappeared. "How may I help you?" I lowered my gaze, and two deep black eyes blinked back at me. Before me, an expressionless little girl stood, her clothing appearing quite tattered. She also seemed on the skinnier side as her clothing seemed rather loose. "Where did you come from?" She didn't look like someone who belonged to the academy. I was confused and looked around me. But the moment I did, I was stunned to see that I was no longer on the academy grounds. I was somewhere else entirely. They looked like slums. How? Before I could panic, something tugged my coat again and I looked at the skinny little girl. Without answering, her gaze wandered over the bag in my hand. "Are you hungry?" Nod. Thinking for a moment, I opened the bag and took out the first thing I could grab. But that thing turned out to be the one thing I couldn't exactly give away. Delilah's bar. "I can't give you this." "How ab?" I stopped myself from speaking. Staring at the pack, the little girl was already salivating. Alternating her gaze between me and the chocolate bar, she rubbed the corner of her mouth. "Take it." "Whatever, it's Delilah's money anyway. She could afford this little loss." With visible sparkles in her eyes, the little girl took the chocolate bar from my hand. "Let me help." Seeing her struggle to open the pack, I offered her a hand. "Here." Num. She dove right into the bar and for some reason, her image overlapped with Delilah's. Of course, she was obviously not her. She was skinnier than her, and her clothing was also a lot more tattered. Not only that, but her hair was also a mess. However, the twinkle that appeared in her otherwise lost eyes and the way she was devouring the chocolate bars so eagerly made me think of her. NKU. She spoke for the first time. Her voice was brittle. "Does it taste good?" "Here, clean your hands with this?" It's not good if you eat with your hands dirty. Before I knew it, I was cleaning her hands with a tissue, a habit it developed back when taking care of my brother. I raised my head and looked around. "Where are your parents?" The street was empty with just the two of us standing. The surrounding buildings were broken and tattered, with newspapers scattered across the ground. I wanted to meet her parents so that I could get a better idea of where I was. This entire situation was strange. Parents? Yes, Mum and Dad. Where are they? Home, the young girl replied in a hushed tone, as if she suddenly remembered something. Her hand, which was digging the chocolate bar, suddenly stopped. Leaving? Wait. I grabbed her hand before she could leave. Looking around me and checking my watch, I spoke. Let me come with you. The area looked unsafe. For an 8 to 9-year-old girl to roam around like this all alone didn't sit well with me. But besides that, there was something about the little girl that bugged me. I wasn't exactly sure what it was, but a part of me refused to leave her alone. She reminded me too much of a certain someone. So I decided to accompany her on the way back. Oh, right. I looked at the little girl who was tightly holding onto the chocolate bar as if it were her most prized treasure. What's your name? The girl blinked her eyes and raised her head. Her face, which seemed expressionless, showed a slight change as if she had rediscovered a hint of feeling. Her response came shortly after. Delilah. My name is Delilah. His face was scary, but he was kind. He gave Delilah chocolate, so he must be a good man. A strange but kind man. Kriak. Her little hands pushed the familiar door leading up to her house. The door opened like it was welcoming her with open arms. Oh, back Delilah. A warm and gentle voice greeted her at the entrance of her house. The room was bright. It was flooded with brightness as the sun's rays poured in through the large windows, making it difficult to see ahead. It was so bright she could hardly make out her mother's features. Mom. A familiar warmth embraced her as she felt her mother's hug. Have you had fun playing around? Did you enjoy yourself? Delilah brought forth the chocolate bar she received from the strange but kind man. Oh, what's this? Food. Her small hand squeezed the chocolate bar. So delicious. And who gave you this? Him. Delilah pointed at the strange but kind man. He was still standing by the door. Oh, my. As if realizing that someone was standing at the door, her mother made a surprised look. How rude of me. Please come on in. Coming. But the man didn't move and just stood where he was. His expression was scary. He only snapped out of it when Delilah tugged his clothes. Mama said to come in. Oh, the floor creaked under his step. Please, come and sit here. We don't have much, but I hope you find yourself comfortable. And thank you very much for helping Delilah. Sit there. Delilah pointed toward the living room table. With a nod, the strange but kind man sat on one of the chairs around the table. One for you, and one for you. Delilah snapped the bar into multiple pieces. One for the strange but kind man and the other for her. The rest was for her mother and father. Satisfied, she patted her hands which were mixed with melted chocolate. Mommy, when will Dad come out? Delilah's gaze wandered over a certain door. It was the door that led to her father's room. Her dad was there, but she wasn't allowed to enter. No matter what, you mustn't enter the room, he said to her. Your dad will join us later. Eat your food for now. When the topic of food came up once more, her gaze shifted away from the door, returning to focus on the chocolate bar. Eat, eat. She devoured the chocolate bar. So sweet, so tasty. But that was when she noticed something. Why you? No, eat. I've already eaten enough. The man pushed his chocolate toward her. You eat it. Blink. Delilah blinked her eyes. She could eat it. Staring at the man to make sure he wasn't lying to her, only after seeing him nod did Delilah happily eat the chocolate bar. What bliss. Kriak. Hearing a familiar creaking sound, Delilah turned her head to see a tall figure walk in. Daddy. She spent no time running to the man. Ho, ho. There's my little princess. He. Giggling, Delilah hugged her father tightly. What have you been up to? Delilah, eating. Oh, what are you eating? Chocolate. Very delicious. I gave it to Mom too. Her dad suddenly went quiet. Dad? Delilah, in the gentlest voice he could muster, he spoke to her. Your mom? Yes. She was in the living room. She's in a faraway place. It's been a year now. I need you to realize this. Blink. The brightness that was engulfing the room started to dim. Slowly, the surroundings started to turn dark. I know you miss your mom. I miss her too. More than you can imagine, but rotten walls, broken windows, mold. The house's true appearance started to reveal itself. You need to move on. You will eventually see her. It's just that the time isn't right yet. There will be a time when you will see her again. It's a promise. Delilah cocked her head as she stared at her father. Despite the light dimming, it was still difficult for her to see his features. But Dad, blink. The brightness dimmed once more, and her gaze wandered over a certain room. Will I also see you again? You still haven't left your room. Blink. The brightness disappeared completely. What remained was an eerie silence as the girl stood alone in the darkness. Just her and herself. Just what is this? Rather than being shocked, I just didn't know how to react. How was I supposed to react to this? The dilapidated walls, the pervasive mold, the cracks zigzagging across the walls, and the lingering scent of decay filling the space. I clenched my teeth. Just what is this? How could anyone live in such conditions? And, will I also see you again? You still haven't left your room. I got up from my seat and walked up to Delilah. My gaze fell on the door she was looking at. Is that where your father is? He's busy working. How long has he been working? Placing her finger near her mouth, she pondered. A long time? Do you know how long exactly? No. She shook her head. When Mom left, he said that he suddenly had a lot of work to do. My heart clenched. Are you happy? Yes. She nodded immediately. But the more she was like that, the more my heart squeezed. So, why aren't you smiling? Delilah raised her head. I thought that she had always been expressionless. But now that I got a closer look at her, she seemed more like an empty shell than just expressionless. A lot of things started to make sense. I also want to be good at emotive magic. Adopted. They're fine. Working. Each word she said struck me deeply into my chest. Smile? Like this. I tugged the corners of my lips up with the aid of my fingers. Imitating me. She tugged the corners of her mouth. Like this. Like that. I held out my hand to her. Do you want me to bring you somewhere nice? But, her gaze wandered over to a certain room. Trying my best to keep myself calm, I opened my palm. Let's not disturb your dad for now. Maybe, when you return, he'll be out of the room. Really? Really? My heart gripped even more tightly. I wasn't sure if this was an illusion or not. In fact, I was still struggling to understand what was going on. But that didn't matter to me. At the moment I only had one thought. I needed to bring her back with me. She couldn't stay here any longer. Mister. I felt something grasp my hand as my head lowered. Delilah was looking up at me, her large black eyes blinking. Yes, thank you. And it suddenly got bright. Thank you for being kind to me. All of a sudden my hand felt empty as the world turned bright. I stood by myself in an endless light. Just me and myself. Level 2. Sadness. EXP plus 15%. Chapter 198. Third leaf. 4. Color flashed before my eyes. Hey. What are you doing? Get out of the way. I stood there, dazed and confused, unable to process what was happening. My mind was overwhelmed by the whirlpool of colorful dots ahead. I only regained my senses when someone tapped me on the shoulder, and that's when I realized I was standing in front of the Academy store. Despite the confusion, I moved away from the store and leaned against its wall. Just what in there? There was so much I needed to process. Wasn't I in a house just moments ago? How did I suddenly appear here? Taking a look at the time, I realized that not even a few seconds had passed since I had entered the store. So, realization suddenly struck me. It can't be, right? No, it wasn't possible. I refused to believe it. Yet, the more I thought about it, the more I came to understand what had happened. That was really, Delilah. My heart felt heavy at the thought. I had already had a hunch but refused to acknowledge it. Even now, I struggled to accept what I had seen. Recalling what I'd witnessed back then made my heart ache even more. I felt uncomfortable, like something was trying to crawl up my body. What exactly happened? Did I travel back in time? Or was I recreating a personal memory of hers? Thinking back, I did recall her saying something about her parents working. Even now, I pursed my lips. My head throbbed. I was more inclined to think that I had relived a personal trauma of hers. Was this what the third leaf did? Allowed me to interact with her personal trauma? What if? An idea sprang to mind. My hand rummaged through my bag, and I took something out. It was a small chocolate bar, one that I had grown accustomed to buying over the recent months. Is what I saw the reason why she loves this candy so much? But how is it possible? Was it really true that I didn't travel back in time? No, there's no way. I didn't want to acknowledge it. My heart was heavy, but considering the present circumstances, I understood that it wasn't the moment for me to dwell in gloom. Whether what I saw was really the past or not, the present was different. The current Delilah was someone who stood at the top of the world. Putting the bar back into the bag, I was just about to leave when I realized something. Opening the bag and counting the goods, it suddenly struck me. What the? No matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find them. I had bought 3 packs. Yet, there was only one left. Then it finally dawned on me. Hey! A weird sound came out of my mouth. I didn't understand the sudden surge of emotion, but it felt like something inside me had finally burst. My body trembled, and for the first time in a very long while, ha ha ha, I laughed in public. Be it past, present, illusion, or future. She really was a gremlin-looking midget. Curtain Call Collective. Ever since the play, Enigma of the Midnight Manor, was released, Olga, the writer of the script, had been incredibly busy. The demands on her time were relentless, a whirlwind of meetings, rehearsals, and promotional events. The Jovink Award was going to happen soon, and she needed to do a lot of things in preparation for that. The prestigious award was the pinnacle of recognition in the arts community, and she was determined to make the most of this opportunity. It was an important day for her, considering that she had received the official rating for her play. There were many people who stated she had received the 5th star for it, but it had yet to be official. The rumors had some basis to them, but she needed concrete affirmation. It was only at the award ceremony that she had received the official rating, officially making her play one of the few within the empire to receive such critical acclaim. The recognition would cement her status as one of the leading playwrights of her generation. Tuck, the door to the room suddenly knocked, and Olga looked towards the door where a man waited for her. He was dressed neatly, with his hair combed to the right and sporting a well-trimmed moustache. His appearance was meticulous and well-groomed. "How may I help you?" He wasn't someone she was familiar with. Nonetheless, staring at him and the letter in his hand, Olga felt her back straighten. The letter bore an ornate seal, and her eyes paused on the seal. It looked familiar, but where had she seen it before? "Please don't be nervous, writer. I'm simply a delegate from the Megrail family." Olga's eyes widened, and she hastily stood up. The Megrail family was one of the most influential in the empire. How could she not be shocked to have such esteemed? "Please, like I said, there's no need for such a greeting. I'm just here to hand over this letter. We've received many reports about your play, so I'm sure you will like what is in the contents." "Yes. Yes." Olga hastily reached out for the letter and carefully and politely received it. Then, under the messenger's gaze, she carefully opened the letter and looked through the contents. Immediately, her eyes widened. "It's as you can see." The butler spoke in a graceful tone, his voice calm. "There will soon be a summit between the 4 empires, and we've accepted your play for the opening show." Olga didn't know how to reply. She was at a total loss for words. The summit was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a stage that only the finest could hope to grace. Besides being able to receive a 5-star rating, this was one of the greatest honors she could receive as a scriptwriter. Her work would be showcased before the leaders of the 4 empires, an honor that not many could receive. Especially since the 4 Empire Summit was an extremely prestigious event that only happened every 5 years. The fact that they were willing to have her play be the main event, Olga could feel herself trembling in excitement. It felt like her efforts were being validated. "Well, then," the messenger bowed politely, his mannerisms still impeccable. With a graceful nod, he quietly left the room. "The Emperor has high expectations for the play." Such were the last words he spoke before leaving, plunging the room into silence. The weight of his statement lingered in the air, adding a certain pressure to Olga, who suddenly found herself growing quiet. But that quietness was only brief as she hastily slapped the wooden table in excitement. "I can't believe this is happening." For her to receive such an honor, The enormity of it all was overwhelming. She was over the moon. Olga was just about to reach her communication device to tell her group the news when she stopped. A thought struck her, tempering her enthusiasm. Suddenly she frowned. There was a significant challenge that lay ahead. Her excitement was quickly dampened, and she sat back down on her chair. The reality of the situation settled in, and she knew there was a crucial piece missing. Thinking about it, while her script and play were certainly well acclaimed, a major reason for its success was because of the actor who played Azarias. The role had become iconic, largely due to his exceptional performance. Julian Darker Revenues. Even now, Olga could recall his name. The young actor had a talent that was rare and extraordinary. How could she not when he had put on such a performance? His portrayal of Azarias had captivated audiences, bringing the character to life in a way that was unforgettable. What do I do? It wasn't impossible to have the play without the performance of the student. It had already happened several times. Different actors had taken on the role of Azarias, bringing their own interpretations of the character. But Olga felt like something was missing whenever he wasn't there. Azarias. He wasn't someone that just anyone could play. The character demanded a depth and intensity that only Julian could deliver. His portrayal had set a new standard, making it difficult for any other actor to measure up. It was something that had been finely tuned and tailor-made to fit the monster actor the student was. His understanding of the character, his ability to convey complex emotions, and his stage presence were unmatched. It was for that reason that she always felt like something was missing whenever she would watch the play. Without him, Azarias felt incomplete, a shadow of the character he was meant to be. I have to get him. The decision was clear. Knowing just how important the event was, Olga had no choice but to get him. The Four Empire Summit demanded the best, and she knew Julian was the best. The only problem was how? How exactly was she going to talk him into performing? That's right. That was when she suddenly recalled something. The Jovinka Award. He was going to participate. How could he not when he was the most likely candidate to win the Best Supporting Actor role? The award was prestigious, and Julian's talent made him a prime contender. I'll get him then. The opportunity was perfect. At such a thought, Olga quickly grabbed her communication device and started making her preparations. In the end, I went back to the market to purchase a few more bars before going back to Delila's office and handing them to her. It was funny. For the first time in a very long time, I had seen a drastic change in her expression. Seeing the bag filled with bars, it almost looked like her eyes could pop out at any second. If only I could have taken a photo of her face. What a pity. It truly was. Regardless, as I looked at her face, I was reminded of what I had seen and started my life faded. All of a sudden, the reason why she liked chocolate bars made a lot more sense. Perhaps it wasn't that she was addicted to them, but it was more like something that brought her back to her childhood when she had nothing. I still didn't understand the third leaf, whether I had gone back in time or I was simply replaying her trauma and interacting with an illusion. But, in the end, it didn't really change what I had seen. Taking a deep breath, I looked at the sky. It was cloudless, and the rain had stopped falling. Staring at it for a few good moments, I looked at the time and headed for class. Today's class. I could look forward to it somewhat. It was, after all, a class about emotive magic. How could I not be a little excited? Chapter 199. The 5 Phases of Emotive Magic. 1. The moment I entered the classroom, I noticed a strange atmosphere. All eyes were on me. I was weirded out at first, but then I realized that they were probably staring at me because of my specialty, emotive magic. Given that this class was tailor-made for me, it was understandable that everyone was looking at me. Well, most people. I could feel 2 different gazes on me. They seemed to be especially intense today, and as I frowned to meet their gazes, my heart twitched. What's going on? This had been going on since our return from the mirror dimension. At first, I had thought it was BQA of Almighty, but that no longer seemed to be the case. Is this possibly related to the quest failure? The thought made my heart race. I wasn't exactly sure what it was, but judging from their gazes, it didn't seem like something good. Should I confront them later? Perhaps, I'd be able to find the reasoning behind their looks, and the penalty for their increase in experience. With that being said, There was something peculiar about the situation. Turning my head, my eyes fell on a familiar set of purple hair. Why is she acting normal? As opposed to a wife and era, she looked completely unbothered about what happened. At the very least, she didn't seem to have a bone to pick with me. It makes sense when taking into consideration that era was the same during her first time, but what about a wife? Was the increase in percent going to bring a different effect to each of them? I pursed my lips at the thought. It looks like almost everyone is here. My attention was immediately grabbed by a quiet voice. Turning my head, my eyes fell on a short woman with pigtails. Her hair was orange, and freckles marred her face. She wasn't exactly the prettiest of women, at the very least, compared to most of the cadets in the class. Her looks weren't anything special, but I wasn't sure how to describe it. There was a certain something in her voice that felt extremely intoxicating. Bang! That feeling lasted for a brief moment before it was shattered by the sound of her dropping her bag on the podium. It looked rather heavy. Looking around me, I could see the startled and confused looks of the cadets. Seems like I'm not the only one that felt that way. Everyone's attention was now on her. Come. Clearing her throat, her eyes scanned the classroom as dimples appeared on her cheeks. Hello, everyone. My name is Havenhart. You may call me Professor Havenhart. As you may know, I'll be the one in charge of teaching you emotive magic. No magic was restricted. Everyone could learn whatever magic they wanted. That was emotive magic included. The same was true for me and other types of magic. But talent was important. It would dictate how hard the learning path was. Everyone could learn emotive magic, but progress depended on who was talented enough to understand emotions. As you know, emotive magic isn't exactly the easiest of subjects. Emotions can be very hard to understand, and it can take over a decade for someone to even reach the next tier. There's a reason why there's so few of us. Her gaze suddenly paused on me. So did a few others. I remained calm and stared back at her as her smile widened slightly. But like some say, the harder one path, the more rewarding it is down the line. She happily drummed her finger against the wooden podium before calling out for me. Julian, is that correct? Yes, I answered as my eyes narrowed slightly. Would you mind coming up here for a second? I would just like to test your skills. Don't be alarmed. I won't bite you. Though she said that, her gaze said otherwise. She currently looked like a shark that was ready to pounce on her prey at any second. I still decided to agree to her request. I was genuinely curious about what this class would entail. How much was it going to benefit my emotive magic? Getting up from my seat, I walked down the flight of stairs and arrived by the podium. Thank you. As her eyes traced my body, she smiled more brightly. I've heard a lot about you. Rather famous. From acting to your performance in the midterms. A wonderful talent. Thank you. Where was she going with this? But you see, none of that really interests me. What I'm really interested in is your emotive magic. I've heard a lot about it. How about you show me? I raised my brow, as in. Professor Havenhart extended her arms. Apply it on me. Do your worst. I opened my mouth, unsure of how to reply. It wasn't that the request shocked me, but it was the eagerness in her tone and voice that took me aback. However, I was quick to snap out of it and complied. Okay. This was going to benefit me, so I didn't see the need to be reserved. Extending my hand, I pressed my finger against her forehead. She blinked a couple of times at the spot where I chose to touch her, but I didn't pay any attention to her face and heavily focused on my internal feelings. I recalled the memories and emotions that I had undergone in the illusion back in the mirror dimension. From the silent eaters to crimson shade. I recalled the raw and innate fear that I felt during those times and poured it all into my mind. Once I had accumulated enough, I silently mumbled to myself, fear? I poured everything that I had into my finger, and the moment I did, I turned to look at the professor. The lack of reaction came as a shock to me as her big eyes continued to stare at me. We stood like that for several seconds before she took a step back. Not bad, not bad. The intensity was quite nice, but you don't particularly have great control over your emotions. All I felt was an endless torrent of fear pouring down my mind. Very tense, but that's about it. Her words didn't come as a surprise to me. I had previously heard Delilah mention the same thing to me. I wasn't disheartened. This was after all still a learning process. All right, I more or less know where you're at with your skills. Professor Havenhart clapped her hands in satisfaction. You're around the second level of emotive magic. Not bad. An insane achievement if we take into consideration your age. Thank you. I could only accept the compliment. Just before I turned back to head to my seat, she spoke again. It's now my turn to show you something. Suddenly, her expression changed. Her previously lively eyes turned hollow, and she lost all semblance of emotion from her face. I stood frozen on the spot while staring into her eyes, which seemed to want to suck me whole. Before I could even get a word out, she began to speak. As you know, there are 5 phases to emotive magic or any magic. The first phase. She brought her hand forward and pressed it against my shoulder. It's touch. My mind blanked. Drip, drip. When I came to, tears were falling down the side of my cheeks. What's going on? A familiar pain engulfed me at the same time. But the worst part was her eyes. Staring at them, I could see my very own reflection in them. I found myself unable to move. The next phase, she continued, voice. Her voice layered and the tears dripped with even more ferocity. Drip, drip. The pain in my chest also increased, and I struggled to keep my mind collected. The next phase, you can affect someone with your voice. I wiped the corner of my eyes and took a few breaths to ease the pain. Thankfully, she was going easy on me. I could tell, and it was because I could tell that I felt chills run down my body. Then comes the third phase. Her eyes turned even more hollow. Chillingly so, and for a moment I forgot to breathe. Collective effect. Her voice layered again. This time, as if everyone was in sync, tears started to stream down the faces of everyone in the room. Once you reach this phase, you will be able to affect not just one person with your voice, but more than one simultaneously. It's a phase that takes a lot of concentration and control. Her words seemed to be directed towards me as I took a mental note of what she was saying, despite the intense pain that I was feeling. Then, tears to fourth phase. As if the very air had been sucked out of the room, everyone turned their attention towards the professor, who turned her gaze to me. I felt my heart pause the moment our gazes met, and before I could do anything, she touched me. I somewhat expected to feel something at her touch, but much to my surprise and shock, nothing happened. I wasn't the only one surprised by the situation, as everyone looked confused. That was until the professor's voice echoed again. The fourth phase. Emotive tag. Emotive tag. Before I could understand what was going on, she raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. Snap. The snap echoed loudly within the classroom, and my mind immediately blanked before an overwhelming pain entered my chest and tears started to pour down uncontrollably. Once you reach this point, an emotive mage will be able to place a secret tag on a person and activate it whenever they wish. So long as they are in range, and the tag is active, it will activate at the person's will. Following her words, she blinked her eyes, and clarity started to return to them. Then, shortly after, a smile graced her lips as dimples appeared on her cheeks. And that's it for the demonstration. She clapped her hands, all semblance of the person she previously was disappearing like that. There is also a fifth phase, but I'm nowhere near that phase, and there's hardly anyone who has ever reached that level. It is said that once you reach that phase you'll be able to read someone's emotions. Turning her head to look at me, she patted me on the shoulder. Thank you for coming up for the display. I apologize for making you the victim of my demonstration, but you see, her smile widened as she turned to look at the entire class. Everyone else would have broken down had they been in your position. Chapter 200, The 5 Phases of Emotive Magic, 2. The class continued from that moment. Unfortunately, I was hardly able to stay focused. It mainly had to do with the fact that I was still suffering slightly from the side effects of the professor's emotive magic. Is this how Leon felt? Just a tiny bit. I started to feel guilty. It certainly wasn't a great feeling, I would give him that. No, rather, it felt like shit. That will be it for today's class. Today you've learned about the 5 phases of emotive magic, and what they can do. Next class, we'll talk about how to learn emotive magic, and how to control it. Snapping me out of my thoughts was the professor's voice as she announced the end of the lesson. Following her words, the cadets proceeded to stand up from their seats and head out. I was just about to stand up and leave alongside them when the professor stopped me. "No, you stay. I have something I need to talk with you about." Something to talk with me? Despite my confusion, I complied with her orders, and as I watched the others leave, it was eventually just the two of us. She sat on the chair opposite me and offered a sincere smile. "Your emotive magic is great. I dare even say that amongst those your age, there isn't a single person that can match you." I was a bit thrown off by the compliment, but I still nonetheless took it. "Thank you. But, that's it." Confused, I tilted my head as I noticed her expression turning more serious. "I'm sure you also don't care about facing your peers. So ahead of the pack with regards to them, that they must be toddlers compared to you. Here lies the problem. You shouldn't be content with just being the best in your group age. That's hardly an achievement. You will eventually be facing people who are on a higher level than you in emotive magic. When the time comes, you will probably struggle. That's why I'm here to help you." I was a bit thrown off by the words that she was saying, but seeing that all the words seemed to be directed toward my future, I relaxed a little. "Did the Chancellor put you up for this?" I had been told by Delilah beforehand about an emotive teacher. It was clearly her was the reason she was so willing to help me because of this. "Oh, no, number. Please." The professor waved her hand in dismissal, as if it'd care about what that little girl says. Little girl. I blinked my eyes slowly while looking at her. Certainly, she didn't look young, but their age gap between her and Delilah shouldn't be to the point where she'd call her little girl. Or at least, that was what I thought. Seemingly being able to read my mind, Professor Ivanhart laughed. "Oh my, well, I'm much older than that little girl. There's a reason why I have reached this level with emotive magic." I was stunned at first, but the more I thought about her words, the more I realized they made sense. Indeed, emotive magic is very difficult. It's hard for someone to be that good, and yet still be so young. Well, I was the exception, but I had a cheat. I nodded my head and didn't say much more with regard to the topic. I knew that I was threading dangerous territory. "That girl." Shifting the topic, the professor wore a peculiar expression as she began to talk. "She used to come to me all the time." The Chancellor. Yes, this was an interesting piece of information. It's been a while since she last visited. "She did visit me recently for the first time, and..." The professor looked at me, her gaze hinting at what she was trying to say. "It's because of me?" "The reason Delilah visited her. She used to beg me all the time to teach her about emotive magic. I really tried, but, with a bitter look, she looked at me. She really is bad at it. Despite the many talents she has, she struggles to understand or feel emotions. That girl, she's an ice block. No matter how hard I try, she just doesn't get it. And yet, she still stubbornly tries to learn it. What am I supposed to do with her?" To that, I had nothing to say. I was reminded of the vision that I had seen and closed my eyes for a brief moment. The hollow and lost look on her face. I could still vividly recall it. How could someone who had been broken since childhood know how to experience emotions? I now better understood why she always expressed her jealousy at my emotive magic despite her being so talented. It was rather sad. "Well, enough of that." The professor tapped on the table to gain my attention again. "Let's talk about you again. The reason why I told you to stay back, is because there's a few things that I would like to talk to you about with regards to your emotive magic." I felt my back straighten at her words. While I was still unsure about her identity, I knew that she was someone extremely important in the emotive field. To be able to gain feedback from her, I wasn't planning on wasting the opportunity. Just like mana, emotive magic requires a certain level of control from the user to be used. Imagine unleashing a spell with no regard for the flow. It'll just be raw and unfocused power. That's not what we want. Shaking her head, she pressed her finger against her temple. "The key to human emotions is the brain. The reason we feel what we feel, and do what we do, is all because of this thing hiding within our skulls." Narrowing her eyes, she coldly said, "Target it. Don't just inject your emotions with no direction. No, You have a direction. It's the brain. Don't forget that. She put her hand away. From the moment you are capable of directly targeting someone's brain when utilizing emotive magic, that will be the day when you will take the next step. So she said. But it was a lot easier said than done. So far, the feat wasn't something that I was capable of doing in the first place. I didn't even know that I could control the flow of emotive magic on the human body. All I knew was that I needed to inject it into my target's body. That was about it, and it worked most of the time. How am I supposed to be able to practice that? I was genuinely curious. This was the first time I had heard all about this, and while I knew that I had been lacking severely in the control aspect, I didn't know it was by this much. While I don't know how you are capable of producing such raw and intense emotions, there is no need to worry much about control. It is much harder to be able to gather so much emotion than to control it. With that regard, all you need to do is practice with this. The professor retrieved something from out of nowhere and placed it on the table. Tack. This is. I looked at the object. It didn't look anything special. It was just a square with 6 different sides. In essence, it was a regular metallic cube, or so I thought. It looks normal, doesn't it? The professor went on to say with a smile. I could only nod. Yes, it really did look normal in every way, shape or form. Nothing about it looked special. With that being said, I knew that it was supposed to be something that was supposed to help me, and I didn't let appearances deceive me. Take a look. I'll show you how it works. Extending her hand, the professor placed her finger over the top of the cube. With her gaze fixed on me, she mumbled, "Fear." The cube glowed the moment she mumbled those words. Shortly after, it started to deform. Under my very eyes, the cube's shape started to change, turning slowly into a dog. In my confusion, I accidentally let out a sound. Staring at me, the professor laughed and removed her finger. The moment she let go, the dog disappeared, and the cube returned to its regular shape. It's a cool little toy, isn't it? That. I didn't know what to say. I was still confused about what it did. When I raised my head to meet her gaze, she started to explain. This cube, or toy you can say, feeds on emotive magic. By channeling it into the cube, you can mold and change the shape however you wish. It's a great way emotive mages can learn control. How about you give it a try? I blinked slowly while staring at the cube. It looked easy from the way that the professor had been able to do it, but I knew that it was the furthest thing from easy. The only reason why it looked easy was because of the massive gap that there was in abilities between me and her. It was for that reason that I reached out for the cube with heavy concentration. All I need to do is channel my emotive magic. Once I do that, I need to try molding it into the shape that I want. That was easier said than done. The moment my hand touched the cold surface of the cube and I channeled my emotive magic, it felt as though I was surrounded by quicksand. Regardless of how much I tried to move, my body simply refused. I felt beads of sweat drip down from the corner of my face as I put even more effort into trying to move, but as if it knew of my struggle, the sand became more and more rigid, until eventually, I was unable to move at all. All right. Startling me out of my thoughts was the professor's voice. Looking up, she was staring at me with her usual smile. Not bad for your first try. There's no need to be disheartened. Many are the same. Looking down, the cube was nowhere in sight. Instead, all I saw was a liquid pool of silver. With a wave of her hand, the pool of silver returned back into its regular shape, a cube. And she tossed it to me. Even though it looks like a simple cube, it's rather expensive, so be careful with it. This will be it for your first lesson. Once you are capable of molding the cube as you wish, then we can move to the next step. Standing up, she said a few more words and tips before eventually leaving. Sitting in the middle of the classroom, I stared at the cube for a few seconds before grasping it. All right. I guess it was time for me to add a new routine to my training.